Disclaimer. This video is for commentary and entertainment purposes only. Any clips or videos used in this project will be credited in the description box below. No copyright infringement intended. Please support the official release of every video. Thank you. Merry Christmas, everyone. Welcome back to the Everything Anime Podcast. I'm one of your hosts, Shinry. Here at the Everything Anime Podcast, talk about everything from anime, manga, video games, TV shows, and whatever relevant topic we feel like talking about. Still not quite rolling off the tongue yet. Anyways, I hope you guys had a great Merry Christmas. This video was delayed. It was supposed to come out Christmas, but I got sick. I'm feeling a little bit better now. And I'm glad to have this review out. This game is a fond memory from my childhood. And so, just like a prototype, just like with Infamous Part 1 and Infamous Festival of Blood, I wanted to give an in-depth review of my thoughts on Paper Mario. It's a game that came out in 2001 when I was just 9 years old. And again, it's one of the greatest games of all time, in my opinion. I think Paper Mario, the Origami King, even though they brought back partners, which is what we wanted, they didn't understand what made Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door, the sequel, so great. And it really was the partners. Super Paper Mario did have partners, but they were more like gimmicks to help you. I didn't play the Paint one, and I didn't play Paper Jam because they didn't interest me, but I heard that they were bad. So I hope you guys enjoyed this review. It will be kind of long. I am going to figure out the segments to break it up into so I can get that out to you guys in a more direct way, unlike the other videos. Anyways, Merry Christmas once again. Happy New Year, and let's get on with the video. All right, probably time for bed.
You read me a bedtime story?
Okay, sure.
There once was a man named Gold Roger.
I didn't ask for something that long.
Okay, how about this? So what's the story of Paper Mario? So one morning, Mario and Luigi receive a letter in the mail from Parakarry, our useless mailman partner. You'll learn more about him later, trust me. The letter, anyways, is from Princess Peach informing us she's throwing a party at her castle. She says that many guests from distant towns are excited to meet us, the Super Mario Brothers, you know, the ones that save the world and the Mushroom Kingdom all the time from Bowser. She promises there'll be all kinds of sweets and entertainment, and well, who could turn that down? Have you seen Mario's belly? And don't forget about that dump truck, okay? Mario packing. Before we meet up with Princess Peach, we can explore the castle itself, which you can meet all kind of variant characters from the Mushroom Kingdom, like friendly Koopas or like Toads, but like different variants of Toads. Like there's this one Toad, she's like skinny, she has like a purple dress on and like earrings and jewelry. Other Toads, it's not like that much of a change. It's maybe it's like a different color on their heads. There's very tiny ones that are like represent like kids, or like there's even like a medium-sized one that represent teenagers. There's Toads wrapped in like desert clothing and garbs and face masks. There's penguins with like ties and suits. It's the first time that Paper Mario, like, it's the first time that the Mario series, like, that didn't just diverse their characters, but, like, made them all feel unique. Like you know how, like, Pops, like, say you go into, like, a Walmart and you still have Pop figures? If you're thinking about it, Pops are all the same. But it's those little minutiae differences, like the slight color eyes or slight skin change or slight changing the clothes that make the Pop unique. That's what Paper Mario introduced with like the variants of like the mushroom characters that you're used to, or Mushroom Kingdom characters you're used to. Like I said, with friendly Koopas, penguins, things like that. But you'll see more about that in a second. Anyways, there's some fun dialogue that you can get from talking to everybody. You don't have to talk to them, but again, since I played this game as a kid, And I'm pretty sure I did talk to everybody, but like I want to get the full experience out of the game, so I made sure I talked to everybody. And there's fun dialogue, things like that. Just get to know and get familiar with the characters. Also, side note, the castle feels gigantic. I don't mean like kind of like if you played Super Mario 64, kind of like that, like how Peach's castle looked grand. It's kind of like that, except there's more rooms you can go into. They don't lead to like other worlds, but like it's just like very well put together and thought out. And my favorite variant of Toad is called Tasty Tea. She's like the chef. She has like the chef's hat, and like you can tell she's older. She has like bags on her eyes and like gray hair, like sideburns. That's what, like they make the Toads all unique. Oh yeah, she also has like the chef apron on. But we'll talk more about her later. She's my favorite Toad though. Her name is Tasty Tea. Which also I gotta mention, I love the names they do. So some of these characters like the little twist on their names. But once we're finished mingling, we get to meet Princess Peach for some peaches and cream. I'm just kidding. We have a brief they have a brief moment together looking out the window before the castle starts shaking. And they think it's an earthquake. But no, it's not an earthquake. It's Bowser, and he's up to no good again. He has somehow gotten his castle underneath Princess Peach's castle and is lifting it up. Like his castle has like rockets at the bottom of it or something. And it lifts her castle up into space. So not only is Princess Peach and Mario in space, but so are all the guests that are still inside the castle. They are trapped. And afterwards, the Tyrant King, the Koopa King himself shows up with Kammy Koopa. Now, not to be confused with the Magic Koopa that showed up in the Super Mario Brothers movie, because I know that was like a point of contention for a lot of people, especially confusion for me, because I thought it was like a Birdo thing where like, like Birdo's technically a transgender Yoshi, they say. Well, no. Kammy Koopa is her own thing. She is the leader of the Magic Koopas. She is an old witch. And Bowser's kind of like right hand. Whereas like in the movie, it was just a random Magic Koopa, which works for Bowser. Or works for Kammy Koopa. But, yes. And, oh, hold on one second, guys. Well, Bowser is back, and he's come to demand the hand of Princess Peach to marry him. Of course, Princess Peach ain't having that. She refuses his offer. And he's like, okay, well, if you don't want to be with me, I'm just going to capture you again. But Princess Peach isn't worried. She's with Mario. Mario's defeated Bowser plenty of times, and this time will be no different. Right? Well, Bowser claims things are going to be different this time around. Thus, we enter our first battle. Now, don't worry. It's not impossible to lose this battle, no matter what you do, because it's kind of story-driven. So just keep attacking Bowser. The first and only thing I can think of, or the first and only thing ability I think you get is the Stomp ability, which is basically Mario like jumping on an enemy. I think there's something else, but I know it's really just like Stomp. And at this point, and at some point in our battle, Bowser pulls out the Star Rod. Now, the next thing we know, his body becomes covered in like this rainbow shine, and none of our attacks are doing anything to him. Bowser claims that he's invincible. Wait, no, it's not his power. He must be using the Chaos Emerald to warp.
Chaos Control! It's not his speed. He must be using the Chaos Emerald to warp.
I'm just kidding. Bowser has stolen the Star Rod from Starhaven, and it's granted him the ultimate wish, to be the strongest in the Mushroom Kingdom. And with that, he one-shots Mario, KOs him out of space, and our boy sent flying back to Earth, or falling back to Earth, or more like floating or gliding. But wait, is Mario dead? Not if the 7 Star Spirits have anything to say about that. With the last of their power, they heal up Mario before disappearing. And then we are greeted by this pink Goomba with an orange bow named Goombaria. But Goombas are our enemies. So Mario should like stomp on her, kill her, obliterate her existence, destroy her right now, right then and there. Well, he probably would have if he was awake. But the best twist about Paper Mario is that it introduces some variant enemies from Mario's past that are now like friendly good guys. I guess there's friendly Koopas, there's penguins, there's other things too as well. Bombs, bombs. And things like that. And some of them are even going to join our crew. That's right, we are Straw Hat Luffy, and we're looking for 10 crewmates to join our crew and help us take down Bowser and steal back the Star Rod. Okay, not literally, but we are looking for variant Mushroom Kingdom enemies to help us on our journey. And there will be a lot of them. But we'll get to them when we talk about the partners. With Mario still unconscious, however, she's one little Goomba and can't carry Mario by herself. So she calls for her father, Goomba, and her brother, Goombario, to help her, and they carry Mario to a bed. While Mario's sleeping, he gets visited by one of the 7-star spirits, Elder Star. Elder Star tells Mario in his sleep, like, hey, I need you to come to Star Summit. I have an important task for you. And with that, Mario wakes up. And it turns out we're in a Toad house, kind of like a Toad house bed and breakfast, sort of like that. And it's in the middle of Goomba Village. And Toad tells us we've been asleep for a week. That's right, we died technically a week ago. But our boy is okay. And so once we leave Toad's house, we realize that we're in Goomba Village. And it's filled with like a small Goomba family. There's Goompapa with a brown mustache. Goombaria with the orange bow who found us. Goombario, our future partner with a blue hat. Goommama with a bonnet, a red and white dotted bonnet. And then Goomba with the glasses. And then Goompa, who has like this elderly look to him. I don't remember exactly how he looked. But I love the subtle differences between each of them. Like I said, think about the pops. And the name tells you like what role each family member plays, and the design of them all look unique. Like they look like their own selves. So I love that. That was in these. Like I said, it's an introduction to this world, but it's also an introduction to like these are usually your enemies, and now you meet like a friendly family of them, and they all have this unique design. So it tells you that Paper Mario is already gonna be different. It already tells you that. But after meeting the family, we had to go help Goompa or Goompapa. I think no, Goompapa is the dad. Goompa with fixing the outside. I think he's fixing like his outside patio. But the moment we go out there, there's a short little panel where like the bridge is gone, and so Mario looks around. It's like that cartoon thing where like the Roadrunner looks around, the Roadrunner looks around, and he falls down. But we go on some misadventures with Goompa, and that's when we get our second weapon, the hammer. Now, the hammer is going to be used... It's like your second attack weapon. I'm going to talk about that in the battle system, so I'm not going to get too deep into it. But just know, like, in this area... Because I have another section for collectibles, too. In this area, Goompa introduces another mechanic, or not really a mechanic, but tells you, like, hey... you should search everywhere, and you should search anything and everything that you can possible. There could be hidden things around. And the first thing in this area after getting the hammer is a collectible called Goombaria's Dolly, which you can trade for a star piece. And again, I'll get into that in collectibles and stuff like that. But post getting Goombaria's Dolly, if you want to find that, and getting your hammer, we can now make our way back to Goomba Village. But before we even get there, we get into our first boss battle. Meet Master Koopa Jr. So he is a hilarious newborn Koopa, still in his eggshell, that we will face many times throughout our adventure. And when I say many times, I mean many times. Each more hilarious than the last time you battle. He's the boss of the neighborhood, and he's saying that we're on his turf, and he wants to fight. Your first battle with him is too easy. Even, you can't really lose this fight, but I guess if you did... It might be possible, but I don't think it is. I didn't try to lose. I just was playing for fun. But anyways, after we defeat him, he says, I'll be back. And he runs away before coming immediately right back and says, I mean it. And you have no idea. Again, when we go throughout the story, or when we talk about like the enemies and boss battles, you're going to see over the times I talk about how he comes back. But I love that. And I remember at 9 years old, I remember that too, because I remember encountering him throughout the game when I originally played it as a kid. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember this guy. This guy was funny. Post this battle, we return to Goomba Village where we meet up with our first partner, Goombario. This is where Goombario actually joins our team. Now, again, I'm going to talk about partners later, but the one little thing I'll tell you about Goombario now is that he has the ability called Tattle. Tattle basically reveals like a little backstory on your enemy or enemy type, but it also reveals our HP. There is a badge that does this later on, but early game, if you want to know how strong your opponent is and how much health they have left to know if you should be defending yourself or focusing on attacking, using his Tattle ability before you even attack is a great thing to do. But this ability can also be used out of combat. I think if you before an enemy spots you, you use this Tattle ability outside of combat. Like normally you press B to activate your partner's ability. I think he reads them outside. I don't know if their health shows up outside of battle if you do that. I'll have to look into that. But I know like it should trigger something because all of the partners do something when you use the B button. But he joins up with us because he has a heart for adventure and he wants to see the world. And he wants to help Mario save the Princess Peach because that'd be awesome. He's one brave little Goomba after all. Like, Goombas are initially weak. These guys, usually you jump on them and they die. They're gone out of existence. So this brave little Goomba wanting to go on an adventure with us is pretty dope. As we leave the village, Goomba Village, we encounter some more familiar enemies from Mario's past, like regular Koopas that are evil and regular Goombas that are evil, before almost immediately getting thrown into another boss battle. So you want to heal up as often as you can, especially this early game, because you just fought Master Koopa Jr. It wasn't a hard fight, but you still want to heal up because you're going to have two more battles after this. Well, one more battle after this one immediately. So this battle is against Red and Blue Goomba. The Red and Blue Goomba bros. Let me not be disrespectful. Red and Blue Goomba are one of the few Goombas that can talk. They're a pair of brothers that are the right and left arms of the Goomba King. You can tell which is which based out their name and based out the color design, so I'm not going to get into that. Their health isn't very high, but it's easier to take down one of them with Goombario helping you than it is to like attack one after the other. I did use Tattle on both, just because I want to know what he'd say about them, but their health wasn't too high. And me and Goombario, after taking down one of them, the other one will cry. It doesn't matter which one you take down. The other one will cry and be like, oh, you killed my brother. But you'll find out they're alive after the battle anyway. But, you know, like, because usually that would happen, like, you kill the Goomba. So I thought it was pretty funny that, like, I mean, it's dark humor, but, like, I thought it was funny that he died. And then immediately after this fight, I recommend going back to Goomba Village and healing again. The reason why is because now you're going to fight the Goomba King and Red and Blue. Red and Blue won't be at full health. They'll be at half their health, but Goomba King will have full health. Now, the thing about this battle, it's still pretty easy, but it's just introducing you to, like, the battle mechanics and boss fights and things like that. So the King's eyes, the Goomba King, he looked kind of funny. His eyes are always shifting up and down from left and right. And it makes him appear like cross-eyed. It adds to like his hilarious design and like his size. He's like obviously bigger than the other Goombas. He's supposedly the king. And he seems kind of stupid the way his like dialogue looks. Like he's kind of like, not the R word, but just kind of like little stupid. He's not much of a challenge, but you can lose here because, again, you're fighting Red and Blue and him. So once again, focus on taking out Red and Blue first, one at a time. And then focus on the Goomba King. You probably could have Goombario attack one and then you attack the red one, but it doesn't matter. I still think attacking together is probably the best bet. But do what you do. Post this fight, we are then introduced to the level up system. This will be the first time you should be able to level up. And we're going to be introduced to badge power, flower power, and health power. We're going to get into that in another later section of the game, but it's just to let you know, like, that is where you will encounter the first level up system, or you should. And then after defeating the Goomba King, he will hilariously try to trick you into not looking into a bush nearby. And then obviously you will because this is a game. But again, it's just teaching Goompa's thing where he said, like, check everywhere, check everything. Because, like, there will be hidden switches and stuff like that throughout the game. I think I'll talk about that in Collectibles later. But yeah, there's hidden items everywhere, like Goombario's dolly in the first area. Hit what you get by hitting a tree with the hammer. And so you pull out the switch and he warns you like, oh, I wouldn't press that, something bad will happen. And then you, of course, we hit it. And it basically turns his castle into a bridge while also sending him and Red and Blue off into the sky like Team Rocket.
It's time Team Rocket blasted off.
You may have won this round, but we'll be back.
Pretty funny. I still found it funny as an adult playing it again, just recently. But Kammy Koopa sees this and she goes to report it back to King Bowser, who I should mention right here. Throughout the story, there will be segments where we take control of Princess Peach. They're not stealth segments, but they're like, you can't be caught. So I want to say stealthy, but it's not really like stealth. But you'll take control of Princess Peach. You can't battle like Mario, but you'll have to you'll aid him throughout the story. You'll learn more about the enemies that you're going to encounter, some items that you can send to Mario to help him throughout his adventure, things like that. You basically aid Mario through Princess Peach, and plus you get funny dialogue and just find out what she's doing inside the castle herself, because Peach can take care of herself to an extent. But we learn. Oh, this is my favorite part. We learn through this first Peach segment that Bowser has captured the 7 star spirits. Whenever he stole the Star Rod, he captured the 7 star spirits and kept them under various powerful subordinates of his. The first of whom are my favorite villains of all time. We are about to meet the Koopa Bros. Now, if you don't know this, if you never played Paper Mario, the Koopa Bros are kind of like mock Ninja Turtles. Like there's a red, black, yellow, and green, I think. And they think they're just super cool. Like they think they're a super cool gangsters, and do like pose where they their thumbs they slide to the side and their thumbs shine. It's really funny. I thought it was funny as a kid because me and my brothers and my sisters would do this outside all the time. We'd pretend like we're the Koopa Bros, and I love their entrance. I'm gonna play a clip of it. But I thought it was really cute, and I love that. I love them to this day. They're a reason why this game is such a highlight for me. And their interaction with Bowser is hilarious. They show off their special move to him, and Bowser's like, "Whoa, that's cool." But then immediately after, Bowser's like, "Wait, if you guys are here, who's guarding the Star Spirit?" And they all share a confused look, yeah, that's a good question. He's like, "Get out now," and they run away. It's childish humor, but it's great because I love this game and I'm like a kid at heart, so I love it. I love it so much. After that, we take back control of Mario, and we now have the freedom to explore Toad Town, which I highly recommend you do. I'm going to get into more about that when I get to the world section, but there's a lot to do in Toad Town. A lot of hidden things you can do, a lot of collectibles you can do. Visit Luigi. You can go back home in that warp pipe that you first came through in the beginning of the story. You can go back through there and visit Luigi. You'll find out that he escaped before Princess Peach's castle went into space. But also, you want to visit him often. Every time you finish a chapter, just go visit Luigi. It's fun to talk to him and just see what he's up to. And sometimes, you'll just get funny dialogue from him. There's a certain part where you have to do a thing for Koopa Koot, which is a collectible. He wants Luigi's autograph, and you can't get to Luigi until after you get the butt bounce in chapter 3. So that's, you'll want to just go check on Luigi, see what he's doing. Plus, there's a tease for Luigi's Mansion in there, which I'm going to mention in collectibles. But after you're done in Toad Town, we can start heading towards the summit. So you'll head towards the gate where you went to Peach's castle. And the cool thing about this is once you start heading that way, you'll see that Princess Peach's castle where it was, it's all rocks and rubble. The ground's cracked, it's like an earthquake. The fountain where the water is broken. And there's this toad here, sadly talking about how Princess Peach's castle wasn't in space and he couldn't do anything about it. It's just a great detail they added because it could have just been an empty space of land, but they really put a lot of detail in there, especially in Toad Town. Well, all of the game in total, unlike Paper Mario the Origami King or Paper Mario Paper Jam, these first 2 Paper Mario games were the ultimate Paper Marios. And so we then after going to the right of that, we have 2 paths. One leads to Merville's and Merlot's house, which are family members of the Merlin family. They're a family of psychics. You're gonna see a bunch of variants of Merlin's family throughout this game. They all can do different things or give you different items. But these two, Mervily, you can trade her coins for fortunes to find out where a badge might be located or where a star piece might be located. And the coin cost varies. It's like 5 to 30 coins, I think, to tell you. And then upstairs is her brother Merlot, who will trade star pieces for badges, which we'll get into later in the badge section. But for now, we're going to focus on the story. So you visit them if you want to, but then we're going to head up to Star Summit, where the 7-star spirits are waiting. At the summit, we find the fading star spirits, and we learn that the Star Rod's abilities and the relationships they share with the Star Rod. The Star Rod has the power to grant any wish, but they usually ignore selfish wishes like Bowser. Like Bowser's wishes to defeat Mario or Princess Peach to like him, which one of the stars comments like, "Ew, that's gross," and I thought that was a really funny gag to add in there. Funny little touch. But because Bowser's wishes weren't getting heard, he decided to take matters into his own hands and stole the Star Rod. The 7-star spirits are normally in charge of keeping the Star Rod in check, as well as granting wishes. But with Bowser stealing the Star Rod, they have to get it back. But they can't do it by themselves because, one, they've been trapped by Bowser's minions, and they need Mario's help to save them. In return for saving them, they will aid Mario on his quest to defeat Bowser, as well as depower the Star Rod. Because when all 7 of them are together, they can use, I think it's called Star Beam. I'm gonna get to their individual powers in a second, but they use this power called Star Beam, which can negate the powers of the Star Rod. But but with the last of their power, they're only able to project themselves as illusions, which is why they're at the Star Summit giving Mario this message. And basically, they're like, we're held in different territories around the Mushroom Kingdom, and if you defeat Bowser's minions, we will help you, we will follow you, and we will give you our power. Well, we're Mario, so of course we're going to help. And let me just say, I love the design of the 7-star spirits, as well as their abilities. They all look creative and unique. So let me go through each one. First one we have is Elder Star. He has a white mustache, and he can restore Mario's health and FP, flower power, by 5. He can also cure you of any sickness or illness, like dizziness, I think poison, whatever status effects can happen, I think it can heal you of that. I've only seen it do it for poison, but it's probably for all of them. Next we have Mamar. Mamar has a pink bow on her, pink bow on her head, and she puts enemies to sleep with a lullaby. I've used that a few times too, but it doesn't work on every enemy, but it is a good power. Next is Scholar. Scholar has glasses and a brown mustache, and he attacks all enemies by 7 damage. I like him. He helped in a lot of boss battles, especially when you're fighting multiple enemies at once. He's really good for that. The fourth one is Muscular. Muscular wears a blue hat, and he decreases enemies' attack power by 3. Kind of useful, but I never used his power the entire game. Next is Miss Star, number 5. She has a yellow ribbon around her shoulders, and she she increases Mario's health by 20 with a kiss. I have used her power once when I was in real danger and had no items to help me. Again, I'll get into that with the battle mechanics, but yeah, when you have no items in your health and you have 5-star energy, use Miss Star. She's really good for getting your health back up, because your max health is 50, by the way. So healing up by a little less than half is pretty good. Next up is Kevlar. Kevlar has a bow tie and a book, and he temporarily immobilizes enemies. I feel like Kevlar and Scholar should have switched based off their design and name. Well, no, who was it that I thought should switch? It was... No, that's fine. That's fine. And lastly, number 7 is Calamar. Calamar has just a mustache, and he has a 95% chance of turning enemies into Star and knocking them out of combat. I used his ability once just to see what it would do, and it really does turn enemies into Stars and knock them out of combat. Though I didn't get any star points for it, so I don't recommend using that unless you're in a really big pinch. But again, star points and leveling up will be in the battle system, so we'll get to that later. Before we conclude this portion, we need to talk one more time about Peach. Back in the castle in the sky, Peach is worried about Mario and wishes she had a way to aid him. In comes Bowser and Cammy, bragging to Peach that Bowser's invincible with the Star Rod. And he even says, "I'll grant you any wish as long as you like me." And Peach once again is like, "No." I know, a jerk trying to use granting wishes to steal Peach's heart. They warn her not to cause any trouble before wandering off. Well, Peach starts praying as she begs for someone to help her. That's when a tiny little star called Twink shows up. No, don't go there. He says that he's come to grant her any wish that she wants. So for Peach's first wish, she asks him to steal the Star Rod. And he does. There you go. Game over. I'm just kidding. No, he's not powerful enough to steal the Star Rod. Bowser is way too strong for him. So she instead wishes her to fly him out of here. He can't do that either. That's 2 for 2. This guy is useless. Well, finally, Peach asks him simply, can you deliver Mario a message? Can you tell him I'm okay and deliver him this, I think it's called the Star Necklace? Let me look. Yeah, Lucky Star Necklace. And he's like, okay, that's something I can do. Okay, good for you, Twink. You finally could do something. But as far as I know, the Lucky Star Necklace didn't do anything in the game. I'll have to reread if it does like anything for Mario in the game, but it didn't seem like it did anything when I played through. However, this is one mission the little Twink star can do, and he flies off. Now, before we end, he does deliver the Lucky Star to Mario, a Lucky Star Necklace to Mario, and he does tell Mario, like, hey, Princess Peach wanted to know she was okay, and that she's going to be fine, just focus on finding a way to defeat Bowser. And before we finish the prologue, we get into a battle with one of the Magic Koopas. A Magic Koopa that looks like it was in a Super Mario Bros. Movie. This isn't a hard battle. It's just another story-driven battle to introduce the action command, which basically, once again, I'm going to get to the battle system, explaining the battle system, but the action command basically like lessens the damage you would take, or sometimes it'll negate the attack. If the attack is 1, it'll negate it. If it's over 1, it'll weaken the attack. Like, say the attack's 2, it'll weaken it down to 1. So it's just a way to, like, kind of save your butt because your health isn't going to be super high, especially in the beginning of the game. So you want to use the action command as much as possible. As well as the action command also helps you attack more than once. Like, I think it's like you press A before landing on an enemy and you'll attack them again. But again, I'm going to get into that in the battle system. But now the story can finally begin. The prologue is over, so let's hop into the rest of the game. Now let's talk about the power/battle system. There are essentially 3 types of power systems in this game. First is HP, which is obviously your health. The max is 50. You start at a base of 10, and then it goes up by 5. Next, we have flower power, which is how you're going to use your badge's abilities. And it starts at a base of 5, and then it goes up by 5. And then the last is BP, which is badge power. This is the badges you're going to equip to yourself to give you those abilities. And it starts at a base of 0, and then it goes up by 6. Also, you earn star points by battling enemies. It varies on how strong they are and how often you battle them. Weaker enemies, when you defeat them at some point, like after you get to a certain level, they aren't going to give you any star points. So fighting them is pretty pointless. So having the first attack badge and then getting a first strike will just KO them because you're not going to get any points from that battle anyway. So what's the point of going into that battle? And then 100 star points earns you a level up, which is what you can choose, which is when you can choose between FP, HP, and BP. And the first time you should be able to level up if you're battling everybody and not avoiding any fights would be just after defeating the Goomba King, which is honestly like a great time to even level up anyway. But you should know that you will probably max out only one the entire game. The one I maxed out was health, but I did get my BP up to like 30 and my FP up to like 25. And trust me, I tried. I battled everybody I could. I followed all the story, all the dialogue, fought every battle I could. But that's how I found out that eventually when you fight weaker enemies, like you can't, it's not Pokemon the Zubat Cave where you can go fight the Zubats over and over again. Eventually, those weaker enemies aren't going to give you any star points. So going into battle with them is pointless. Now, I would say choose wisely on what you want to do. Like, go for high health because that's how you're going to survive, but increase your BP because even if your FP is high, if your BP is low, having high FP is going to help you unless you have a lot of badges you can add. And it's just like a creative thing that they did for this game, which is very awesome for early 2001 game. Pretty creative and awesome that they came up with that kind of battle system. Now, in terms of combat, we have several ways you can fight. The first is obviously Stomp. This is where Mario will literally just jump on top of his enemy and squish them. Or if you have, depending on the various boots you have, he'll do a butt bounce or he'll jump really high in the air with a super jump and land on them. But that's actually post a action command. So the first time is going to be a regular jump. And then after that will be the variations. But we'll get into that in a second. Now, you have the normal shoes, which is a regular jump. And then you can find the super shoes, I think in Dry's Desert or something. I forgot where you find the super shoes. But you find the super shoes in Lady Boo's mansion. And that's how you get the butt bounce when you do the action command after doing the first jump. And then after that, you find the ultra boots in a sewer towards post Shy Guy's Toy Box, I believe. And this just gives you a mega jump after landing on the enemy with the action command. There are variations to this as well, depending on the badges you have. Multi-bounce, power bounce. I go over this in the badge section. But yeah, the badges will give you stronger moves and help with crowd control. The second kind of attack you have is called Smash. This is where Mario just uses his hammer. And it's mostly for like spiked enemies and like enemies you can't jump on. But if you have Spike Shield, which I mentioned in badges, you technically don't need the hammer most of the game. I mean, for really high enemies, but you'll need the hammer throw at first. But you'll have para carry in your group, so you still don't need the hammer. I didn't use the hammer much this game, but do whatever helps your playstyle. But and Spike Shield and Hammer Thrower are very low cost badges. I think they're like 2 apiece or 1 apiece or something like that. You can also use the hammer to hit trees out of combat to like knock down Goombaria's Dolly is like the first one you can find in the first area. And there'll be some kind of like yellow blocks blocking your path. It's good. The hammer's good for that as well. You'll find the super hammer in Dry Desert. That's the one you find in Dry Desert. And it's used for like steel blocks. It also does more damage. And the last one is Ultra Hammer, which again is in Toad Town Sewer. And this is like it's for like special blocks, and you take that, and they do the hardest damage. There are variations to this as well. Like I said, Hammer Throw, which is the first badge you'll probably find, as well as Quake Hammer, which is for ground control enemies where like they have to be flipped on their bellies to expose them to attack, because they have spikes on their head. But again, with Spike Shield, you can jump on their head, they'll flip on their belly, and you can attack again with the action command. So again, I didn't really use hammer at all, but yeah, that's a little side note. And then like I said, side note, you can also get first strike on an unaware enemy before going into combat. Like, to get a first strike, you have to attack the enemy when they're not paying attention to you, or if they're charging at you, you just hit them before they get you. It gives you like an additional attack. So like, say like Mario has a turn. In a usual battle, Mario has a turn, his partner has a turn, and then it's the enemies. But if you get first strike, you get one additional attack. You can't do an action command with it, but you get like one opening attack, and then your opening move, and then their partner, then it goes to the enemy. Now, you can also send your partner in to do a first strike, like Bombette. You can set her off as a bomb, or you can hit Cooper's top shell to have him strike forward first. There are many ways to do it. But if the enemy can also catch you off guard and attack you first, like there's this one part where this turtle shell comes out of nowhere as you're like walking, it's gonna come out off screen. They get the first strike every time, unless you like already know to watch out for it. But the enemy can get first strike, but you can also still hit the action command at the right time, even in the opening battle, and you can block it with the action command, which I was going to get into right now. The counter to first strike is a action command. Just before an enemy hits you, Mario can guard himself if you press A just before the enemy hits you, and it'll weaken the damage. If the damage is 2, it'll go down to 1. If the damage is 1, Mario won't take any damage. And also for Mario, if you are in combat and you're about to land on the enemy, hit them, whatever, if you press A just before you hit them, Mario will get an additional attack there as well. Like with multi-bounce, you'll continuously hit that enemy, or maybe that's power bounce. Multi-bounce, I think, hits every enemy, but you just have to keep pressing A just before you hit that enemy, the next enemy. And then one of them is like Mario keep jumping on them. I think it's multi-bounce. Either one. Or power bounce, that might have been that one. But those are good. Action commands are good for that. And the third type of combat is item. Items can be used by Mario only, and they take up a single turn. But if you find double dip like I did, or triple dip, which is an item I didn't find, you can use 3 items in one turn. And the items are really useful. Some of them you'll recognize from like Mario World or playing a Mario game. Some of them you won't recognize just because they're specific to this game. And there are some that only Tasty Tea can make. So there's this toad in Toad Town called Tasty Tea. I was going to get into this when I talk about the worlds. Tasty Tea is a chef. And she looks like a grandma. She has like these like sideburns that are gray, and her eyes are saggy. But she wears like an apron, and she always works in the kitchen, and she can make you anything. She can mix any item you want and turn it into something else. Now, if it's items that aren't compatible, you'll get a mistake. A mistake gives you a 1 health and 1 FP to get like it's like one item. It looks purple and nasty and ugly. It looks like one of those fruit cakes they used to get in like the store as a kid. And so if you eat one of those, that's all you get. But there are creative ones like, I think it's like cake mix and like maple syrup, and it makes a cake. And that gives you like 15 FP or 15 HP. But back then we didn't have a Paper Mario guidebook, or we didn't have online to look this up. Now now there's like a cooking guide on IGN or something where you can see like what makes what. So I'm not going to get into all the ones Tasty Tea can make, because if I did, this list would be even longer. But I got about a good 20 here that I think I'd recommend. The first and best one is Whack-A-Bump. Whack-A-Bump gives you 25 HP and 25 SP. This is found very early in Dry Station. There's this thing, like, he's like a little groundhog. He comes out, he's all blue. He looks like a Quagsire from Pokemon. That's what I used to think of, like, he looks like Quagsire. And you whack him on the head, and he'll give you, like, this coconut-looking thing, and it restores 25 HP and 25 SP. You have to get it again, you have to leave the area, just come back immediately, just next room, come back. You can get it 8 times in a row. After the 8th time, he says, I'm tired of you whacking my head, I'm leaving, and he'll never show up again. But it's just a funny little gimmick, but it's great for early game because your health isn't going to be that high. By chapter 2, your health might be like 20, 25, one or the other, if you just focused on health and not the other ones. After that, we have Boltstrom. Boltstrom electrifies Mario. And basically does the same thing that the Zap Tap badge does. Basically, when an enemy hits or touches Mario, they get electrocuted. Sometimes it protects Mario if it's a weaker opponent, but a stronger opponent, their attacks can still go through, but they won't continuously attack. Like there's this guy called the Dojo Master. It's good against him because when he's in his final form, he'll hit you 3 times. But if you have the Zap Tap, he'll hit you once and then back off because he doesn't want to keep getting shocked. After that, we have Ultra Shroom, which restores 50 HP, which is great. Your health probably won't be that high till the end of the game, but that's on there. There's also one that I forgot to put on here, Revive Mushroom. If Mario dies, he's brought back to life and given 10 HP, I think, or like 5 HP. No, I think it's 10. And it costs 50 coins, but it's not that bad. It's great. And you get that in Lady Boo's Mansion. After that, we have Thunder Rage, which shocks all enemies for 5 damage. It's good for crowd control. It's not that strong, but early game. And the enemies aren't even that... Well, the enemies are like 12 health outside of bosses at most, or 14 health at most. So, yeah, it's pretty good for crowd control. Thunderbolt does the same thing. It's just a single enemy, but 5 damage. With 5 damage. Tasty Tonic cures shrinking and poison. But if you have the Feeling Fine badge equipped, which you should always have, you won't ever need Tasty Tonic because Mario won't get sick, he won't get poisoned, he won't get dizzy, he won't shrink, he won't do any of that. He'll be fine. Stopwatch paralyzes time for all enemies. Stone Cap is another clutch one for fighting the Master Dojo. Mario will turn to stone. He'll stay in that. Mario cannot attack while he's turned into stone, but your partners can attack. So this is good for like... you're fighting a strong boss and you need to weaken him down for a minute, have your partner constantly attack him while you just stay stoned. I think it lasts like 5 turns. It feels long, but Mario takes no damage and his partners can just attack. And unless you're fighting a person that like does damage to your partner too, which is very rare outside of bosses, you're going to take them down pretty easily. It's a cheap way to win, but it works. After that, we have Snowdoll. Snowdoll is actually pretty weak. It's 4 damage. Someone's a giant snowman and he does crowd control. But on Lava Island, that boss is made of fire and he's a fire type enemy. It does 8 damage and it will take out that boss. I'll talk about it more when I get to that boss, but that boss has like not appendages, but like 2 additional monsters that attack it with them. And because I made a fire, that snowman takes it down really fast, really easy. After that, we have Sleepy Sheep. Sleepy Sheep puts most enemies to sleep, but it doesn't seem like it always works because some enemies won't be affected or some enemies will just stay awake anyway. Then we have Shooting Star item, which does what Scholar Star Energy does, the 7-star Spirit Scholar. It summons a rain of shooting stars, and it does 6 damage instead of 7. It's basically good for crowd control. Then we have Repel Gel, which does Lady Bow's out of sight ability, but just as an item. Mario becomes invulnerable and invincible and basically transparent to the enemy. They'll still attack where he stood, but they can't do any damage to him. We have the POW block, which is weak crowd control, but if you don't have Quake Hammer, it basically does that. Like if you don't want to waste any BP on Quake Hammer, the badge, you can just use a POW block and knock enemies out from the ceiling or flip enemies that are on the ground and have spikes onto their bellies. But again, with Spike Shield, you can jump on spiked enemies. That's why I didn't need the hammer that much. Or if you have Paracarry, Watt, Sushi, or Spike as your teammate, those enemies on the ceiling, they can hit them enemies without needing a POW block. We have the Classic Mushroom, which just does 5 heal. And then Jam and Jelly, which was for 50 HP. There wasn't many Jam and Jellies I found in the game, but 50 AP is pretty good. Really good. Then there's Fright Jar, which does another one of Lady Bow's special ability, Spook. It just summons like a giant ghost of Bowser. Some enemies get afraid of it. Other enemies won't be affected by it. But it just makes enemies run away. But you will gain those star points from enemies fleeing battle. Then we have the Flyer Flower, another classic Mario move and item. It turns Mario plant the flower and it does like 3 damage on crowd control. Good against weak enemies, but not really good late game unless you're fighting an ice type enemy, which I don't think there's many ice type. Might work well against the Crystal King. I don't know though. I didn't use it at that point. Then we have Dizzy Dial, which gives enemies a dizzy effect, and then Cake, which restores 50 FP, not HP. So yeah, and then like I said, there is Tasty Tea, who has cookable items, but again, you're gonna need the cookbook because the game's not gonna tell you what goes with what. Like there's no cookbook in the game. You just either have to know or just play around with it and write it down. Like that's what we used to do back in the day. Like cheat codes, we used to write them down on paper if we ever figured anything out and share it with our friends. The 4th way to attack is Star Power. To do this, you have to keep an eye on the focus bar. The focus bar goes down depending on to get more focus bar, you have to save the 7-star spirits. You unlock a new focus bar every time you save a star spirit. Starting with Elder Star, of course, and then going up from there. Now, if you use any of the Star Spirit's abilities, doesn't matter which one, it'll take up some of the Star Gauge or all of it. And it'll restore over time only on Mario's turn. Now, you can get the Star Gauge back up. You have to use Focus, which takes 1 turn from Mario, or you can add the Group Focus badge to your BP. And then your partners can use Focus. So you can use Mario to attack like normal and then have your partners use the Focus ability. And then if you have the Deep Focus badge, I think it goes up even more. But yeah, it's pretty good. The Star Power's abilities are definitely a GOAT ability in this game. And we'll talk about each one. So Elder Star replenishes 5 HP and 5 FP. Mamar sings the lullaby and puts enemies to sleep. It's basically what Sleepy Sheep item does, but like, again, it's a hit or miss because not every enemy falls to sleep. Scholar summons a Storm of Stars and does 7 damage for crowd control, which is basically that shooting star item, but it just does 1 more damage. Muscular lowers the attack of all enemies by 3, which is great. I didn't really use Muscular at all, but that's great. Miss Star restores Mario's health by 20 HP. I have used her. I love her. Kevlar freezes time on all enemies. It's kind of like that stopwatch item, but just as a star spirit. And then Kalmar turns enemies into stars and knocks them out of combat, but you get no star points for that. And I think that's all 7 of them. Yes, and then all together, they use an ability called Star Beam, which basically negates the powers of the Star Rod, which you're not ever going to use unless you're fighting Bowser. You have no reason to use Star Beam any other time. The 5th thing you can do is flee from battle. The thing about fleeing from battle is you only ever do this if you're fighting a weak enemy and you're not going to get any star points anyway, or if you're just bored of combat, but again, I recommend fighting because you're not going to max out everything by the end of the game anyway. At some point, fighting the weaker enemies won't get you any star points. But fleeing from battle, you press like A really fast, and you just have to land in the green, not in the blue. If you land in the blue, Mario's going to trip, and then your opponent gets one additional free attack that turn. So you've not only lost your turn, they get to attack you twice. But if you do escape, Mario loses those star points that he could have got from that battle, and I think he loses a few coins too. I think Mario drops coins. Also, remember this, your opponent, even though he's with you in combat, they don't take damage unless it's against a major boss that can do damage to both of you, but they don't have a health bar, so they'll just be knocked down for a period of time. Other than that, they're just chilling behind you, watching you get stabbed, beat up, killed, die with a smile on their face. They ain't even worried about it. Even when Mario dies, they got no reaction to it. So, they just chilling behind you, just waiting to see what happens, enjoying the show, eating their popcorn. Speaking of battles, enemies can only be taken out certain ways. I'm going to use some examples. Spike Goombas, for example, can't be jumped on. Usually, with the spike shield, they can, because that's what I had on the whole game, spike shield. But this is where the game usually relies on you using the hammer. Otherwise, you would take damage. And then there's flying enemies that if they have no spikes on them, they can be jumped on. But sometimes they might be too high, so you have to use hammer throw. But again, there's Quake Hammer to knock them down. You can jump on them. There's different ways to play the game, but this is just like to talk about the variations. There are some ground enemies that can't be hammered or jumped on unless they're knocked into their backs. These are like spiked enemies, not even spiked enemies. These are like, there's like one enemy like has like a hard rock shell, and you can't hammer it. It won't do anything. You can jump on it and it'll knock it. I think it knocks it over. Pretty sure it knocks it over. It knocks it over on its belly, and then you have to attack again with action command or use your partner, or just next turn, and then you can do actual damage to it. Quake Hammer can be good for that. Multi-bounce, power bounce, anything like that. Just knock them on their bellies if they take no damage from, or like the shell guys too. They can't be damaged the first initial jump or by hammer unless they're knocked over. There are other enemies that can inflict status damage like poison, dizziness, sleepiness, burn, or freeze. If you have the Feeling Fine badge attached, which I do recommend, always keep that on, you won't take any poison, you won't take any burn, freeze, sleepiness, none of that. You will be perfectly okay. You'll still take damage, but you won't be like hurt by it. And it just shows how creative this game is. Like, they put a lot of thought and work into this. Also, when Mario's health is really low, he'll like do this thing where like he's like panting all over, like bent over and tired. I love it. I love how much detail they put into that. Really great. Badges and power. Now, I'm in a section for talking about badges in general. The ones I recommend equipping or that I felt were essential that I could recommend to you. But you can interchange those badges at any time outside of combat. Like, you can't do it in the middle of a fight, but outside of combat, or if you flee or run away, you can change out the badges if you feel like this will help you better. Some of them don't do anything but add sound effects, and that's really funny, especially when you learn about this secret that's in Thousand Year Door's first battle that I didn't know about. I mean, I knew about, but I didn't put two and two together. But there's a secret in the Thousand Year Door that helps you win the first boss. Like, so, you know, it has to do with the badge. But yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to that game review. And since you're only going to max out one this entire game, BP, HP, or FP, you have to choose. Trust me, I battled every enemy in this game. I talked to every person in this game because I wanted to max out this playthrough, especially for a game review that I love and a game that I'm so passionate about. I wanted to be sure I can max out all three, but you can't. You're only going to be able to max out one for sure. So I chose health, but BP and FP are still essential to this game. So make sure you try to gradually add them up all together. Or if you're like, you know, crazy and you're just like, I don't know, going for a Kingdom Hearts critical mode, maybe you'll just ignore health and increase everything else. I don't know. You might be crazy like that. But having a high BP or FP means nothing without flower power. Or having a high BP or health means nothing without flower power. Flower power is going to be essential because it's going to determine how often you can use the badges you've equipped. Like, so having BP helps you add more badges to yourself so you can use new abilities. But FP flower power allows you to use those abilities. Like, one badge might take up like 10 BP, okay? But that flower power might only cost 1. Whereas like 1 BP might cost 3, but the flower power to use it might cost 5. So it's like it's a balance thing, but it's really creative how they did that. And if you don't have any flower power, if you run out, you're just going to be stuck with normal smash attack or normal stomp. And sometimes that just makes the battle drag out longer, or sometimes it means you can't even like damage that enemy because they have a special way they need to be taken down. So try to raise all three, one after another, or try to add items that'll make up for what you lack. Like if you have low FP, have some items that heal FP. If you have low health, have some items that heal your health or revive you from if you die. Restoring your FP and health outside of battles also very easy. Just go to a Toad's house that's a bread and breakfast. I mean, not literally bed and breakfast, but they look like, I call them bed and breakfast. And you can sleep and you'll heal up. Or there's like heart blocks throughout the game, usually outside of what would you call that? What did I put in my notes? Outside of a base or outside of like a boss fight, you'll find these health blocks and it'll instantly heal your FP and HP. And you can leave and go back and they'll come back. Then they're normally by save block too. Also, before I forget, you can switch places with your partner at any time to have them attack first. If you feel like having them attack first, sometimes that's for like, example, Huff and Puff. If you attack him, he makes more enemies appear. So maybe Mario has like a crowd control ability for taking them out. Because, there's certain times you want your partner to attack first. But even if your partner's in front of you and attack first, they're going to switch back and the enemy's going to attack you. The partner will only be attacked if a boss has that kind of like double attack or some kind of ability that attacks everything, but they're never going to go for your partner. They're always going to focus on taking out Mario. If they take out Mario, it's game over anyway. Anyways, I think that's it for my notes for the power/battle system. So we'll move on to the next section and we'll go on from there. So in reference to the battle system, there's specifically something called badge power, which is a mechanic that helps you like increase your attack, debuff enemies, power you up, save you from dying sometimes, along with your action command. But there are certain badges that work better than others, and there are badges that don't do anything at all besides make noise effects or sounds, which will be relevant to Thosuand Year Door in the next video game review of that Paper Mario series, but not in this one. But out of the 80 badges, I found 50 specifically that are really useful to the player. And I'll tell you the ones that I used, as well as like ones that I'm going to tell you gotta equip. Like when you get them, equip them and leave them equipped. Because the game won't let you equip all 80, of course. It's kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where like you have a deck of 40 cards. You can have up to 60, but let's just say 40. Out of those 60 cards that you could, or out of those, well, yeah, let's do it this way. If you can make a deck of 60, or you have 60 cards, but you need to make it down to a 40 deck. Let's start over. If you have 60 cards that work in your deck, but for tournament purposes, let's say you can only use 40, you have to find out what 20 cards you want to sacrifice. That's how the badge system works in Paper Mario. You can't add every badge, so you have to add what you think helps you the most, either in that situation or throughout the whole game. Because sometimes, like, for example, there's something called the Ice Badge. I'll get down to it when I get to the number. That helps fight fire-type enemies. It, like, lets you jump on them, as well as weakens them by, like, 1, their firepower, and then, like, doubles the damage to them. But you wouldn't need that all the time because there's not that many fire enemies except on Fire Island. And then sometimes in Shy Guy's Toy Box, that's in Chapter 4. It's very random when they show up. And I guess if you're getting hit by Bowser's Fire Blast and get into the game, but by that point you should be pretty strong. You should have plenty of badges. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you wouldn't always see that badge equipped, but yeah, there are certain instances where you would. So we're gonna go down some badges right now. At number one that I recommend, well, number one of badges that I'd recommend out of the 50 are All or Nothing. It increases the damage by 1 point if the action command lands. So basically, when you're about to hit an enemy, if you press A just before you hit them, it'll do like an additional damage. Chill Out protects you from the first strike. This is good because first strike allows you to either hit the enemy, like get an extra hit before the enemy hits you. Like, so before the battle even starts, you automatically get one hit off the bat. So if they're a weak enemy, the next hit will take them out. Or if they're a strong enemy, you can at least hit them first before they hit you, because if they hit you first, you can still block it with the action command, but you might miss it because it's kind of quick. Third, we have Close Call. So when Mario's health is low, sometimes enemies' attacks will fail. It's not always. Put it on when you first get it, because then this is an early badge, but it's not always useful in my opinion. Next, at number 4 is Damage Dodge. It decreases damage inflicted by Mario by 1 if the action command is successful. So already the action command, when you hit A and at the right moment and block, it'll drop that attack down by 1. So having Damage Dodge 2, it's like taking 2 damage off. And sometimes for a weak enemy, they'll have no damage. So it's great. There's a better one coming up though. Deep Focus is the next one. It increases the amount of star power received from focus. Star power is one of your... Well, I'm going to get into the battle system because I'm talking about badges, but I'll talk about briefly. Star power is like what you use to like use the stars ability, the 7-star spirits attacks. And so after you use one, your meter goes down by 1, depending on the number of star power you used. And, you know, to get that back up, it goes up gradually over time on your turn only, not on anybody else's turn. So by using that focus, it'll go up even faster. Or using a deep focus, it'll go up even faster. After that, we have Defend Plus. It reduces damage by 1. Again, action commands. If you have those others, you'll basically go down to 0. Next is Dizzy Attack. I can't really say I use this, but I can see people wanting to. Like, it makes enemies dizzy for a certain amount of time. So, obviously, you fight a strong enemy. You don't want them to keep attacking you. You want to have unlimited amount to take them down. So, Dizzy Attack might help you. Now, one I recommend for sure is Dodge Master. It raises the attack command, action command success rate. So basically, if you miss it even by a little bit, it'll still work because you still hit it. So Dodge Master is perfect. Because I'm not perfect at hitting the action commands, especially pre-getting the Dodge Master badge, but I recommend that one. Next is Double Dip, which I just found out. We're going to get to it later, but I just found out there's a Triple Dip, but Double Dip and Triple Dip work the same way. At number 9, Triple Dip is you can use 2 items per turn, or 2 items per your turn. And that's good because you can use 1 item and then your turn ends and then your partner has a turn. But if you have Double Dip, you can hit them with the item, hit them with an item, and then it's your partner's turn. So it's basically 3 attacks in 1 turn. Feeling Fine is another must. Oh yeah, Double Dip is a must if I didn't mention that. Feeling Fine is a must. It protects you from all status effects. Poison, dizziness, not burn, freeze, sleepiness. I keep Feeling Fine equipped no matter what. Also, I should mention, the reason why you also, when I was using that Yu-Gi-Oh metaphor is because all the badges have a certain amount of like status power they can use, like 3 badges, 4 badges, 5 badges, 6 spaces. And you only, if you focus on, because you're focused on health, flower power, and badge power, you are not going to max them out. I guarantee you. You'll max out 1, which I recommend for health, because there's some heavy hitters later in the game. Unless your badge power is like crazy max and you got your health at least at 30, maybe go for badge power. But again, some of these badges, they take a lot of energy. Plus you got flower power too, which is another thing. Badge power is to equip them, flower power is to use those badges. So it really is like picking and choosing when to use what. So Feeling Fine is a must. Next is Fire Shield. I have this as a must, but like I said, it's best on Lava Island because in that area, there's a lot of fire type enemies. The boss is a fire type enemy, and so having that decreases the fire damage by 1, and you can jump on the fire enemies, which is great because I didn't really use my hammer the entire game. I did outside of combat when I had to, but it was very rare that I didn't use Stomp. And I know you're going to bring up the spiked enemies, which we're going to get to in a second. Next, we have First Attack, another must. So listen, First Attack is kind of like what I said, like whenever you hit the enemy before they hit you. Well, like Chill Out, First Strike. But First Attack is basically if the enemy is too weak, they automatically die. Because listen, you don't get star points. At some point, say you reach like chapter 5, and then you go back to chapter 1 and fight the Goombas just to like try to max out your power. The game ain't letting you do that. Yeah, this game don't let you cheat like that. If you fight a weaker enemy when you are way higher than them, you get no stars. You just fighting for nothing. You just getting your ass whooped for nothing or taking damage for nothing. You might still take them out one hit because the earlier enemies are super weak. But if you don't hit them with first strike, you will still go into combat with those weaker enemies. You just have to do the whole battle. So it's better to have first attack then and then hit the weaker enemies first. Now, if you first attack or first strike with the first attack badge on a stronger enemy, they're not going to disappear. You'll you'll get the extra hit in the battle. So again, that's why first strikes is a must. First attack is a must. Flower Finder, it's fine. It increases the number of flowers post battle, but again, you can just probably go to a Toad's house and heal up, or find a heart box, whatever they're called. After that, we have Flower Saver. Kind of useful, I guess. It decreases the number of FP needed per battle, so it kind of goes down by I think it's like 1. Like say it costs 5 FP to use Hammer Throw, or to cost 4 FP, which again, because you're choosing between Badge Power, Flower Power, and Health Power, you have to pick and choose what to level up each time. I maxed out health, but I did gradually choose now and then between all 3. Then we have FP Plus. It raises Mario's max FP by 5. I mean, you're just gonna get 1 additional attack out of that with your badge power or one of your badge abilities. So I didn't add that as a must. It's just add it if you want. That's number 15. Number 16 is Group Focus. Now this is a must because if you say you're really relying on the star power to take out some enemies, Mario's focus, even with deep focus, isn't gonna get it up fast. So having group focus attached, if you want to attack with Mario and then have your partners who maybe are weaker or can't hit the enemies because of whatever reason, say you have Bombette and there's a flying enemy, she can't hit them, so you have her use group focus so you can charge up your star power, stuff like that. After that, number 17 is Hammer Throw. I didn't use Hammer Throw much in the game because again, I've mostly focused on jumping attacks. I did use that as a kid. Hammer Throw as a kid was clutch because there was enemies that are at one point in Dry Ruins, there's a bat on the ceiling that you can't jump to. You have to have Paracarry hit it and then it'll bring it down to where you can jump, or you use Hammer Throw. But again, because I didn't really think Hammer Throw was necessary, I never equipped it. I did as a kid, but Paracarry can fly up there and knock that bat down, or any high hitting enemies. Paracarry, Lakatoot, Bow, and Watt, they're your partners. They can all hit. I think even Sushi can hit high. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that one if you want to. Number 18 is Happy Flower. It gradually increases your FP in battle. That's fine. Add it if you want. I didn't add it as a must. Then we have Happy Heart. Your health gradually increases in battle. I never really had too much problems in battle until late game. So maybe add it, but there are some items that'll help take down some enemies, especially when we get to that boss battle, I'll mention it. There's a couple boss battles I had that I'll mention, stuff like that. At number 20, we have HP. It raises Mario's max health. HP. I think it's HP Plus. It raises Mario's max health by 5. Again, not really necessary. Just, Mario's max health is 50 anyway, so it might go up but 55, but I had Mario max health and I didn't struggle till the very end of the game anyway. Number 21, we have Ice Power. So this kind of goes hand in hand with fire power. I think it's called a Fire Shield. Ice Power increases damage dealt to fire enemies by 2 and allows you to jump on fire enemies. So you already could jump on fire enemies with Fire Shield, but now you're doing double damage because you can jump on them and you do 2 damage. So again, great for Lava Island. I think that's where you even get Lava Island. Matter of fact, no, we're gonna talk about it when we get to the bosses, when I get to the fights and stuff like that, and the worlds. But yeah, trust me, having Fire Shield and Ice Power on Lava Island, you goated. After that, we have I Spy. I Spy reveals hidden panels for star pieces. It'll basically make like a blinking thing above you. I think I mentioned this when I was talking about collectibles. If you're doing a collectathon, having I Spy is great because you can find all 99 star pieces pretty easily. And then Watt will find the hidden panels because this will only reveal like the star pieces in the ground. It won't reveal the hidden boxes ones. Number 23, we have, that was a must. I Spy is a must. As well as Ice Power is a must. Number 23 is Lucky Day. Enemies attack success rate is lowered. I didn't find this one, but I can see that being useful to people. Next, we have a Mega Jump, Mega Quake, Mega Rush, Mega Smash. Okay, so these are all kind of simple. Mega Jump, basically, it's a single powerful jump on a single enemy, so it might be like 9 power. Mega Quake is hammer slams every grounded enemy, which is great for like ground control. Like if you have a lot of grounded enemies, chomps, those rock things from dry desert. Yeah, I can see Mega Quake being a clutch there, but I can also tell it's probably gonna be like six or seven badge power because there's some heavy high badge power numbers. And again, I didn't max out my badge power, so I didn't worry about those. Mega Rush increases Mario attack by 4 if you have 1 health. I did have this equipped, but I never really saw it used because I was never at 1 health. Like I was at 1 health maybe early game, but by then late game they're doing heavy damage. So if you're down to 1 health, you just got lucky with action commands or something, or you had like some hearts because it was very rare. I got to 1 peril. It was just like 5, and the next hit was gonna kill me. Which I did die 1 time in the game, but we'll talk about that later. After that, we have Mega Smash, which is a powerful hammer slam against 1 enemy. Again, it's kind of just like Mega Jump, or like it's just a powerful attack on 1 enemy, but with the hammer instead of a jump. Number 28 is Money Money. It doubles the coins post-battle. I had a pretty easy time with money in the game. Like any items I needed, I pretty much got. There is a fun thing we'll talk about when we go to the Worlds About Toad Town. There's like this place called I think it's like a casino. It's very much random and very much a gamble, but you can get some max coins even doing the lowest tier. But we'll talk about that when we get there. Another must is number 29, multi bounce. So you would jump on multiple enemies that are in a row, but it cancels if you miss an action command. Like you attack the first enemy, then you have to hit the action command just before you hit that enemy, then you move on to the next enemy, hit the action command. So it's really good for that, for like crowd control. But it only does like 1 or 2 damage, I think, depending on how strong you are. But it was great. It was a must-have in my playthrough. Number 30, we have Payoff. It increases the number of coins depending on the damage caused in battle. I never found this, but I can see that being useful to people. Number 31 is a must if you hate using Goombario. I actually like Goombario. He's our first partner. I thought he was really cute. I thought he was fun. I love his title ability because it tells you about the enemy, like a little backstory if you want to know about the enemy, the bosses or whatever, and then you can see their health. But Peekaboo avoids all that. If you hate using Goombario, just add Peekaboo. I don't know the HP, the badge power cost of it, but it makes your opponent's health visible at all times. So you always know like how much health that person has, because without Peekaboo or without using Tattle, you'll never know how close you are to beating that boss. Like you might panic and be like, "Oh crap, I gotta focus right now," when I could be attacking and finishing him off. So Peekaboo or Goombario's Tattle ability is definitely a clutch for beating this game or any bosses. 32, we have Power Bounce. Power Bounce is a multi-jump attack on 1 enemy that if you miss the action command, it stops. This is great for like taking down a single enemy, or even if you have crowd control, you can just focus on that 1 enemy, take them out 1 at a time. I love Power Bounce. It was one of my favorites, and I kept it equipped the entire time because like I said, my whole thing was using the Mario's jump power the whole game. Number 33, we have a Power Jump. It's a powerful jump on a single enemy. So unlike Power Bounce, where you bounce multiple times, this is just a single bounce. And I believe it does 9 because I used this in a battle towards the end of the game, and it was doing 9 damage. So that was pretty good. Because like I said, the max health on this game is like 50. So 6 of those, you're taking out an enemy. Plus you have your partner, so maybe like 5 or 4. Number 34, we have Power Plus. It increases Mario's attack power by 1. I don't remember if I had this equipped. I could probably see me equipping this, but I'm not sure. Number 35, Power Quake enables a hammer strike on all grounded enemies. Kind of like, I think, Mega Rush, except it's just not. it doesn't break through defenses. It just like hits all grounded enemies. Number 36, we have Power Rush. I do have this equipped as a must. It was decreases damage to Mario's decreases damage to Mario if his health is less than 5 or lower. So that's when Mario's in peril. I equipped it. I think it comes pretty early, but again, it'll be very rare if you survive that long anyway. But it's still good to have. Like if you're in clutch, you're gonna need that. Next we have Power Smash, a single strong hammer strike against a single enemy. Kind of like, again, Mega Hammer or Mega Smash, but just a weaker version of that. Again, I didn't really use the hammer the entire game unless I had to outside of combat. There was times I did use the hammer, but I just preferred to jump on enemies, and we're going to get to how I did that in a second. What did I just say? Next we have Quake Hammer. This damages all ground enemies regardless of defense. So this is pretty good. Like, there are some enemies that like they don't take damage because like they have like a shell or they're like a Koopa. They don't take damage from like a hammer, but this will break through that defense and they still take damage. So pretty good. Probably has high cost, but I did mark that as a must-have. Number 39 is Quick Change, which I did not find. After I heard about this one, I knew I had to equip it next time. Quick Change allows Mario to switch team members without missing a turn. So to even switch your partners out, like say, for example, you're fighting a Chomp who needs to be hit by a bomb. Kooper's shell attack is not going to do anything. So you have to waste one turn, either Kooper's turn, which is better instead of using Mario, but whatever, or use Mario because Mario's damage isn't going to do that much like Bombette's. Switch Kooper out for Bombette. But with Quick Change, you don't have to worry about missing a turn. That's like 3 turns basically. Switch out your partner, then both of you attack. I wish I knew about Quick Change. I wish I did. So that's a must. Runaway Pay is one I have as a must-have, but I didn't really equip it. But you receive star points for defeating enemies even if you flee from battle. There was a few times that I would flee from battle. It's like when Mario's health is super low, I got no items to heal myself, and there's like a crowd control. So I was like, I gotta run. So you do lose star points and coins for not fighting, or you don't lose star points, you don't get star points, but you lose coins. So it is good to have that runaway pay equipped if you feel like you're gonna run or you're not gonna run often. Number 41 is S Jump Charge. Mario's next jump attack is raised by 3. I don't think I use this, but Goombario, one of his level up abilities when we get there, it's called Charge, and it definitely is useful for him. Probably why people didn't think he was useful, because they probably didn't find his charge ability, but it's pretty useful in battle, at least making Goombario relevant. Next, we have S Smash Charge. Mario's next hammer attack increases by 3. Again, I wouldn't equip this anyway because I don't use hammer, but if you're a hammer user, definitely go for that. And I would say that's a must. Shrink Stomp. I never used this in combat, but I did have it equipped. So if you use the action command at the right time and jump on an enemy, they're supposed to shrink down. It happens to Mario. That's how I know that it works, and it's a mechanic in the game. Mario shrinks down. He takes double the damage, and his attacks are weaker. So I imagine it's just reverse. The enemies become smaller, but their attack damage is weaker. So that's a must-have. Next, we have Sleep Stomp. If the action command hits, it puts enemies to sleep for a short period of time. I never did this one. There's a sleep mechanic, like a sleep sheep item. It makes a bunch of sheep run across the stage, and it'll make people fall asleep. But it doesn't work on certain bosses. I don't think it worked on any bosses. But I know it doesn't work on the Dojo Master, but Sleep Stomp, probably same thing. A must-have if you're fighting strong enemies, but I'm not sure who it works against yet. So, hit or miss. Next, we have Smash Charge. It's a must, but it's just a weaker version of S Smash Charge. It raises Mario's next hammer attack by 2. Number 46 is the one you guys were waiting for, and I want to talk about. Sorry, that's my brother. Anyways, Spike Shield allows you to jump on spiked enemies. This is why I never had to use hammer. In the early game, when I played it as a kid, I had to use hammer against spiked enemies because you can't jump on them. You have to flip them over onto their bellies where they're weaker. Well, Spike Shield allows you to jump on them and then flip them over. So having that with multi-bounce, bro, you're taking them out. Or power bounce, you're taking them out. Then we have Spin Attack. Spin Attack defeats weakest enemies by spinning into them in battle. If you use it with first attack, honestly, it will like supposedly take out enemies that are weaker than you, but I only know this is good for like chasing this one shiny like flower guy in flower fields, because defeating him you get a lot of star points. He only spawns once, and and he'll keep running away from battle. So by spinning into him, that's the only way you're going to keep him in the battle, or you put him to sleep or sing him a lullaby or something like that. That's the only way you're going to keep him in battle, but you will get a lot of star points fighting him. And I have notes for that when we get there too, talking about the worlds. Number 48 is spin smash. Enemies hit by your hammer will smash into another enemy, inflicting double damage. I think I saw my brother do this. It's basically you hit the opponent in front of you, and they'll hit everybody behind them or the person behind them immediately. So they're pretty good, the spin smash. Triple dip, this is another one I did not find. You use 3 items in 1 turn. I had found double dip, and double dip was great, but I wish I had knew about triple dip, because that would have helped even better. Also, use your items as much as you can, because you can only hold 10 items max. There is no endless supply of items you can have in your pocket. You can give your items to shopkeepers when your pockets are full and you can't carry anymore, and then you can trade them out or like get them as you need them. But yeah, triple dip, use those items as fast as you can. Again, I'll talk about it on the battle system. And last but not least is Zap Tap. Zap Tap is a badge that basically is the version of Volt Shroom, which you can buy in Toad Shop. So basically when an enemy jumps on you or tries to attack you or punch you or whatever, they're going to get shocked. It protects Mario, I think, from weaker enemies because they don't do any damage, but a strong enemy will still hit you, but they'll take like 1 damage, and I think it weakens them for a second. It like electrifies them, but I'm not sure. I can't remember. But yeah, those are all 50 badges out of the 80 badges that I recommend, because the other 30 are kind of useless, or I didn't find any use for them. So anyways, that's it for that one. We'll move on to the next section of the video right after this. Let's talk about some of the collectibles you can find in Paper Mario. There aren't many, and some of them don't do many things, but you can get like fun dialogue, or you can get star pieces for them. The first collectible you can find is Goombaria's Dolly. This is found immediately after you get the hammer in Goomba Village. So the first thing Goom Papa tells you is like, you're gonna look everywhere, shake all the trees, shake every bush, hammer every tree. Because he tells you from the first time you get the hammer that there's hidden collectibles. And the first one you get is Goombaria's Dolly. Goombaria's Dolly obviously belongs to Goombaria. And giving it to her in Goomba Village gets you 1 star piece and a kiss from Goombaria. This is a cute little thing, but it's like an introduction as well as like there's like how like the prologue and the story kind of combine together to like show you the gameplay and the world and introduce them. This kind of introduces you to like collectibles and checking things. So let's talk about star pieces themselves. There are supposedly 99 star pieces in the game. I didn't look for everyone, and some of them are going to be difficult to find because they're on hidden blocks that are only revealed like with Watt, who is one of your partners, or they're revealed with this badge, like a certain badge. I think the badge is called I Spy. We'll get to badges in the badge section, but there are hidden panels, and like only way to notice them is like hammering the ground sometimes constantly, and then like a panel will flip and it will reveal like a star piece is hidden there. But again, Watt can reveal the hidden blocks, and then I think the badge tells you, it sends like an alert above your head, like, hey, a star piece is in this area, and you just hammer the ground everywhere until you find that star piece. Finding the star pieces are good for trading for badges, which badges help you with your power and things like that throughout the game. So having the star pieces are good, or if you just want to collect all of them. I don't know if you get anything collecting all 99. I didn't say anything about that, but there are 99 star pieces, and some of the badges are really expensive. Like one place you can only buy the star pieces is Marlowe's, which is beneath Star Haven. We're gonna get to all that in a second, but that's where you'll trade the star pieces for, the badges for. After that, we have the dojo. The dojo is located in Toad Town, and you can go here at any point in the game. Inside the dojo are 3 people. Chan, I think it's Chan, Lee, and the Master. Now, Chan obviously being Jackie Chan, and Lee being Bruce Lee. Chan is a dupli ghost who can transform into your partners that you have with you and use their abilities. Lee is like little spiny shell without like the spikes, and you just flip him on his back and you can attack him. He doesn't take any damage until he's flipped over on his back. And the master is the hardest. So the master, you can challenge them over time. Like, you have to challenge them like both, like you have to challenge Chan and Lee like twice before you can move on to the master. The master is already hard the first time you fight him, but as he gets to his strongest form, like the second or third fight, he's like a toad, and he's like wearing like this golden wrap. And he does like 3 attacks, and they all do 10 damage. So you're gonna want stone caps. You're gonna want lightning touches. You're gonna want to put him to sleep, dizzy him, anything you can do to debuff that guy, because he will do some major damage. And his health is pretty high. 50 is like the max health in the game, and he's one of the only 2 characters that have 50 health. But if you battle them throughout the game, like as you progress, you can eventually get strong enough to take them down. Defeating them earns you, I think it's called the degree. It's called a degree. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't intimidate your villains, but like there's like a certain toad in Toad Town that'll like be like, oh, you got that badge, that means you beat the master. Oh, you got that badge, you got that degree, you're the same as me. It's just like a respect thing. It's a collectible, really cute to have, but it doesn't do anything. And you don't get star points fighting the master like you do with like other bosses and stuff like that. He's just like an optional thing to do just for fun, and just to challenge your strength and test your abilities. After that, we have the artifact, which is found in Dry Ruins. Now, the artifact itself isn't sellable and doesn't do anything, but you can give it to Colorado, who's a Koopa from Koopa Village, who is like not an expeditionist. I don't think that's the word for it, but he's like an explorer. Well, I think he is an expeditionist because like he's digging up stuff and he's looking for clues to like hidden treasure and stuff like that. So finding an artifact and giving it to him kind of like reignites his like passion for finding things and adventure, because when you see him throughout Dry Desert, he's like, him and his crew are like, oh, there's no dry ruins out here, because that's what they're looking for. And they're thinking about giving up, but getting that artifact kind of renews them. And even if Mario didn't find the artifact and went back to them and told them Dry Ruins exist, they probably wouldn't believe you. So it just kind of like reinvigorates them. After that, we have Koopa Koot's Favors. Koopa Koot is an old Koopa that lives in Koopa Village, and this is going to be a very, very daunting part of the game. Trust me. The reason why I call it daunting is this game introduced backtracking. If you think Thousand Year Door had backtracking, no. Paper Mario 64 introduced backtracking first. So Koopa Koot is, you want to visit him every time you finish the chapter, especially starting with chapter 2, because the more favors you do for him, he'll give you like 1 coin at first, which is a hilarious gag. He'll give you like a single coin, but then after like a couple times, he'll give you 3 star pieces, which is like the easiest way to get a bunch of star pieces at once. Because like I said, sometimes they're hard to find. They're in hidden blocks or hidden panels. But his at least doing the favors are funny. Like there's a dialogue about, he's like, oh, can you go get this videotape from Goom Papa? He's like, don't worry about what's on that tape. Just bring it back to me. And then after you give him the tape, he's like, ooh, yeah, I'm going to have fun with this later. And and Mario asks him, like, what is on the tape? He's like, don't worry about that. It's just like hilarious dialogue like that. But it's very daunting because sometimes you have to go back and forth to you'll go do a favor for him, like go find this person, deliver this to them, and bring him back something. And it's a lot of back and forth. When you unlock the pipes, it's a lot faster, but it's still very daunting. And there's I think at least 80 favors to do. So I say break them up between chapters, like visit him, because you can't do them all at once. Like, well, you probably can't at the end of chapter 8. But so you don't exhaust yourself, just do it like as you progress through the chapters. Just visit Koopa Village often and go see Koopa Koot. After that, we have delivering letters. Now, our friend or our partner, Parakarry, is a careless twit. He is the worst mailman ever because he dropped letters all over the Mushroom Kingdom. So you can find these letters at any time, even before he joins your party and after he joins your party. But after finding the letters, the reason why this is also daunting, just like Koopa Koot's Favors, there's a lot of backtracking with this one too. So after you find a letter, it'll tell you like a kind of parameter of where this person is. They'll be like, oh, deliver this to a toad in Toad Town, or deliver this to a penguin in Shiver City, something like that. And you won't know who the character is until Paracarries as your main partner while you're in that area, because you can talk to other people and have the letter in your pocket, but if Paracarry's not with you, it won't get delivered. So you have to go through the dialogue again and then deliver the letter. But the daunting part is that sometimes you'll deliver a letter and they'll be like, oh, hey, can you deliver this letter to somebody else? And then you got to go do that. And maybe that person has a letter, you got to go do that. And at the end of every letter, you get a star piece. So it's worth it, but it can be very long, very daunting. Now, I did deliver all the letters. I think there's between 20 and 30. So not as daunting as Koopakoot's Favors, but still kind of daunting because all the back and forth. And then sometimes, like I said, people are like, hey, deliver this letter for me, deliver that letter for me. Oh, and you'll know when you're done because they'll say, oh, thank you, and let's give you a star piece. That's when you know you're done delivering all those letters. After that, we have Luigi's Diary. You don't get anything from Luigi's Diary other than like humorous dialogue and like Luigi's thoughts, like he's jealous of his brother. But what I like to do is I like to go visit Luigi after every chapter because you'll always find Luigi doing something different. Like at one point, the first time you can read Luigi's Diary is he's in the basement and you can't get down there because you need his butt bounce from chapter 3. So I think you get the butt bounce, you can go down there, do the butt bounce, and you'll end up where Luigi is. Oh, this is a part of Koopakoot's Favors. So Koopakoot wants Luigi's autograph. He's his favorite Mario brother. So you go get Luigi's autograph after getting the butt bounce, and then you can read Luigi's Diary. The funny thing about this collectible is that you get like a tease for Luigi's Mansion. If you don't know, when the GameCube first got announced, Luigi's Mansion was their main selling point. Like how Ratchet and Clank, what was it? Ratchet and Clank, the one where there's like 2 Ratchets or a female Ratchet, that was the selling point with PS5. Luigi's Mansion was the selling point for GameCube. And Luigi talks about like how he misses going on adventures with Mario. And then at one point he talks about how a ghost is behind. He thinks a ghost is behind him, but he's scared to look around or turn around. It's literally teasing Luigi's Mansion before Luigi's Mansion ever came out. So I love that. And after that, the last one we have is quiz time. Quiz time, he pops up randomly. It's like this like purple orange like snake worm guy, and he just asks you questions that you probably can figure out just like playing the game or like running like an enemy you just fought or a boss. He'll ask like what color they were, or he'll ask like how many legs does this creature have that you fought, stuff like that. Answering the questions properly or correctly gets you 1 star piece, but you don't get anything for not getting it correct. You just don't get a star piece and you have to find them again. I don't know how many quiz time questions there are. I'm gonna assume like 20 to 30, just like the letters, because I don't think there's that many like the Koopakoot's Favors. But they're fun enough. It's just a fun little thing you can do. It's a choice. You don't have to do it, but if you want to get all the star pieces, you will have to find him. And he pops up randomly. Sometimes you can leave an area, go back, and he'll be back there again. But it's very random. It pops up. But those are all the collectibles I could find in Paper Mario. If you have any other collectibles you found, let me know in the comments below. But for now, we'll move on to the next section of the video. Enemy types and sub-bosses. Now, there are some sub-bosses that are story-driven, some that are completely optional, which I think there's only like maybe 2, 5 at most, but definitely like 2 that aren't story-driven or that you can avoid completely. And then I'm going to talk about some enemy types that you're familiar with, some that are different, and how like Paper Mario 64 has kind of changed some of them. So obviously we have the Goombas. Goombas are like a Mario well-known. They're the sideways side scrollers, and like their signature technique is head bunking Mario on the head. And you know, they go down with like 2 hits, 2 damage. So usually you're gonna start out with like 1 damage, so it'll be you and your partner to take them out. Or like if you do the action command, do an action command, you can take them out. Variations for those are like they're flying, they have spikes on their head, they're flying and they have spikes on their head. If you have the shield spike badge, which I recommend just keeping on, period, you can always jump on them because I prefer that over smash, the hammer attack. But oh, and there's a color variation when you get the Toad Town Sewer. Color variations are just to show that these ones are stronger than normal. But yeah, the Goombas, not much to say about them. Koopas are another familiar enemy type. The turtle shell guys who will hurl themselves at you by like going into their shells and then launching themselves at you. You take them down with a bounce first to expose their underbelly. You can do that with Stomp, or you can end the action command, or you can use Quake Hammer to knock them on their back, do like 2 damage, and they'll be on their back, and their stomachs are exposed. Variations of those are Armored Spike Koopas, which I do have my own section for those, as well as Flying, where they just have wings and they just can attack you from above, but hitting them once will knock them down. Same with the Goombas. If you hit them once, the flying ones, they fall down, and those are wings. And they have a color variation as well in Town Sewers, and I think that's only variations of those. Fuzzies, I'm not sure if they're familiar with the Mario universe, but these guys are springy as fuck, and they're annoying. They're like vampires. So basically, they'll jump on you, and or like a leech, and they'll like constantly bite you. And while they're biting you, they do like one damage, but it's also doing like reviving their health. And so the annoying thing about it is you have to press A really fast. They'll probably get up to like 2 or 3, depending on how fast you press. I wouldn't try to break my controller, but depending on how fast you press, they'll probably get at least 2, maybe 3 at most. 4 if you're really slow at tapping. And like they'll just get their health back up, so all the damage you did might be like sponged. And then if you're fighting like a crowd of them, it's annoying. It's even worse because like now you have a bunch of these vampires constantly sucking you. So multi-bounce, Quake Hammer, Koopas, Charge, Cell Attack, anything that like does crowd control for grounded enemies, or Bombette's Bomb Attack. Use it. You want to take those things out fast as possible. They're not hard to beat. It's just like I said, they're annoying with the drinking your blood, taking your health, and you're gonna have low HP in the beginning of the game anyway. You might get up to like 15, 20 by the time you get to the Koopa Brothers, but yeah, they're pretty annoying. Then we have Bob-ombs. Bob-ombs are definitely a familiar type from Mario universe. And in battle, if they explode after they hit you, they're gone. They just die, but they do a lot of damage. You can block it with the action command by, covering your hat. But, yeah, and then if you do hit them, well, before you hit them, they'll just, like, slam into you like Bombette's normal slam attack. But after you hit them, they, like, charge up and they get angry. You don't want to jump on them at that point because then you're going to take damage. They will still explode and you'll get the star points, but they will explode and you'll take damage. So, best to use your hammer attack then for those. Or you can use Koopa's, like, long shell toss to, like, take them out. Koopa won't take any damage for that. Bullet bills in our cannon. Now, these are just annoying. Bullet bills go down pretty easy. Like, they're just like, I think it's like 1 or 2 damage. Most bullet bills go down. But it's the cannons that are annoying because you can't jump on the cannons. The cannons take no damage from jumps. They take no damage from Goombario's head bonk, no damage from Koopa's toss shell. They take 1 damage from your hammer, and then they take more damage from Bombette's bomb ability. But because that requires FP, you want to get your FP really high. You're going to want to use Bombette's bomb ability because that's the fastest way to take him out. Because other than that, it's a pain in the ass of a fight. And there are variations of them later, like the bullet bill. There's a golden version. The bullet bills turn gold and they survive longer. But after they hit you once, they explode, they're gone. Again, it's the cannons that are a bigger deal. And there are stronger variations of the hammer that you get, like Super Hammer, Ultra Hammer. But early game, when you fight these cannons, you don't have that kind of weapon. So, yeah, you're going to have to rely on Bombette for that. After that, we have Master Junior Koopa, which I referenced in the prologue. I'm going to talk about all his encounters here. So I'm not going to go too much into this because I already mentioned him in the prologue. But he's like a newborn hatchling. He's like a Koopa that's still in his eggshell. His egg's on top, and like the bottom is the bottom half of the egg. And like he's like the boss of the neighborhood. His second encounter, though, is pretty funny because if Goombario is your partner, even though Grandpa was with you when you fought him, Goompa was with you when you fought him, Goombario's like, oh, I know this guy. He's like a bully in our neighborhood, but he's like a little joke. No one takes him seriously. And then if you have the other members, which I think at that point are Cooper and Bombette or Parakarry, they'll be like, Mario, who is that guy? And no, it's just Bombette or Cooper because you don't get Parakarry yet. This is in the end of chapter 1, going into chapter 2. They'll ask, who is that guy, Mario? And then Master Junior Koopa was like, oh, Mario knows me. He's my rival. You remember me, right? And if you say no, it just makes him angry. I said no. But if you say yes, he's like, yeah, you remember me. It's pretty funny dialogue you can get. Now, he says he leveled up. And this time he's able to hide himself in his shell for extra defense. So I think your jump doesn't work. Oh, no. Yeah, your jump isn't going to work here, but your hammer does 1 damage. And your best bet for a quick win is to use Bombette's bomb ability. It just does more damage and it'll end up fight faster than that one damage from the hammer. Post this battle, you can continuously whack him over and over again, which I just found humorous because, like, I'm a child at heart, and I just kept hitting him out while he was down. He's just like, ow, ow, ow. It's just pretty funny. Your third encounter with them isn't until after Chapter 4, when we leave the Forever Forest, or Chapter 3, when we leave the Forever Forest. He's afraid of the boos and the monsters. Like, he comes out of the forest like, oh my god, I can't believe I made it through that. But he's relieved that he found Mario. Like, he's like, oh, my rival's here. Now I feel better. It's just stupidly funny. And he tells Mario it's payback time. He's like, it's time for you to pay for making a fool out of me twice. And this time he's got a new technique. He has bat wings and he can fly. I like using Lady Bo against him in this. It doesn't do anything extra, but just the fact that he said he's scared of boos. Although, now that I think about it, I wonder what no, she didn't have her spook ability at that point, because you have to have a, well, you might have got, if you used the Ultra Super Rank on Lady Bo, she might have had her, she might have had her spook ability. I'm curious if that would have done something to him, because, again, I'm going to reference this now. In Thousand Year Door, there is this badge that makes a cricket sound whenever you, like, land an attack. And they say in the first, or it's proven that in the first chapter boss fight, the dragon boss is afraid of crickets. So if you use that badge while you attack her, she'll get afraid, and she, like, instantly quits the fight, like, halfway through. Like, you don't have to finish the full fight. So I thought that was pretty funny. So I'm curious, I get they had something kind of gimmick with that too. Like, so because he's afraid of boos, if you had to use Lady Boo's spook ability, maybe he would have got scared or something. Then we have a fourth encounter with him. That's right, he ain't done yet. He's back again, and this time it's post Chapter 5, and he's swimming across the ocean from Toad Town and to Lava Lava Island, where we just finished that chapter. And then he tries to challenge us. He's come there to challenge us, but we've already left on the whale back to Toad Town. So he swims again after us back to Toad Town. And what happens is, once we reach a Toad Town together, he's like, all right, I'm ready to fight. And you might not have saved, you might have been exhausted from the previous fight, but guess what? It's okay, because he has half his health, because he hilariously lost half his energy swimming across the ocean. But this time he claims for sure he's going to win. He's like, I've got a new power. Well, what's the new power? He had a spike to his head as well as his back wings. If you have Spike Shield, which is a badge I recommend leaving on, period, you can just keep jumping on him. It doesn't take long to beat him. Or you can use Hammer Throw if you fancy that. The fifth encounter with him, yeah, he's still not done. He meant what he said when he said we're going to see him again. He's back and he's ready to rumble in Shiver City this time. And he's come wielding a magic wand. So is this the end for us? Like, I mean, this guy's got magic powers now. No, it's an easy fight. You can take him down, and then if you leave the area after you beat him and you come back, he'll be frozen solid on ice. It's just a little fun. Like I said, this game, it adds like that extra layer to it. And you just see him frozen there, and I just thought it was funny. I was like laughing just the fact that he was frozen. And the last encounter is the Koopa Bros are back. Yeah, you thought I was going to mention Master Koopa Jr. No way. The Koopa Bros are back. My favorite villains of all time. They are back. They're ready to fight. They said they got a new special move for us. All right, let's go. All right, well, Master Koopa Jr. just showed up for the last time, and he took out the Koopa Bros. So my favorite villains, the ones I was hyped to the face, they're gone. Master Koopa Jr. just took them out. So obviously they were weaker than him. He took out all four of them. So our last fight, what is it? It's him using all of his powers, variations, mixed together one after another. Pretty fun fight, but that's the last time we see him, I promise. But I did enjoy him. It was a pretty fun battle. The Goomba Bros, Red, Blue, and Goomba King, I've already mentioned them in the story part, so I'm not going to go too much into them. But basically, Red and Blue are the left and right arm of the Goomba King, and they're blocking you from reaching Toad Town. Red and Blue, either one you defeat, one or the other will cry, and they'll get more motivated to fight you. They don't get stronger, but they just get more motivated to fight you, which is just a little cute little gimmick. And then after you defeat both of them, you immediately go into another battle with the Goomba King, which is the biggest, tallest Goomba. He's got a crown. He's wearing like these clown-like pants, and his eyes are shifting up and down. And again, this boss fight, the Red and Blue Goomba are going to have half their health because you beat them previously just like 5 seconds ago. So take out Red and Blue first, one after the other. Just trust me, it's easier. And then focus on the Goomba King because it's just an easier fight that way. Or if you want to challenge yourself, take them all three, one after another. After that, we have Magic Koopas, which I also mentioned in the beginning. Magic Koopas, I don't know if I said this part, they come in different variations and colors, but their main gimmick is that in battle, they can heal other enemy types, or they can power up other enemy types, as well as debuff you or hit you with magic. Now, if they're the last one standing, they will always flee from combat, so you will miss the star points taking them out. So if you're fighting like 3 Goombas and one Magic Koopa, take out the Magic Koopa first, because he's gonna power up the enemies first anyway. But also, if he's the last one standing, he's gonna flee. If you're fighting all Magic Koopas, just take them out as fast as you can, because the last one is gonna flee back from combat. They can be seen on broomsticks, or sometimes they'll be on the ground, but either way, they'll flee once they're the last one. Now, Lee, Chan, and Master Toad they're not enemies per se or bosses, but they're people you can challenge. So Lee is a dupli ghost, and he's optional to face in the Toad Town Dojo, which I think I'm going to mention later. But basically, fighting these guys just gets you like a degree that shows that you like are the strongest. You don't really get anything more from that. Oh, I talked about this in Collectibles. You don't get anything more from that. You don't get star points, but it's just to show how strong you are. But Lee, yeah, he's a dupli ghost. Fighting him, he can take on any form of your partners. I think that's with you. And wait, hold on, let me see. Oh yeah. He can. His main gimmick is transferring into your partner that's with you, and just using their abilities. Now Chan is I think they're called a buzzy beetle. He's a red one or a blue one, and the way to take him down is just flip him onto his back and then attack his underbelly. Pretty easy to do. You can do this by using stomp, and then, if you use the action command, you'll stomp and then hit him additionally, or you can stomp and then have your partner attack and, take him down. But Chan is way easier than Lee. And then Master Toad, he will demolish you early game. Like, he does high damage when you first fight him. And although your max health is 50, when you do fight him later, like his later variations, he does like 3 different attacks. So I recommend going in there with 3 or 4 stone caps. Just have your partner attack. Use some repel gel. Use vault tap. Just let him hit you once instead of let you hit you 3 times. Or use the double dip badge or the triple dip badge, which I did not find. I found the double dip badge, but I did not find the triple dip badge. If you use a triple dip badge, you can use 3 items in one turn. But yeah, you want to take out Master Toad as fast as possible, because he will kick your ass without that. And he does high damage, like I said. Even having Mario guard with this hat still won't stop his endless onslaught. You just want to take him down as fast as possible while guarding yourself. Now, piranha plants, these are not new to the Mario universe, but there are variations on this game, including on Lava Island. I think they're introduced in the Forever Forest, but they come in variations on Lava Island where they can, like, I think, poison you with their poison breath. Some of them are on fire. And then in Shiver City, some of them are ice. So what you want to do in those situations is, if you have spike shoot on, you can jump on them, because their mouths are always vertically facing up. If you don't have spike shoot on, obviously you're going to take damage. They'll bite your foot. But if you hit them with the hammer, if you choose to do that, and they turn their face vertically or horizontally, then obviously you can jump on their heads. But again, the best way to take them out, just have spike shoot on, because whether they turn their head or not, you can always hit them with the hammer up close, whether they're facing horizontally, or hit them vertically with the stomp. But it depends on your playstyle. It always depends on your playstyle. Also, leave the Feeling Fine badge on. That way you don't take any ice freeze damage, you don't take any poison damage, and you don't take any burn damage from the fire ones. Now, the next up is moles. Moles pop out of the ground and throw rocks at you. These are in dry desert, and I think they even make appearances in Mario Kart and stuff like that. But they're pretty easy to beat. You can use like multi-bounce to take out all of them, or you can use Quake Hammer. They're not hard. Clefs, they pretend to be rocks. Now, there are 2 variations to these. Some of them have spikes on their heads, some of them don't. I think the early ones don't, but you basically have to flip them onto their backs. And I don't think Jump does it. I think you have to use like Pow Block or Quake Hammer, or you can use Bombette's bomb ability to like knock them over or just hurt them. And I think your hammer does some damage, but I don't think so either. Probably not. I think you have to flip them on their underbellies first. But they're pretty easy to beat too. Oh, now we're going to get to the first optional boss. So the first optional boss is when you're crossing a bridge to Dry Outpost, we're stopped by her. And she'll ask if you're Mario, Luigi, or Peach. If you answer Mario, she's like, oh, I found my target. You're the one I'm going to fight, and you have to fight. If you choose Peach, she's like, I know Peach has been captured by Bowser. You think you can fool me? You're Mario. Let's fight. Now, if you say you're Luigi, she'll be like, oh, I don't know who you are. You're free to pass. I'm looking for Mario. And if you skip this, you're missing out on some star points. Because if you face her later, you might get less star points. Because the stronger you are, the less chance of star points you get, or no star points at all. So, I mean, it is optional. You could be weak. Because you can leave that area and then come back, and she'll still ask the same question, are you Mario, Luigi, or Peach? Because I guess she has short-term memory. And you can fight her. But her attacks are like a claw attack. She can also lift you into the air and then drop you onto the ground for like fall damage. She can do like this feather. She can toss a feather at you. And then what's the last one? Oh, she can hurl gust of winds at you and your partner. This is the first boss, I believe, that does like partner damage or partner knockdown, because partners don't have health. And your partner can be knocked down for like 2 or 3 turns. But it's just a great gradual progression of like boss fights, in my opinion. Next we have bandits. These guys are annoying as fuck. So they don't run at you like sideways. They run at you like horizontal, like diagonally, like a bishop and chess does, like how bishop can go like this way, that way, that way. So, but if they run into you, then they're looking for a fight. They're looking to steal your money. So they'll hit you in combat. They'll take like a coin. At least I think it's 1 coin. It might be more. But after they get their coin, do have like 1 turn after they get their coin to like stop them from running away, because they will flee combat and they'll take your money. They're not looking for a fight. And the annoying thing is like you don't know where they're coming from sometimes, because they come really fast off screen. You'll hear their footsteps, but I fought them anyway. They're not hard to beat, but it's just like an annoying gimmick that like you gotta beat them quicker. They'll take your money. They're not looking for a fight. They're looking for rob and go. Next up, we have Pokies. Pokies are a familiar Mario type enemy from various Mario games. They're like sentient cactuses that are yellow, and they like can toss their body parts at you like a tennis ball or a baseball, until eventually their head's the last thing left. When their head's left, they'll just bounce their head towards you and then stab you in the head. Now the annoying thing about these guys is they can spawn like several versions of themselves over and over again. So like they'll stab themselves to the ground and then pull out another Pokey. Now, the variations can also inflict poison. So again, Spike, Shield, and Feeling Fine badge are your best friends in this game. Like, it'll save you so much hassle if you add those 2 badges. So yeah, I recommend that. Although you can also take them out with like Cooper's Shell Toss ability or Bombette's. If you have Bombette's Power Bomb, she does a lot of like crowd control for grounded enemies. But again, I just use multi-bounce and Spike Shield, so I don't have too much of a problem with them. Bats, these are the enemies that you can't jump to yourself. You're going to need Paracarry on your team. Or you can use Quake Hammer. Quake Hammer also knocks them down. But again, I didn't rely on the hammer badges this time around. But the bats will hang up to the ceiling where Mario can't jump to. Later in the game, you do get something called Super Boots that could reach those enemies that high. But at that point, you're going to be way too over leveled to fight them anyway. Like, it'd be pointless to fight them. But yeah, so you'll face those. You'll need Paracarry to hit those down or use Quake Hammer. But the bats are pretty easy. And I think they also drink your blood for damage and to heal themselves. So yeah, just take them out. Next, we have Buzzy Beetle. These guys are simple. They're like, I think this is what I said is Lee from, or is it Shan? Whichever one of those dojo people I said, this is the ones when you flip them on their back, double attack and take them out. They're basically flip them on their back, expose their underbellies. Now, Chomps have 2 variations. One of the rock versions, and then one of the ones you're more familiar with, where they're black and like they're made of steel. The rock versions take 1 damage from a hammer, or the super hammer, I think, and then Bombette does obviously the bigger damage. Like, she is the best version to fight them with. Jump does nothing to the Chomps, and they basically fling themselves at you and bite you. You know what a Chomp does. Not much to say about those, but yeah, Bombette's, and maybe even Watt late game does damage to Chomps, but I don't think you face that many Chomps late game. You probably do. Because I feel like Watt's ability would work. Maybe Sushi's surf ability or tidal wave. But yeah, not much really works against them that I can remember. Oh, now we have another optional boss, or at least I would consider this an optional boss. It's Giant Blooper. So you'll find him in Toad Town sewers pretty early in the game. He's protecting a decent badge. I don't remember exactly which badge it was, but I say go for it because I remember it's a badge I thought was useful. And his attack is he can spray you or your partner with ink. And he can also bounce on your head to do like 3 damage. Not really that hard, but again, since you can face him early game, it'll probably be a lot of damage to you. But if you found like hammer throw, go ahead and use that because I don't think stomp. Oh no! You can use your hammer throw, stomp, Goombario's head bonk, or paracarry shell shot to hit him. Because bomb bet, unless you have a power bomb, no, even power bomb won't reach it. Or Cooper won't reach him either. So yeah, it's your hammer throw, Goombario's head bonk, or paracarry to damage Giant Blooper. Now, Electric Blooper is the next form. This guy, he must have found some ooze in the sewer because he's not only bigger, he's got powers now. So from time to time, he'll charge his body with lightning. When this happens, you'll want to hit him with Paracarry Shell Shot. Or you can sacrifice a partner to hit him, period, like basically Goombario, but Goombario will just take damage. Or you can have Mario take the hit and have your partner attack. But after he's been hit once while his body's charged with lightning, you'll basically he'll basically go back to normal. Or you can use Lady Bow's out of sight ability to like hide, or you can use Lady Bow's ability out of sight ability to hide Mario for that special attack, and then it'll go back to normal. But once you finish the battle, you unlock the warp pipes to Goomba Village, Koopa Village, and Dry Outpost. This is great because there's a lot of backtracking later in the game where you're delivering letters or doing favors for Koopa Koot, and instead of like needing to travel to all these places, you can just use a warp pipe in Toad Town Sewer to get there faster. Again, when we get to 1,000 Year Door review, you'll see how much backtracking they did for our Paper Mario. Now, Super Blooper is the final form of Blooper, and this guy is gigantic. He's the biggest form of Blooper, and he's got another power. This time, he can give birth. Or she. I don't know. It might be, I don't know what the sex of the Blooper is. Anyways, it goes down fairly easy. He does have a supercharged attack, which I think I did use Lady Bow's out of sight ability for this, but yeah, I recommend that. Or Gel Repel, because you'll also hide Mario and he'll be intangible. After that, we have Shy Guys. This is a familiar Mario enemy that doesn't really need too much explanation. But the gimmick in this game is when a Shy Guy attacks you, they'll jump off you and do a flip if you don't use the action command. If you don't do the action command, the flip does nothing. It's just like the crowd will cheer for them and they'll get like a light show. But if you do block it, they flip and they fall on their face. And it's just I don't know why. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny as a kid too. But it's just like a funny gimmick again to add it to the game. There are variations of them where like they'll have like a spear, but that you have to either use jump or you have to use smash the hammer to dodge. If it's pointing vertically, you use the hammer. If it's pointing horizontally, you use the jump. But again, if you have Spike Shield on, you're not going to need to worry about any of that. I think that's on my notes on that one. After that, we have another optional boss, Koopa, or Can't See Koopa. Now, this guy is annoying as fuck, and we're going to talk about that why just right now. But first, you have 3 options when you face him. The 3 options are, you can either turn around and go back to where you came from. That's what he says. You can turn around, go back where you came from, keep your limbs intact, and don't ever come back this way. You can pay 100 coins to like bypass him and like, you know, safe passageway to Koopa Village, or you can fight him. But he warns you that if you fight him, he's incredibly tough, and he is not exaggerating. If you go into this battle, you do 1 to no damage, and he does high damage. He does like 10 damage or higher. And again, your max health is 10. So if you're anything less than 50, you're going to go down in less than 5 turns. And even your partner does low damage. So how do you take down a guy this freaking strong? Well, it's actually more simple than you would think. There are 3 ways to take him down. The first is Sleepy Sheep, the item that you can get in the Toad Town shop. It'll put him to sleep. Second is use Star Energy, I think her name is Mamar. use her lullaby ability to knock him out. Or the last way is to use the sleep stomp badge. This will put him asleep, and it seems like a cheap way, but trust me, Nintendo planned for this because he talks about how he's feeling tired, but he can't go to sleep. So they were already telling you like how to beat him. And when you do beat him, you get a whole bunch of star points. So it's no reason not to like fight this guy. But he is incredibly strong. If you do not use these tactics to take him down, you're doing suicide. It'll be a long battle, and it's gonna take forever. Trust me. I tried it without ever knowing that you had to put him to sleep before. Let's see. Whew. Oh, and also the reason why, if you're wondering, like, well, if there's warp pipes to Koopa Village, why don't people just take the warp pipes? Well, not everybody wants to go down the sewer pipe like Mario. So, you know, some people like to stay dry. Otherwise, I was thinking the same thing. Like, well, if he's blocking, if you got to pay him 100 points or 100 coins or fight him, why don't y'all just take the warp pipe? And I was like, well, because people don't want to go down the warp pipe like Mario, you know. Now, the next up we have is Crazy Daisy. These are like cute little flower people, but despite their cuteness, they will sing and they will kill you with their death song. And the way you defeat them is, or sometimes they can put you to sleep or do damage to you or your partner or both. If their health is really low, like you weaken them to like a low amount of health, they'll run away from battle. So you want to beat them fast, because if they run away from battle, you get no star points from that. Like they're just gone. They left. Now, one enemy type that shows up only in their area, Flower Gardens, is a Mazy Daisy. Now, this one you want to fight. It's a shiny daisy that can spawn. It'll spawn in the same place every time. But if you miss it or it runs away, you have to just leave the area, come back, and keep doing it until it shows up again. But the way to take it down is, I had to read this online. You have to add the spin dash bash to your thing, and then add like spin dash dizzy dial or something. So when you run into him, the moment combat starts, he's already dizzy. You can also do a dizzy dial in combat to like make him dizzy. I don't know if Sleepy or Lullaby works on him. But if it does, you'll want to fight him, because you get a lot of star points, like 30 star points, 40 star points fighting him, which is, like I said, you need 100 to upgrade. So fighting him is a must if you want to get like some crazy star points easily. After that, we have Bazaps. Bazaps are like bees with like giant stingers. They look like Beedrill from Pokemon. They're really weak. They go down with like 2 hits. They're like a Goomba. But they can summon a swarm of bees that when they strike you, they have a chance to make Mario shrink. And if Mario shrinks down, his attack's lowered, his defense is lowered. And so the enemies can take you down a lot easier. But again, they're not too hard. Even if there was crowd control, like just use multi-bounce, you'll take them out pretty fast. Those are not a big deal at all. Next, we have Rough and Puffs. They look like brown fart clouds with orange eyes. That's all I got to say. That's literally what I thought when I fought them. My brother thought that was funny too. Next, we have Lakitu and Spike Rollers. These guys remind me of the enemies. Well, not the enemies. Remember Super Mario 64, the guy that follows Mario around with the camera on the cloud, and he's like a tiny green turtle. That's what these guys are. Or they're like the guys from Mario Kart that take forever to lift you up after you fell down and then drop you. It's like, bitch, drop me. Like 5 cars just passed me. You just put me in 7th place because you didn't fucking just drop me. That's what the Lakitu and Spike Rollers are. And they're famous for like throwing these like, I think they're called Spike Rollers. I just said that. They throw these Spike Rollers down, and they're endless. Like, if you take out the Spike Rollers, they'll just throw down more. So we're going to take out the Lakitus. The problem with the Lakitus is, unless you have the Super Boots, which you have to go back and find in Toad Town Sewer, the game's not going to tell you where the game's not going to tell you to go find the Super Boots. You just got to go get the Super Boots yourself. They're annoying to hit, so you'll have to rely on Paracarry. You'll have to rely on Watt. You can rely on Lady Bow. And I think that's it, because there's no one else on your team. Maybe Spike if you have Spike already, because there's no one else on your team that can hit that high. And you want to take them out soon, because like I said, they'll spawn endless spiky rollers. After that, we have Gulprits. Gulprits look like Quagsire from Pokemon. Like, that's really what I thought when I played it as a kid at 9 years old too. And their 2 attacks are like eating these rocks and shooting them at you, or they'll lick you like a Lickitung. And that's pretty much it. Like, that's their 2 gimmicks. But yeah, that was my thought and process when I fought them. I was like, these are like Quagsire from Pokemon. After that, we have duplicos, which are exactly like Chan or Lee, whichever one I again said back for the dojo. They take control. They take on the form of your partner. The funny thing about them is, because they're not hard, they'll always try to impersonate your partner. They'll be like, hey, Mario, it's me. I'm your partner. And then your actual partner will be like, did you really just... Are you falling for this? He just transformed in front of me. And you actually have to choose between hitting your partner or hitting the duplicos. If you hit your partner gets pissed off and they'll attack you. They don't join the duplicos, they'll just attack you once. They'll be like, why did you just do that? Do you not trust me? Did you forget about our friendship, about our adventure? So don't hit your partner on purpose. Obviously hit the duplicos. And then the duplicos will be like, how did he not fall for that? My disguise was perfect. And then sometimes, like later in the game, I'll probably talk about this when I get to that level, so let me save that. But there's a really funny part about the duplicos later in the game. We got about 4 enemies left to go through. After that, we have armored Koopas. Now, armored Koopas, as I mentioned before, are a variation of Koopas, or of the Koopas. And they're just literally spiked Koopas with spike shells. And so if you have the spike shield badge, again, just jump on them. Otherwise, you can use your hammer. But I think the problem is that they still have to be knocked on their back. So using hammer itself isn't going to do anything until they're knocked on their back. So you have to use like Quake Hammer and then, attack them with hammer. So again, Spike Shield and Feeling Fine are your best friends in this game. Just always leave them on. No matter what your BP is, whether your BP is high, whether your BP is low, leave Feeling Fine and Spike Shield on. It'll just always save you. It's just the best one. After that, we have Hammer Bros. Hammer Bros don't really need that much explanation because you guys already know who they are. They're familiar to the Mario Brothers universe. They throw endless hammers at Mario. Now, the gimmick in this game is that if you're not constantly blocking as each hammer hits you, there's a chance that Mario will shrink. And just like the B-Zaps, if Mario shrinks, his attack is weaker and his defense is weaker. But other than that, they're pretty easy. I don't think you have to make them fall onto their backs to expose their bellies. I'm pretty sure they can be hit by hammer, because they don't seem like they have a shell. Like, they're obviously turtles, but they don't have like that giant shell to hide in. After that, we have Buzzy Beetles. Buzzy Beetles are a variation of what did I call those? Blue beetles? Hold on, let me check that real fast. What are the Buzzy Beetles? So yeah, Buzzy Beetles are a variation. Bony Beetles are a variation of Buzzy Beetles. They're like spike rollers. They can roll into a ball and hurl themselves at you, but they go down the same way, knock them onto their back, expose their underbellies, and jump on them. And that takes them out. And then lastly are dry bones. Now, there is something that I just found out in this game about dry bones, but I'm going to tell you something that you guys already know first. So dry bones, after you defeat one of them, they will just remain on the ground and they'll stay like that in combat. Now, if the battle goes on too long, the dry bones will just restore themselves because they're like the spirit of a Koopa that died but hasn't like gone to peace, and they will just rise back up and you have to take them out again. Fighting an army of dry bones is annoying for that very reason. Well, not an army, but like 4 of them at a time is annoying for that very reason. Because you have to take them out all fast or take them all at the same time. Otherwise, they just get right back up. Well, this game taught me something. If you burn a dry bones while it's down, they actually leave the game. Like, well, not leave the game, they leave the field. So, or you can use Bombette's bomb ability and just explode the bones after they're down. So I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, I did not know that. I did not know dry bones, if you burn them after they go down, they go away. So, because I was like, damn, I just took 3 of these guys down and one of them's still up, and now the other three are getting back up because this battle's taking too long. So that was pretty fun to learn. That's all the enemy types and sub-bosses I could think of. The next section we're going to end off with is the worlds, and then we're going to go into the conclusion of the game. So let's get into it. We have the Peach segments. Now, the Peach segments, they're not really like stealth. That's what I call them. But like, it's more like just a different way to play, unlike Mario, like trying to get around. So stealth for Mario anyway. And you're traveling on with Twink, and you're basically finding clues to help Mario find out about the location of the 7-star spirits, or you're sending items to Mario and badges that you can find only in the castle to help him. Mario can retrieve these later, post like end game when Mario infiltrates the castle, but this can help Mario early game. And so we're going to go through my notes on this one. So if there are any standout moments, I'll probably list them because like they're very short. They're probably like 5 minutes each, but like there's not really much to say about each one. Like there's like 8 segments in total, maybe 9, 10 tops. But the main gimmick is once Peach knows how to get out of her room, if you go out the front door, a guard will just catch you and they'll toss you back in the room. They'll be like, Princess Peach, what are you doing in here? And they'll lift you up and they'll throw you back in the room. For some reason, they don't see the little twink star spirit. I guess because he's so tiny or he's not like a threat to them. They're like, I'm not worried about that thing. But yeah, so going out the room isn't the way out. Well, going out the front door isn't the way out. So that's why I mean like stealth. Because if you get caught at any moment as Peach outside of her room, they'll throw you back in. But exploring Peach's room can get you some hilarious banter. Like, you can, like, look at a picture of Mario and Twink will be right there. She'll be like, don't look at that. Or she'll look at her dresses and she'll be like, I have so many. Or Twink will be like, they're all the same. And Peach is like, no, they're not. Or you can look in the mirror, powder your face. It's just, like, silly, fun stuff you can do with Peach in her room. It just adds to, like, the world that they created. And then, for some reason, she has a secret entrance in her fireplace that she never knew about. I still think that's hilarious to this day, like that she never knew about that secret passageway. Also, there's only one segment where you can read Bowser's diary, but it has like some hilarious dialogue because Twink reads it to Peach, and you can see like Peach's reaction to like what he's saying, like Bowser confessing his love to Peach and talking about how much he hates Mario. It's just really funny things. If they, like, again, I did everything you could do in this game. It's really funny things they added in there. And also, this is a first, of course, how Peach gets information that, like, the Star Spirits have been captured by Bowser's minions, and she sends Twink to deliver this information to Mario. And, I also like going out on the balcony as a kid. You can still do this, but, like, you can go out on the balcony of Peach's room at any time. I used to just stand out there and scream out, Mario, come save me, like I was, like, Romeo and Juliet or Mario and Peach. Just, again, just kid humor, and it's just, like, just fun stuff you can do. On your second segment, though, you can leave Peach's room. The first segment, you leave Peach's room through her secret passageway in the fireplace, and you end up in Bowser's room. And they throw you back in the room. At the end of every segment, they throw you back in your room, obviously. But, like, the second segment, you can go out the door, and then, like, you can explore around the castle, but you have to avoid the guard's light, because if the guard's light shine on you, they're like, hey, Peach, how'd you get out of your room? And they throw her back in there. Which is weird. Why have they not tried to figure out how Peach is getting out? Like, they never once were like, there has to be a hidden door in here somewhere or nothing. Or maybe they do off screen. But, yeah, so you want to avoid the guard's light. And you can explore these rooms. You can find badges. You can just explore the castle in general. I think there's, like, 4 rooms in the first area, and then, like, 5 rooms at the second area, plus the outside, and then the stairway leading to the top of the roof of the castle. But they're really fun segues. And there's no battle encounters. Like, if you get caught in a guard's light, you just get tossed back in the room. Peach has no battle segments. Also, I mentioned in here, like, in one of the rooms is like this mystery chest, and it connects to a chest in Merle's house, which is in the Star Summit, near the Star Summit, where you can go towards the Star Summit, or you can go towards Merle and Merle's house, or Merle's. And inside of her house is a random chest. At first, when you do it the first time and you look in there, there's nothing in there. But then when you play as Peach and you see that she has the same chest, she talks about, I have, there's an identical chest just like this. And it basically acts like a vanishing cabinet. Like, you know how in Harry Potter, you put something in this cabinet, close the door, and then if somebody opens the cabinet on the other side, they can take the item out. That's basically what it is. It's basically a vanishing cabinet. But I thought that was cool. And I think that was 2001, so I don't know if they got that idea from Harry Potter or, I mean, other shows and movies probably have done something like that too. But it's just really good. Let's see. Oh, in another hilarious segment, Peach escapes from her room and Bowser and Cammy see her as they're discussing Mario's weakness. This is really fun. All right, so they're discussing Mario's weakness and they're like, what is Mario afraid of? And Cammy turns to you, and Bowser and Peach are surprised to see Peach is out again, but instead of immediately throwing her back in the room, they're like, hey, let's use this opportunity to find out what Mario's weakness is. And they give you like 3 options. Well, they give you 9 options, but there's 3 because there's 3 different things they asked if he's afraid of. And 2 of them are actual enemies you can fight. And then one of them is like a can of soda, a mushroom, and like another item that can help Mario. And if you choose the items, they will still think Mario's afraid of these items, but like Cammy notes like, this is kind of weird though. Why would you be afraid of a mushroom? But oh well. But if you do, but also on that note, if you do choose those humorous items, it will give Mario those items that he can use in battle. They won't fight. The items don't come to life. But you're missing out on star points because I believe if you choose the enemies, you get a lot of star points from that battle. Because like I think those are for that area, it's like rare encounter battles. So I want to say you want to choose the strongest enemy type, not the weakest. But yeah, it's just optional. If you want to just have a humorous moment, because I just did it for the humor. I wasn't worried about the star points. Let's see. Oh yeah. And then I was at that point whenever they do ask her about like what's Mario's weakness. I was like, why are y'all not concerned that Peach is like out of her room? Like how are you not worried that she's getting out? Like this is the 4th time at that point that she got out, and I just assumed that like Bowser's all brains, all brawn and no brains, and Cammy is the same way. Oh, funny side note: there is a cooking section in here where this fat shy guy, you have to make him food. I think it's like chapter. It might have been the 3rd or 4th. Well, because yeah, that's Shy Guy's toolbox. Maybe it's the 5th segment, because you meet the Shy Guy in Peach's castle before Mario, or maybe it's vice versa. I think it's either way. Mario and Peach, they both have to make this cake for this fat Shy Guy in order for him to move. He's like a Snorlax that's blocking the way in Pokemon. Like you have to play the flute for the Snorlax to wake up. Well, you have to feed the Shy Guy a cake to get him to move. And with Peach's segment, the reason why it's more funny, because Mario usually you use Tasty Tea. You just get like a cake mix and maple syrup, and you can make a cake with Tasty Tea. But with Peach, you have to like go make a cake, like gather the ingredients. It's a fun little segment just to make Peach's segment different. Like you gather strawberries, you can gather like cream, cake mix, all that. You basically and what I mean, like actually make a cake, you have to actually make the cake. You have to put it in the oven, and then it tells you to count literally to 30 seconds or set a timer for 30 seconds. If it's longer than 30 seconds or if it's shorter than 30 seconds, when you take it to Shy Guy, he'd be like, this is gross, so spit it out and you got to make it again. It's a hilarious segment. I remember as a kid, we tried counting with our fingers to do it, and we messed up like once or twice. But you can set it up your phone, or you can literally count to 30. All the same, but it has to be 30 seconds at least. 30 to 31 seconds, or maybe 29 to 31 seconds, something like that. It has to be between that small gap, otherwise they'll spit it out and throw it away. The reason I brought it up though is because one of the options when you're making the cake is to mix in like this, like I think it was like bleach, like it basically talked about like how it could poison him, and you can't hilariously kill him. Like even if you put the bleach in there to try to kill the Shy Guy, he'll just spit it out and just like make it again. That was gross, but I just like that dark humor is there. Like they just put that in there, like I'll try to poison this guy. I thought that was funny, a really cute little funny segment in there. There's another segment where Mario's minions, Bowser's minions are hosting a game show, and they once again wonder why Peach got out, but they're like, yeah, no worries, come on down, we're already having a game show. And it's mostly story driven, like you can get that questions wrong, but either way, I think you have to win based off stories. I think no matter what you answer, you're still gonna get it, you're still gonna pass, but they're easy to answer. They just kind of like tease where the next star spirit is and Mario enemies and stuff like that. And in the end, what you ultimately get is like, I think it's like a 50 health mushroom. Yeah, 50 FP. Jam and jelly that gives you 50 FP flower power. And a sneaky parasol that when you point it at somebody, it transforms you into them as long as they don't see you. And they're like, hey, Peach, don't get any funny ideas. And I'm like, yeah, wink, wink, we're not going to do that. Obviously, we use that in the next segment, and it's pretty fun. Like, whenever you point the parasol at an enemy, like you can transform into them. Like, to escape your room, you take control over like an armored Koopa, and you can just talk to them, and they'll have like some funny dialogue choices. The one you really have to take control of is like Clubba. He's like outside. So Princess Peach is given the key to the entrance of the castle, so now you can walk around freely. You can explore every room possible as Peach. I think this is definitely towards the end. Like this is like. Yeah, this is Peach's last segment or last segment. But you can walk around as Peach and explore everything. And then eventually you find this Clubba, or you have to impersonate this Clubba, so they give you the key to go outside, and they're like, hey, go wake that guy up and tell him it's his duty. And you're like, okay, Peach can escape now, but she's in space still. Like, so even though Peach now has free roam around the castle and can get all her like trapped prisoners inside the castle out, they're still in space. So if they were on the ground, obviously she'd get the prisoners and they'd make a run for it. But because they're in space, it's like, okay, we have nowhere to go. We're free, but we have nowhere to go. And after you impersonate the clubber who's asleep, so it doesn't matter how close you get to him or impersonate him, you go up to the roof. And while you're heading to the roof, you can pass by where Mario and Bowser battled. That glass is still broken, and I like that touch is still there, because some games, like, you know, you go back to a room where you previously fought and, you know, the enemies are gone or the glass is gone. BioShock's a great example. So when you kill splicers in BioShock, I was gonna say this for my BioShock review that I'm gonna do, but my PS5 is going to work on, so I can't review BioShock. But anyways, in BioShock, there was this one part of the game where I killed like 5 splicers. I killed 5 of them, and they stay on the ground. Like, the bodies don't disappear; they stay on the ground. Kind of like Detroit Become Human too. I think the bodies. There's one game I played recently where the bodies stay on the ground. No, that was infamous Festival of Blood. The bodies stay on the ground after you drink all their blood. Their bodies just stay there. Anyways. In BioShock, I had killed like 5 splicers. I left the room, and I remember when I came back to the room, there was one more body on the ground, and I knew I killed 5 splicers. So I was just like, and I literally set it on fire, and the splicer jumps like this, like, ah! And it's just funny because it was like the game tried to scare me. It tried to jump scare me with one extra body, but I knew how many I killed, and I was like, that's weird. And you burn him, and he jumps up screaming, or electrocute him, or if you just walk past him, he'll jump up and attack and say, gotcha. But that's what I mean, like, I like that they kept that touch in there. For a 2001 game, they kept that like little touch in there, like keeping the broken glass. But you walk past that, you can make it to the roof of the castle, and you'll see that Cammy is up to something. She talks about how she has a secret weapon. And so we go to the top of the castle, and Cammy's coming out, and she's like, hey, what are you doing up here? And as Peach is just like, oh, you know, just doing my job. And she's like, hey, you smell good, by the way. And she's like, wait, why do you smell so good? And she hits him with a spell like Revelio or something. I know it's Harry Potter, but I'm just saying, like, she reveals Peach's true form, and she's like, oh, Princess Peach, how'd you get out again? And she's like, well, it doesn't matter at this point because the secret weapon's ready, which we'll talk about when we get to the worlds and we get to the last final battle for that part. Let me check my notes, see if I missed anything. I think I covered everything. Oh, I mentioned that. I talk about how, yeah, so that was the last segment for the Peach notes I had. I did have a lot of fun with that, the Peach segments. Again, it's just to make her feel different from Mario, her gameplay. And they replicate this, not in Thousand Year Door, but in Super Paper Mario, where you can take control of, like, I think it's Mario, Peach, and Bowser, because Luigi's a bad guy in that game. Spoilers for like a 10-year-old game, or yeah, about 10-year-old game. But Luigi's not playable in Super Paper Mario, but you play as Peach, Mario, and Bowser, and they all play differently. So I like that, like, in this Paper Mario, Peach has segments in Thousand Year Door too. I just remember that. But yeah, this was the first time, like, you know, they did that where you could play Peach and her segments were different. But I loved it. But that's it for the Peach segments. We'll move on to the next section right now, and we'll keep going with the video. Next, we're going to talk about the biggest selling point of the game, the partners. This is something that the other Paper Mario games forgot about, like Paper Jam, or the one with the paint, Paper Mario Splash, Paper Mario the Origami King. They just didn't understand. And even though Origami King has partners, they're not the same. Even Super Paper Mario didn't really understand what we loved about the partners. The whole reason Thousand Year Door and the original were great was because we had these partners of personalities with these, like, exciting gimmicks and abilities, and they aided us in battle. So, you know, we're going to get into that. Because these partners nowadays, they feel lifeless. Especially the ones in Paper Mario the Origami King felt lifeless. Paper Mario, Super Paper Mario, they had no personalities. They were just like gimmicks. But Paper Mario and Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, they had characters. They had personalities. Paper Mario 64's partners walked, so Paper Mario Thousand Year Door's characters could run, literally. And throughout the game, I should mention, you're gonna find these blue boxes. They're in like these orbs and blue orbs and gold boxes. They're how you level up your partners, give them like new abilities, power-ups. First is a super rank, and then it's an ultra rank. To use ultra rank, I think most of your party has to be super ranked. Otherwise, because it wants you to balance out your team. It doesn't want you to focus on just one. Eventually, some of your team will be ultra rank, and some of them will just be super rank. But finding them all is mixed throughout the game, and I believe there's like 16 in total of these super ranks and ultra rank boxes. Also, another thing to note: your partners don't take damage in battle. Like, they can be knocked down. Like, say like an enemy has the boss or enemy has like a sweeping technique, normally they just attack Mario. Mario's the one that takes the damage. All the enemies are focused on Mario. So your partners are behind you. They're smiling, they're dancing, they're waiting for their turn while they're watching you get stabbed, beaten, bruised, rocks dropped on with a smile on their faces. Your partners are just chilling. But your partners can be knocked down, especially by bosses. And they don't have health. They'll just be down for like 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns at max, I believe. Maybe 4 turns max. And it just takes away an additional attack from you and your team. And you can't switch them out when they're down. You just have to wait for them to recover. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the partners. So starting with our first partner, Goombario, which we get in the prologue / beginning of the story. He's a Goomba with a blue hat and some attitude. His signature 2 techniques are head bonk, which he just like a normal Goomba, they jump in the air and they smash their head onto you. And it's 1 damage, but with the action command, you can hit twice for 2 damage. Then he has Tattle, which can tell you about the enemy, a little bit about their backstory, as well as reveal their HP for the entire. Well, if it's the same enemy type, it'll reveal their HP for the entire game. But if it's like a boss or just one particular enemy, it'll just reveal their health for that battle. His super rank ability is called Charge. Basically, his next attack will be stronger. And then he has Multi-Bonk, which I didn't use in combat. I used Goombario early game and a few times in later game. But Multi-Bonk, I think, attacks multiple enemies at once, just like Power Bounce does, or Multi-Bounce. And his personality, he's a younger teenager who seeks adventure, and he's happy to travel. He's happy to travel with Mario and save the world. And that's our first partner, Goombario, and I love him. I know people hate him, but I love him. Next is Cooper. Cooper is my favorite. I love this guy. It's funny because as a kid, he was my first actual partner anyway. I just love traveling with him. He's a Koopa with a blue turtle shell, a happy smile, and a bandage on his face. And he aspires to travel the world like his idol Colorado, which you can meet Colorado's wife in Koopa Village, and she'll tell you about Colorado, how he's looking on an expedition, but if you see him, tell him to come home. And then as you're going to Dry Ruins or Dry Outposts, you can pass Colorado and his 2 explorers with them, and they're talking about how they're looking for the Dry ruins. They don't know if it exists, and you can bring back this artifact from Collectibles to Colorado to re-inspire him. And Cooper himself, he pledges to follow us to the ends of the earth, and he has no idea how literal that's going to be. He's just happy to go on an adventure. Cooper, you'll see him jump up with joy and all that all the time. He's so adorable. Cooper's signature abilities are Shell Toss, which hits the first enemy in front of him. Mario jumps on him and he hits the enemy. And you can also use this out of combat to get a first strike. His second ability is a charge shell. You tilt the controller and it'll attack every grounded enemy on the ground. And it's for ground control, crowd control. And then his next abilities are Dizzy Shell, which I never used. But if an opponent gets hit, they'll be dizzy or dazed for a few turns. And then after that is Fiery Shell, which I used maybe once. His you spin the controller and his turtle shell lights on fire. And just is a burn effect on enemies. Pretty cool, but I think I only used it one time. After that, we have Bombette. Bombette is one of the many Bob-Ombs. Let me correct. It's not bombs, it's Bob-Ombs under the Koopa Rose employ. But she was overworked after they teamed up with Bowser, and she exploded next to them. And so the Koopa Rose feared a rebellion from all the Bob-Ombs. So they put them in a prison cell, which isn't very smart because bombs, after they explode, they just come back to normal. They don't die like they do in like the other Mario games. Like they just come back to life. So they can literally just keep exploding over and over again. The best part about her is she's really unique. She's a pink bomb with her ignite string as like a ponytail, and it's blonde. So I thought it was like pretty clever for a detail for her. She also has like a really like badass personality. Her signature ability is to explode herself in and out of combat, which is useful against like cracks in the wall to find like hidden doors, hidden spaces. But you can also like set her off to like explode next to a sleeping enemy or an enemy that's charging at you, and you'll get like a first strike. Her other ability is called Slam, which she just like charges forward. It's kind of weak, and I hate using it. But her super rank is Power Bomb, which hits all grounded enemies, and then Mega Bomb is like crowd control. It can like explode anything on the screen. So she's pretty cool. I like using her a couple times too. Next we have Parakarry, which is our 4th member, and he is so stupid, but he's helpful in battle. The reason why I call him stupid is he's a mailman that works at the post office, but the problem is he's very careless. The moment we meet him, he tells us he dropped all these letters around Mushroom Kingdom, and he wants us to find it or he'll lose his job. And I think that was like a hilarious gag because I was just like, why are we doing your job for you? But he does offer us something back in return. Like, he's useful in and out of combat. Like, there are certain places that Mario can't jump across. So Parakarry can help you glide over it. You like grab onto his legs and he'll like struggle to flap like Robin when she can like only float for 10 seconds. That's him. He's like, I can fly, I can carry somebody, but only for about 10.
NANI?! おめえ空を飛べるのか。
ええ、5秒ほど。
短え。
seconds. And but his design's pretty cool. He's a flying Koopa with white wings. He's got like a pilot hat and goggles and a satchel on his side at all times. He's the one that, like, when you do the collectibles for delivering letters, is the partner that you need with you at all times to deliver the letters around Mushroom Kingdom, which will have a lot of backtracking. His signature move is lifting us off the ground to fly across small areas we can't jump across or otherwise unreachable. He can also skydive at enemies on the roof. This is for those high-flying enemies where you don't have to worry about needing hammer throw anymore. He also has Shell Shot, which is, it's not hard to hit, but it's very like random. You have to hit it at the exact moment because it can miss. His super rank Airlift flies enemies out of battle, but I think you don't get star points for that because I know, well, no, yeah, if they fly out of battle, you don't get star points for that. And then, but it's pretty cool to see. And then his other technique, Air Raid, he flies all across the screen, hitting every enemy he hits every enemy on screen, which is for crowd control. And it looks pretty cool. I'll give it that. It's kind of like if I could see like if you were like in the Air Force or something like that, and you see those planes flying all over. It kind of looks like that. It makes that kind of noise effect. Number 5 is Lady Bow. Now, she's quite the character. This literally gives me like Luigi's Mansion vibes because of the boos at the end of Luigi's Mansion that you have to hunt for, and like all their personalities and nicknames. She's a sassy rich green boo with attitude, and she has like these red and yellow ribbons on her head, and she carries this fan that she uses to like smack her enemies around. And her skills are great in and out of combat because she can hide Mario with her out of sight and make him intangible, and like people won't see him. Although once you stop using it or once you move, Mario becomes visible again. But that's one of her abilities in battle too, is out of sight. You can use it to like dodge your opponent's next technique, which is best used when you sit about to use a super powerful move that's going to take Mario out. Her normal attack is like smack. She hits her enemies with a fan, I think like once or twice. And then, or you have to do it like, you hit the control stick back several times, and she hits them several times. Her super rank is called Spook. She like gets bigger and like tries to scare enemies like, out of combat. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like some characters just won't react. And then her ultra rank is just called Spam Smack, which is just like Smack, except it's just like more damage. But I did like traveling with her. I thought she was pretty funny because she's always laughing. Like, she does this like laugh with her fan blocking her mouth, like she's like better than you. It's pretty funny, especially when you first meet her. Number 6 is Watt. So she's a baby lightning ball that like has like these sparks coming out of her and like a pacifier in her mouth. And funny enough, she inspired a character in Shobu's 2 Samurai, the Aryoku 12, because of the way Mario holds her. And she can basically light up rooms out of combat and reveal like hidden panels. Like these are hidden boxes. She reveals the hidden boxes that sometimes have star pieces and sometimes have badges or like coins or items in it. So holding her every now and then when you enter a new room can tell you like if anything's in here. And I think there's some backtracking you should do with her, but they're probably not something too early in the game, or she's hiding something or something's hidden. But yeah, I like traveling with her as much as Cooper, just having her in my party. Her signature techniques are like electro dash, which she runs up to an enemy and shocks them. It normally breaks through defenses, but she can still be hurt. I think at some point, I think it may be like a fire enemy she can't electrocute. And then she has Power Shock, which stuns enemies for a short period of time. Turbo Charge, which boosts Mario's next attack to like 1 for his next move, or a period of time, I believe. I think it's like 4 turns. And then after that is Mega Shock, which shocks all enemies in the area and paralyzes them for a short period of time. But yeah, Watt's pretty cool. I liked her personality. I'll probably rank them all from like best to worst in the end. After that, we have Sushi, number 7. Sushi is MVP in this game. I'm going to talk about her more when I get to the worlds, especially after she joined my team. But Sushi is MVP. I thought I would hate Sushi because I was like, her design looks annoying. She's an old grandma, a blue fish with like orange fins or something like that. And I wasn't really drawn to her at first, but because you get her on Lava Lava Island. But not only is she necessary, not just because like she'll help you traverse the water, especially in Tow Town. There's some areas in Tow Town that you can't reach without her. But yeah, I didn't like her at first just because of the design and her personality. Because she's like a grandma with like an attitude. But yeah, a special shout out to her for the Huff and Puff battle. Because of the Huff and Puff battle, when I get to there and I talk about what he can do, she became my favorite in that moment because of her ability Tidal Wave. So we're going to get to him. But yeah, Huff and Puff is annoying as fuck. We're going to get to that boss battle when we talk about the worlds. But her signature moves are Squirt, which she uses to squirt like a blast of water, like a water gun at her opponents, which is great for the fire plant monster on Lava Lava Island, the fire ghost in Shy Guy's Toy Box, and just like a signature technique for a fish, I guess. She also has Belly Flop, which can reach those high up enemies like Paracarry. So once now Paracarry is useless, but Watt can also reach high hidden enemies, and so can this last character that's on our team. So Paracarry is no longer like necessary until you have to like glide across a certain area or you need to deliver a letter. But she also has, for super rank, Water Block, which boosts Mario defense for a couple turns. And then the last move for Ultra Rank is Tidal Wave, which sends a giant surf, like in Pokemon, the surf move, and just wipes out the whole screen of water. Again, very useful, especially against the fire plant monster on Lava Lava Island, especially against Hufflepuff, and I think against this last guy, the Crystal King. She is MVP. We're going to talk about her more when I talk about the worlds. Don't worry, we're going to talk about her more. And the last one is Lucester or Spike. He has 2 names. When you meet him, he's one of the Luciesters that like, or Lakitus that like float on that cloud and like they throw spiny shells down. And like in Paper Mario 64, like they have like the camera, or they save you in Mario Kart. Like they're the ones that lift you up and put you back on the stage. But he's our final partner. And post his defeat, Spike asked to team up with us. But first he asked us, like, why do you fight? And there's, like, 4 options you can choose from. And I think he has, like, different responses to each one. I chose the most basic one. And he kind of, like, shit on me for that. But he's like, whatever. You're still pretty cool. I guess I'll join you. And, the other reason he joins us is because he wants to get stronger. He thinks traveling with Mario will get him stronger. But he also wants to impress his girlfriend, which is great motivation. I mean, why not? Out of combat, we can ride on him across like surfaces, like so Paracarry can fly across certain distances. Luciester or Spike, we're just gonna Spike, he can't fly you over those distances, but like if there's like lava on the ground, he can take you across it. Spike's and take you across it. Something that Paracarry can't do, like take you far distances, because like Paracarry can only fly for like 10 seconds like Robin. But yeah, again, very useful though, because you can move faster, and also like he looks cool, his design, and Again, he can get you across far distances that you can't cross with Parakarry. His signature moves are throwing spiny eggs at enemies. And I think it's called Spiny Flip. And then the other one's called Spiny Surge, which just throws like a lot of spiny shells at people. I didn't find Spiny Surge that useful. I tried it several times. It didn't seem like it did much more than Spiny Flip. And then his super rank is Cloud 9. He like hides Mario in like this cloud, which is kind of a cool effect. And then after that, Mario's evasion goes up, so Mario can dodge more. Some enemies' attacks will miss. And then last one is Hurricane. He'll send like a giant wind, I think it's like, once again, like roll the thing like that, or like knock it back. And like a hurricane will blow all the enemies away. But if you do that, you get no star points. All your enemies will just be knocked out of the way. So Hurricane's not really that useful unless you're like really, really desperate and you can't beat the enemy that you're facing. So that's all our partners. If I had to rank them, not from best to worst, because everybody's thing will be subjective, but from favorites, Cooper number 1. Love Cooper. Number 2 is Sushi. Sushi is MVP. Like, she is straight up MVP. Number 3 is going to be Goombario, because I know people rank him at the bottom, and I found Goombario very useful early game, and I just like him. Number 4 is going to be Bombette. No, number 4 is going to be Watt, because I like Watt's design. Watt inspired me, and I like carrying him around. Let's switch Watt and Goombario, actually. So we'll say Cooper, Sushi, Watt, Goombario, and we got 4 left. So let's see. Probably gonna go with Lady Bo. Oh no, yeah, Lady Bo, because I love her. Number 6 will be Bombette, and then my last 2 is probably gonna be Spike, and then Parakarry, because like I said, Parakarry, I think he's the worst. His personality. But I'm just making fun of him. He's very useful in combat sometimes, but I'm just making fun of him because he's a useless mailman. But that's my list for the partners. That's their abilities. And I'll move on to the next section. But I hope you guys enjoyed this part. Alright, it's time to talk about the world and its characters. Starting with Goomba Village. It's a small village on the west of Toad Town, and it hosts a single toad who hosts a toad bed and breakfast, and a family of Goombas. Now, I gotta say, I love the cheerful music that's played here. It has a nice, pleasant vibe, and it feels kind of like safe and homey. So I'm gonna play like a little clip of that. Now, unlike the later enemies in other variations that we'll meet later in the game, this family of Goombas consists of like Goombama, who has a bandana, the mom, Goompapa, who has a brown mustache, and he's the father, Goombario, the son, with the blue hat, Goombaria, who's orange or pinkish with a orange or pink bow, Goompa, with the green hat and like a mustache and saggy eyes, and Goombama, who I forget how she looks, but she's the grandma. And they're our first interaction, the first one we get to see. After that, we have Toad Town, and there's a lot to say about Toad Town. All the toads here feel and look different, unlike their later variations. And like Super, which was that one? It was Mario, Paper Mario, and the Origami King. How all the toads look the same. There's a little variations, but these toads actually look very unique. I mean, some of them have different colored mushrooms, but there's other details like they'll have glasses, or like they'll wear aprons, or like there's like very small ones for babies, mid-sized one for teenagers, because toads are already small, so you'll recognize the difference. There's this one slim one in a dress that like she's a singer. There's another that looks like a poet, and he has like a mustache and deep dark glasses, but in sideburns. But it just goes to show like how creative this game was for the time, and also their personalities and how they speak. Tasty Tea, for example, is a chef in Toad's Town. You can find her pretty early on. She's like a grandma. She has like these gray, whitish hair. Her mushroom head is yellow, and she's wearing an apron. And she has like this grandmotherly vibe, and she's who you'll meet if you want to like make unique items in the game. Like you can mix one item with another, and she'll create something unique for you. But and I've talked about her before, so I'm not gonna go too much into her. There is also a pipe you can take back immediately once you arrive in Toad Town to go back home. If you visit Luigi, it's basically so you can visit Luigi and read letters that come to you. I just found out that you get letters in the mail yourself. I thought it was only your partners from the post office. My Mario gets letters too from people that he saves. So that was really cute little detail that I just found out about. But yeah, you can visit Mario and Luigi's house, and like they have like their house is like color coded, like M for Mario and it's red, and green for Luigi and with the L on it. They have like these bunk beds and stuff like that. And you'll want to visit there like every chapter because Luigi's always doing something different. And it's good to check on your brother, just make sure he's okay. Things like that. Plus, one of the collectibles, Luigi's diary, is there. So visit your house often, at least after every chapter. There's this like town board in the center of Toad Town where you can read like updates throughout the game. Usually it's like after you finish a chapter, the front side of the board tells you like, hey, Mario just took down this person, yada yada. But on the back side, there's like this gossip thing, which I didn't learn about until meeting Koopa Coot. One of his favorites is to go read the town board's message for gossip. And I remember the first 5 times I did it, I was like, what am I doing wrong? Because I'd go read the board, go back to him. He's like, you didn't do my favor. I'd go do it again like 3 or 4 times, like, what am I missing? And then my brother found out on the back of the board is a gossip. And it's just like random people saying like, oh, I heard so-and-so did this. Not like literally, but it's just like funny. And it really makes the world feel lived in, like that there's a gossip board on the back of the town board. Next it has Merlin's shop, which for like 5 coins, he'll give you hints about where to go next. It's never like outright said, but like if you get lost, just go visit Merlin. He's one of the many psychics in this game, and he can help guide you on your adventure if you get lost. Beneath Merlin is a father and a son of like sentient dogs that open up a badge shop. When you visit them, I think in the prologue / opening of chapter 1, or pre-chapter 1, you can't like buy any badges yet because they said they just got into town and they're setting up their shop. But post-chapter 1, you can go visit them. Their badges are extremely high, so instead of just wasting coins there, there's something called Toad's Playroom in Toad Town where you can win coins. It's kind of like gambling, like how in Pokemon they had like this coin thing in Pokemon where you had like you could go play coins and win like coins on that. It's kind of like that where like these mini games are random. You hit blocks until you hit like a Bowser thing. If you hit 10 blocks without hitting a Bowser, you get like 100 coins or something, like 10 times your coins. And there's another one where they'll take even more blocks that have more chances of getting Bowser. But if you don't get any Bowsers, you can get up to like 999 coins. I did it one time, so it is possible, but very hard because it does not repeat itself. And there's no gimmick to find out which is which. It's very random. So buying the badges from them can be expensive, but some of them are useless. You pick and choose what you think is useful. I have a badge section for the badges I think are useful. But visit them after every chapter because they only sell 3 badges at a time, and they interchange throughout the game. Across from them is a florist called Minty. She's another unique looking toad. I think hers is pink, and she has like this flower garb on. And anyways, throughout to get to chapter 6, you have to find these 4 bulb seeds. Now bulbs are sentient flowers that like, well, everything in this game is sentient. They're living flowers that like give you magical seeds. There's one immediately in Toad Town. There's another in the Dark Forest, which you can't get till chapter 3. There's one on Lava Lava Island you can't get till you get to chapter 5. And there's one in Dry Desert, which you can get at Dry Station, post getting Parakarry on your team. So anytime you're doing those chapters, make sure you got those seeds. I'll mention them as I go. But yeah, you want to get the first seed in Toad Town for sure, and you can either give it to her immediately or hold on to it till that it's relevant in the story. But yeah, look out for those magical seeds because that's what she needs. There's a librarian in Toad Town next to the warp pipe to your house. He can like just give you information about the game, like worlds and stuff like that. There is another Toad bed and breakfast here inside of Toad Town, which is useful whenever you're going, whenever you're visiting Toad Town, or whether you get damaged and stuff like that. There's a post office where you can visit anytime. I recommend doing it once per chapter because your partners get letters from like people that care about them and love them, and they're like, "Hey, we're thinking about you, yada yada. I hope you're safe on your adventure." It's just another cute detail that they added to the game that really makes you feel lived in. Also, here is one of the collectibles you can do is the Toadtown Dojo. It's where you can fight Lee Chan and Lee and then make your way up to the master. You can fight the master up to 3 times before you get like the ultimate degree. So you want to get that if you want the collectible, but you don't get any star points for it. It's just like to prove your strength. There's a pig pin called Oink. What's it called? Oink Pig Bank. So here, there's no consequence to really doing this, so you don't really get much out of it. But you can pay 10 coins to raise a pig, and they'll form in this barn. After you have 10 pigs, if you jump inside, they'll all run away, but they have a chance to leave 1 rare item. I didn't bother with this, and I don't remember what the rare item was. I think it is good, but I didn't bother with it. It's just like something you want to do, like kind of like Chao Garden if you like played Sonic Adventure Battle. But Chao Garden was more detailed than this Pig Oink Bank, but just a thing you can do. There is a train station at the bottom of Toad Town that you can use to take to Dry Station, which is useful in the beginning of the game, not really so much later because of warp pipes that'll get you there faster, but you know, if you want to visit Dry Desert. You can also visit the Forever Forest early. You can't go too far into the forest because at some point it's like story driven, so you can't go too far, but you can like explore around if you just want to see, battle fuzzies, battle piranha plants, you know, just get some extra XP. Early game, you know, stuff like that, and find some new enemies. Plus, the effects and music there are pretty cool, which I'm gonna save for that particular chapter. To the far west of Toad Town is called Club 64. Now, this is not story driven. This is just like something they put in the game, but it's like this little bar, and I want to play some music from the bar too, if I can find something. Hold on, give me a minute. But it plays like this really cool little jazz music. And this is where you can meet that one toad named Chantrell, the one in the purple dress. And she's a purple toad. And she has earrings. And she stopped singing because once Peach's castle went into the sky, she lost her voice to sing. She lost her will to sing. And next to her is this poet toad, who also has a really cool design. And he can't write poems because she won't sing. Like, she inspired him to like make poems, so without her being able to sing, he can't write poems. Just a really fun little detail. And they do come back. It's referenced at the end of the game when you say Peach, like you talk to them again and she's like singing and he's writing poems. He's happy. They're both happy. And the far left is this toad just like cleaning a glass. He looks like a bartender. He has like glasses. Again, like I said, the toads all look really unique in this game. And I remember as a kid, me and my brother would jump behind the bar and just pretend like we were taking orders, like we had to go to work. Just something stupid that we used to do as kids, and you know like how kids do. Because Mario's a silent protagonist, so you literally can just put yourself in Mario's shoes and make him say and do whatever you want him to do. But that's just a little cute little thing. Beneath that is a dock where you can meet a fisherman and his live bait. I forget the name of that. I think it's fizzy something. But you can talk to them. It's no consequence, but it's story driven later. One of them, and then also you can just like see the water, hear the waves. It sounds really cool. And there's not gonna be a ship dock there, but there will be something docked there later. Story driven, of course. There's also a warp pipe in Toad Town to Toad Town sewers. There's gonna be a whole section for that, so I'll get to that when we get there. But yeah, if you want to go to Toad Town sewer. I've already talked about Toad's Playroom. There's a newly moved in Toad sisters. You can visit, no consequence, no story driven. There is a building that you can't access at first because you have to. It's like accessible once you finish like a certain part of the story. But in there is like this guy named, it's either Chet Rippo or Rip Cheeto, because there's 2 of them. But either one, avoid both of them. They both will rip you off. Like Chet Rippo, he'll sell you something rare for 64 coins. And it's like star pieces and like one really good badge. But you have to spend like 640 coins just to like get that one badge at some point. So it's not worth it. It's basically saying a cheat code. And then the other guy, he'll swap your FP, BP, or FP. But whenever you switch, the other ones are reduced down to 5, like their base. And then he removes all your badges. because, like I said, those are the cheat codes in the game. So don't bother with those guys. Just leave them alone. There's a shopkeeper. There's 2 Toad Town shops. One in the front of Toad Town and one in the west side of southwest bottom of Toad Town near the port that you can visit. And he has a locked door behind his shop, which you can get to post-story driven as well. But I think that's all of Toad Town. After that, we're going to talk about the Shooting Star Summit. Now, there's 2 places you can go when you head towards the Shooting Star Summit. It's either directly to the summit or to Merlot and Mervalee's house. I talked about this briefly in the story, but I love the sight of the falling stars before you even get to the summit. It's just like a really cool detail, like the transition, and it, like everything starts with twilight. Like it's daytime always, but then you go there and it starts turning into twilight. And the music changes to this dramatic, soft, like theme, and the sky changes. Oh, I have to play some music for Toad Town. I have to make a note of that. I want you guys to hear like the different music in every area. And it's a great transition because it looks beautiful. And just beneath the summit, like I said, if you head up, you'll reach the summit. But if you head down, you reach Merlot and Mervalee's house. Mervalee, you trade, I think she's either coins or star pieces. Or coins, I believe. And then if you trade her coins, she will tell you the location of hidden star pieces that you can't find. Like if you can buy it somewhere, or like do favors for Koopa Coop or Quizmo, she won't tell you those. She'll just tell you about hidden panel ones. She can tell you the location of badges that are hidden, and she can tell you what's that last thing? It's in my notes. Oh, super blocks. She can tell you the location of super blocks. Now, if you've already found all the super blocks, if you've already found all the badges, if you've already found all the star pieces, she'll just tell you like, oh, it's not within my power anymore. I'll just refund you your money, which is again a cute gimmick to add back on the game. Now, Merlot, he exchanges the star pieces you find for badges, which I've only found a few that I think were useful, and I'm going to tell you the ones that I would trade for because not all of them are useful to me. But pretty lucky. Enemies fail to attack once in a while. Feeling Fine is a must-buy. It protects you from all enemies' illnesses. Get that enemy status effects. Get that Feeling Fine badge. It protects you from poison, burn, freeze, any kind of illness mark. You get dizzy, shrink, all that. Electric Zap. He has Happy Heart, which slowly restores health in combat, and Happy Flower, which slowly restores FP in combat. Useful, I guess, but I didn't bother getting those. Peekaboo, get that badge if you don't want to use Gombario, but I like using Gombario, so I didn't bother with that. But it just reveals your enemy's health at all times. Zap Tap is useful if you don't want to buy Electro Shroom. Basically, any time an enemy would hit Mario, they get electrocuted, and it can stop enemies from attacking twice because there's some enemies that do attack twice, like Master Toad. But I don't think there was many enemies that attack more than once. There's Heart Finder, which helps more hearts appear after battle, and there's Flower Finder, which allows more flowers to appear after battle for FP. Flower Saver is really useful. It costs 1 less FP to use a move like from your badge set, which I could definitely say is useful. There's Money, which doubles the money you win post combat, also very useful. I can see that being very useful. And Power Plus, which increases Mario's strength by 1, which you might not seem like a lot, but it's a lot in this kind of game. And there are a few among many, but like I said, not every one of them are useful to me. Now, the Shooting Star Summit itself, this is where you're going to meet the 7 star spirits for the first time. And as you save more star spirits, you can come back here and visit it, and like you'll see them all kind of like spread out and stuff, like on their certain platforms waiting for you to save the others, and because there's 7 of them to collect. And I thought it was like truly beautiful to see, because like as you're climbing these stairs, like, you know, it's just like this amazing, like beautiful sight to see, because the stars are falling as you climb up and stuff like that. Now, the Toad Town tunnels, there's quite a few things to find here. You can visit here often, or you will have to visit here often, so you just get used to it. Like explore everything you can. There's like 4 toad blocks here, or 3 toad blocks, and then one specifically, or one. There's 3 super blocks here, and then one in Toad Town itself. The beginning of Toad Town, the super block. The visuals and music are great, so I want to play like a clip of the music because it really feels like we're underground. Like there's constant water flowing, and like it's like this dangerous kind of music vibe. There are tougher variants of Koopas, Buzzy Beetles, and Goombas here. They're kind of like blue. I think the Koopas are purple, and the Goombas are blue, and the Buzzy Beetles are like, I think they're red, I think. Whatever variation. They're not too bad, especially late game. Like your first attack badge and first strike will just kill them because you don't want to go into battles against weaker enemies because you don't get star points anyway for being way stronger than them. So you add those 2 badges, first strike and attack first, and you just automatically like save yourself getting into combat. The Ultra Boots are located down here, along with the Ultra Blocks and Super Blocks. You will need certain members of your team to retrieve some of the Super Blocks and especially the Ultra Boots. So explore as much as you can down there. You'll know when you can access something or not. Some of the blocks are cleverly hidden, but it's easy enough to find, especially like if you use some clever. Like there's one badge where these 2 panels are floating up, but one of them goes all the way to the ceiling, and I was like, I wonder what happened if I just stay on here, because I thought like either mine's gonna get crushed and I'm gonna have a game over, or I'm gonna go through like some kind of panel. So I stayed on it, and eventually you get to this hidden ceiling, and there's a super block up there, and I told myself I wouldn't have known that if I didn't just like jump up there, because there's 16 super blocks in the game / ultra blocks, and finding all of them is pretty easy, but some of them do take a little bit of cleverness, and I thought that was pretty good. There are also 6 different warp pipes here to basically get you to like Dry Desert, Goomba Village, Koopa Village, Lava Island, Boo's Mansion, and what was that last one? I think Shy Guy's Toy Box. It basically, Shiver City. It basically like helps you get to these locations faster. They're usually protected by bloopers, which we talked about in the sub enemy section, or sub boss sections. That's enemy types. So you definitely want to fight those and find all the warp pipes, because it'll save you so much backtracking, especially the backtracking that's going to come later in Thousand Year Door. This game introduced backtracking, but Thousand Year Door, literally there's one mission where you got to find this like bomb that like we'll get there. Next we're going to talk about Koopa Village. The road to Koopa Village gives you a sight of how an enemy can get the first strike on you. Like this Koopa comes out of nowhere and just hits you. And it happens as you're just crossing a bridge. You come across a red Koopa with black shades, and he'll just charge you from off screen. Unless you already know about this, you're not going to expect it. And then you can block when you go into combat, but you have to be quick enough. But I love the first thing that when you first get to the village, the Koopas they're actually under attack by these fuzzies, which are these black, springy vampire things that like suck your blood, and they'll keep sucking until like they heal up or whatever, or until you're dead. But they're basically chasing all these Koopas and stealing their shells, and your first thing to do is like save them by whacking them one good time. And it's a small village like Goomba Village, but they're more friendly Koopas instead of like the enemy Koopas. They're kind of like just reversed. Including here, you'll meet the Elder Koopa, Koopa Koot, who you do all these favors for, which is one of the collectibles. And you're going to get tired of him really quick. There's some friendly Bob-Ombs here. Bob-Ombs. One that doesn't love Bombette and will harass her after she joins her crew. She always declines his advances, but he's like, I love you. And he's like, I'll explode for you. And he like keeps exploding in the background. And she just ignores him, and she's berating him, which I thought was pretty funny. But they all escaped the Koopa Bros castle because they were tired of being overworked after they got employed by Bowser. They're like, we ain't going back there. There's another house here where you can meet Colorado's wife. And she's annoyed that her husband hasn't come home because he's always out exploring and on expeditions. And she says if you find him, give him a piece of her mind. And you can explore the back of his house, and you'll find like a mess of books and a map with the X on it. It's referencing Dry Ruins, but we'll meet up with him later in the next chapter. When you're done exploring, we can meet up with our second partner and my favorite of the 8, Cooper, which is the blue-shelled Koopa. But I've already gone into him, so I'm not going to talk too much about that. But he kind of reminds me, now I think about it, Fred from Scooby-Doo with the orange ascot and the blue shell and all that. But after helping him get back his shell from the Fuzzies, we get Cooper to join our team. We also learned, like, if you feel like exploring, before you leave, you can talk to everybody in the village once everything's calmed down. And I was like, oh yeah, the Koopa Bros used to live here, but they got tired of it because it was boring. And the hilarious gag about this is, even the people living there, the other Koopas, like, man, things are boring. Now that you got rid of the Fuzzies, like, I'm so bored. The Fuzzies actually had a little excitement and chaos in this boring town. So it's kind of funny because the Koopa Bros left because they were bored in Koopa Village, but the Fuzzies, you know, they brought chaos to Koopa Village, and like now that you got rid of the Fuzzies, the other Koopas like, man, this place is pretty boring. So I thought it was pretty funny. I recommend before leaving, start doing the task for Koopa immediately. The first couple of tasks are hilarious because you only get like 1 coin for them. But the more you go back for him, eventually you'll get like 3 star pieces, and it's one of the ways to get star pieces easier in the game. There are 80 favors though, and you can only do so many at one time. But it is tedious. It's a lot of backtracking, especially with the letters. A lot of backtracking there when you're delivering the letters, but you at least get some funny dialogue throughout. Like there's one point where like he has to go get this tape from Goomba, and he won't let you know what's on the tape. He's just like, "Ooh, mama, I can't wait to watch this tonight." And you ask him like, "Hey, what's on that tape?" He's like, "Don't worry about that." And I think after the second favor, he gives you the silver credit card, which you can start playing at Toad's Playroom, and start winning you some extra coins. So, you know, some little gambling in the mix of the game. Real thirsty today. After that, we have Koopa Castle and the Koopa Bros. Aesthetically, I like the look of the castle and the introduction of beating certain enemies to obtain certain keys and open doors. This is like your first puzzle experience in Paper Mario. And the music here in like each place is so fitting and unique to its own. So I'm gonna make sure I play a clip of the music. The castle also introduces a new enemy type of Bobs, like Bob-ombs. Bob, B-O-B-O-B-M-S. The puzzle and the fortress are pretty simple, but I think it's enough of a start of a challenge for like people that are new to Paper Mario and for what comes later. It's a great first start to the chapter. It introduces some light backtracking, and you can even get a tease of our third party member a few minutes earlier, just like exploring. It's basically Bombette, and she actually stands out. I love her introduction I love also the introduction of each of the Koopa Bros. First we meet Black, then we meet Green, then we meet Yellow. You don't meet Red to the very end, but you'll see him, but Mike Mario doesn't meet him to the very end. And it's also here, like the Straw Hats, we rely on all of our crew, or at least the ones in our party, to get through each of these, each obstacle in this castle. Because without them, this would be next to impossible. Just before reaching the Koopa Bros themselves, we have to dodge an onslaught of bullet bills. They're easy enough to dodge, but if you enter a battle, it's pretty short because bullet bills go down like 1 or 2 hits, but it's the actual cannons that require like a stronger hit. You know, so the cannons are annoying to fight. Because your hammer does, well, in the beginning of the game, the hammer does 1 damage unless you have the badges equipped to hype up the attacks. And they will constantly shoot bills until they're destroyed, so you want to take them out fast. Now we're going to talk about the Koopa Bros fight. I love the Koopa Bros, and this fight has 2 phases. First off, I love these guys and their signature pose that when they come in, so I'm going to make sure I play that clip. They are my most vivid memory of this entire game, and I love that the Koopa Bros, you would believe, they want you to believe that their mechanical Bowser is real, and they actually think, like, Mario thinks like that Bowser is real. Especially if you play Luigi's Mansion and you know, like, King Boo does the same thing, like he has a mechanical Bowser too, and Luigi thinks that Bowser is real. I thought that was pretty funny. And then 2, that their plan is to have a sequel called Paper Bowser, which I would actually play. I think that was cute, like they're breaking the 4th wall. I truly love them, and I would totally play that game. I really would. But yeah, the fight has 2 phases, and first you have to defeat Paper Bowser, which is easy enough because its attacks can be blocked. But the second phase, you fight the 4 brothers. They're fast enough to take down if you use Bombette with her bomb powers, and when they're like stacked up together, because you'll knock them all on their back. Stomp probably works too for that, but I think this one does it like one at a time, like at one time instead of like taking them out individually. You can also knock them back. I think with like the hammer attack, they'll start shaking, but Bombette like immediately knocks them onto their back. But it's an easy enough fight, but it's very memorable because of their charisma, their charm, and their Ninja Turtle likeness. I love them for that. And in post this battle, you do fight Master Cooper Jr., but we're just gonna talk about the worlds themselves, not the whole game. Next, we have Dry Desert. This map was confusing as hell as a kid, and it makes sense because if you look up the map for Dry Desert, it's 7 up, 7 across, and 49 blocks. So there is a straight path. I'll say this now. There is a straight path to Dry Outpost, which is when you leave your Dry Station and start going into the desert. If you follow the yellow desert road, you will find Dry Outpost, no problem. And also, I mean, even if you got lost, if you know that you went down, eventually, like if you go down, you'll eventually hit like a block where you can't go down anymore. So you've hit the 7th down, and if you go back up, eventually you reach that yellow brick road again, and you'll hit like the top, however many 7 up, or it's probably like 3 up, 3 down, whatever, and like 3 up, 3 down, 3 across from where you're at, depending on if you're in the center. So, but it just feels massive, and I love that because exploring the desert feels like a Zubat cave. In Pokemon, there are enemies all the time. Pokies will constantly attack you. You'll hear the running of bandits' feet constantly on your heels, like coming at you because they run diagonal. They don't run straight. And but the good thing about it is there's hidden badges. There's rare items like a lime and a lemon that you can only get in this area, as well as a super block here. But it's all in one area called the Oasis. You'll know when you get there because everything looks green. But yeah, it's pretty fun just exploring the desert. But I remember as a kid, I was like, oh my god, this is so confusing. I'm so lost. But yeah. In the beginning of arriving at Dry Station, we can meet our future partner, Parakarry. He needs our help finding important letters to be delivered that he dropped or he will be fired. He wants us to help him. He wants us to do his job. This level also introduces Mario to a whole new cast of characters and variant enemies like moles, chain chomps, clefts, pokies, bats, buzzy beetles, and bandits, who are the most annoying, as I said. I've already discussed them in enemy type stuff, so we're just going to move on. There is also a magical seed in this first area. Remember what I said earlier about Toad Town and the forest? You'll want to, after you get Parakarry and team, there's a magical seed in that first area. Go ahead and get that now, because otherwise you'll have to backtrack for Chapter 6, and you don't want to have to do all that backtracking. So get that now. There's a thing called Waka Waka, which is like, it reminds me of like a Quagsire from Pokemon, like how it pops out of the ground. You can whack it on its head and get a Whack-A-Nut. It gives you 25 HP and 25 FP in one turn, and you can get that up to 8 times. You just have to whack him, leave the area, because he'll be like, ow, why'd you whack me, and go back in the ground. But after the 8th time, he's like, I'm done with this abuse, I'm leaving. It's just a really cute, funny thing from Paper Mario that we all have done before. Just like how somebody definitely dropped a penguin off the side of Mario Party. Not Mario Party 64, Super Mario 64, we all dropped that penguin. When it wasn't a penguin, but the one we wanted, we all dropped that penguin. So there is a super block here that can be accessed. Once you have to leave the area, like leave Dry Station again, go explore to the left. There's a super block there that you could possibly miss. but it's easy to get. But I mean, you can also only get it with the super hammer, so you probably remember like I can go take out that steel block now. Before leaving Dry Drive Outpost and into the desert, you have an optional boss fight here. I think I've mentioned this in the boss's sub enemy, Bazaar, so we're not gonna get into it. But I do recommend fighting her the moment you can fight her, just in my opinion. Also, here is the first time you can meet the explorer Colorado and two of his partners. Now, some of your partners will have Bombette. At this time, Bombette, Parakarry, and Goombario won't have a reaction to him if they're your main partner behind you. But Cooper will get excited. Cooper's like, oh my god, you're Colorado. He's so excited. And because that's his idol. Cooper joined us because he wants to be like his idol, Colorado. Now, then if you switch over to Parakarry, you should have a letter from Colorado's wife. And again, you can only deliver letters with Parakarry in your team. Otherwise, you'll just go through the dialogue every time. But skip the dialogue and Colorado will be handed the letter from Parakarry. And it's basically saying his wife is basically angered at him. And his wife is basically angry at him, and she's like demanding that he comes home. And from here you can wander throughout the desert if you choose to level up or seek out those rare items and stuff like that. But you'll run into endless enemies. There's a whirlwind out there that'll transport you to a random part of the desert. And various cool sights and designs. Also, I want to play some music from the desert too. I have to make sure. I'm probably going to start just clipping in the music, so I'll probably just stop mentioning that. I'm just going to clip in the music either way. But they really make you feel like you got lost in the desert if you choose to explore. Whew. For now, we're going to follow the direct path to the Dry Outpost. Now, along the path, you can find a letter in a tree. And so keep in mind Goompa's words. Check everything, like literally everything. You want to check everywhere you've gone because there are hidden things everywhere. And then after that, after you're done exploring, head into Dry Desert. Now we're only in Dry Outpost for a brief moments, but after that you'll have the pole stone. You'll go back into Dry Desert, and with the pole stone. Now I don't know how I got lost as a kid because I could not find Dry Ruins as a kid. I found it within like 2 minutes as an adult. And I was like, yeah, as a kid, I must have been really slow or something. I don't know. Now we're going to talk about Dry Outpost. It gives me Aladdin. It gives me Arabian Nights kind of feel. That's what they were going for. They definitely nailed it. There are mice with masks, toads and head wraps and garbs. And there are buildings that look unique to this world and made of like mud brick and stuff like that. And it's really cool. In Dry Desert, there are 3 badges and some items you can find, along with hints from characters and posters that you can read. I recommend just, like I said, talking and exploring to everybody because I try to get the full experience out of this game. And they'll tell you how to find them. Though I think only 2 of them are useful, and one is like the Runaway Pay badge, where you earn star points if you defeated enemies in combat, but the other ones run. And the spin attack dash, which allows Mario to defeat enemies by going into combat by spinning into them. If they would no longer give him star points. Again, like, you're not going to go out of combat against a stronger enemy because you get the star points, but if you won't get any star points at all, you can avoid battle completely. So it's a good badge to have. And then third, if you want this, it's an Attack C badge. It basically just changes the sound effect that Mario would get when he attacks, but again, that's not going to be useful until Thousand Year Door's first chapter, which we'll get into that when we get to that game. Now, when you first enter the town, the shopkeeper will flee to the back. It's oddly suspicious behavior, but you don't have to immediately follow him. You can, but he's not going to go anywhere, so take your time. One amazing thing I found, though, is you talk to this toad in a green head wrap. His partner next to him will see you ask questions about the dry ruins, and he'll just avoid you. And I just thought it was funny. I chased him around for like 5 seconds, or like probably a minute, just seeing if it would do anything. It doesn't do anything, but I thought it was funny to just chase him. You can also learn interesting lore from a blue mouse. So long ago, this land was once called the Dry Kingdom. It was ruled over by King Mustafa. One dark day, he was betrayed by his subjects, and in the uprising that followed, the kingdom was ruined. The king vowed vengeance and gathered his remaining followers to take back the kingdom. King Mustafa and his followers were the ones that created Dry Outpost. And if you skip to the dialogue, you won't learn this, but I just thought it was interesting world building. Like, they didn't have to add how Dry Outpost came to be, but I found it really interesting that, like, that's how it did. There is a Toad bed and breakfast here, and I thought it was and there is a unique Toad shop run by a mouse that sells like items you can only find in Dry Desert. Among them being the Dusty Hammer, the Dry Shroom. I think Sleep Sheep is sold there. Sleep Sheep's not exclusive to Dry Outpost, but I think that's the first time you can see it. Don't quote me on that. Back behind the other buildings, you can find the fourth member of Merlin's household, because we already met Merlin himself. We met Mervily and Merlot, which I think are his sons. It's not confirmed. But Merly, she can cast a spell of chance over you. Now, there are 3 tiers. I just say go for the most expensive one. It's 50 coins, but it'll help you out the most. And it's not going to happen every time. It's very random. It can happen in a boss battle. It can happen in a small battle. It can happen anytime. But she'll basically like give you more power in like random times. Debuff the enemy. Buff up Mario. Debuff Mario if he has poison status. Give Mario more coins. Give Mario more hearts. It's very random. So I say you only got to do it once. Go ahead and spend the 50 coins on it, because she'll help you throughout the game regardless. And you'll see when it happens. Like, it just happens random. She'll show up, she'll do like her magic ball thing, and she'll heal you, or whatever she was going to do in that moment, because it's very random. And the back of the town, you can meet the shady looking mouse. He's got information that he wants you. He's got information to give you, but he wants to trade for it. He will ask you for 3 things. As far as you know, you got to do it. Turns out his name is Meek, and he trades items for information. I will tell you right now, his favorite thing is a lemon. If you give him a lemon, you'll be able to like get the information that you need. And it's like I said, it's found in the Oasis. It's just like leave Dry Outpost, go down to, and the Oasis is there. It has a super block and it has a lime and a lemon. Give him the lemon, and you can go back and get the lemon again if you want. But as far as I know, this is a rare item again to Dry Outpost. Now, if you go back and talk to Meek and hand him the lemon, he will ask you. You're able to ask him like, how do you find the ruins and who is Mustafa? And among the 2 prompts that you're given, he'll then tell you to go to the shop and buy 1 Dry Shroom and then 1 Dusty Hammer. You have to do it in this order. If you don't do it in this order, you have to buy it again. It's a sign that shows loyalty to the king, and that's why they do it that way. Now, if you go back to the shop and buy this item, the owner will immediately run up to you like Speedy Gonzalez, and he'll be like, what did he say? He tells us that Mustafa is in the highest outpost. He's in the highest place in the outpost. And you're probably confused about what that means. Like, what is the highest place in the outpost? Well, if you go back to where the shade-looking mouse was, the door that he was in front of is gone. Like, well, not gone. It's open, ajar. You can go inside, climb the top of the buildings, and you'll reach the highest place of the Dry Outpost. And there, it turned out the shady mouse we were talking to is King Mustafa himself. The mouse who tasked us with getting him a lemon and then buying a Dusty Hammer and a dried shroom for no reason to show loyalty to the king, himself. It's pointless backtracking, but it's pretty funny. It's pretty fun. He gives us the diamond in the rough.
One whose worth lies far within, the diamond in the rough.
What are you waiting for? Go on!
I mean, he gives us the pulse stone, not the diamond in the rough. It blinks faster the closer you get to Dry Ruins, and it will show us the way. So now we go back to Dry Desert for the last time. Well, unless you want to explore, and then we reach the...
Sorry guys, had to change location because I lost 20 minutes of the video. So I will be re-recording it from here for this next part. Next location, we have Dry Ruins. Once again, the atmosphere, design, and change of music is great. Upon entering, we're met by a variant green pokey emerging from a coffin like a mummy. And it ain't for just aesthetics. This thing inflicts poison, so make sure you have the Feeling Fine badge on at all times. I have to make that known. The ruins has a lot of backtracking with some creative puzzles involving artifacts, rising sand, and flippable chairs. This is probably why as a kid I thought it was longer, because I got confused by some of the puzzles and getting lost with like the finding the artifacts and stuff, but it's not really that hard. There are new enemy types like chain chomps, bats, and buzzy beetles, which we've talked about in enemy types, so I'm not really going to go into that. And there's also a super hidden block here that you'll find it pretty easy. You want to grab it now so you don't backtrack, because there's only 16 in the game, and if you want to max out your entire party, you want to get all of them at once. Also here, Mario obtains one of his new power-ups, the Super Hammer. It does more damage, and it's used to take out the steel blocks that you'll see, the gray blocks around the game. Also, as we explore the ruins, there's like this hilarious spooky worded dialogue, like saying like, "Go back the way you came or you'll be cursed." And I was like, okay, let's keep going, because we're Mario, we're here to save the 7-star spirit, so we ain't afraid of curses. But I gotta say, this level was way shorter. Oh, I already mentioned that. And I think also, it's not just because of the ruins, but I also got lost in the desert part, so that's probably why this really got dragged out. But like I mentioned before, I found the dry ruins. If I didn't mention it before, I found the dry ruins in about 2 minutes compared to like when I first played it, because you go back into the desert, and I got kind of lost, like somehow, some way I got lost again. But anyways, it was very fun and creative, and once again, I recommend you explore everything and do everything you can, because I want to get the full experience out of the game. It's very aesthetically pleasing and very fun, so let's go on to the boss fight. The boss, his name is Kuba, and he has a partner called Chain Chomp. Now, you don't really need to know about you don't really need to attack the Chain Chomp to beat this boss, but it is there. You have 2 options to fight both of them. And the other first note I have is he has a great scary entrance. Like, so when he comes in, it's just like this floating head, and then his body literally is like it's paper. So he's like shredded apart, and then it comes together, and he forms into like a complete body. I thought it was pretty cool. But yeah, kind of scary if you're a kid, sort of. He's easy enough to take down an enemy. He'll throw buzzy beetles at you. He'll summon a chain chomp. If you do destroy the chain chomp, he'll summon a chain chomp like every now and then. Or he'll attack you with falling rocks, which hilariously sometimes even hit him on the head, which I thought was funny. I think it's just towards the end when you're about to beat him, but it's still pretty funny that they threw that in there. Ignore the chain chomp if you got high health. If you have low health, take out the chain chomp because you have 2 enemies attacking you, but really if you just focus on the boss, you'll probably be fine. High damage moves and action commands will help you beat him quickly without even having to worry about the chain chomp anyway. Oh, and then I love the end of the battle. So at the end of the battle, the chain chomp gets mad at him, and for some reason it starts going after him and tries to attack him and chase him. A really cute little funny ending that they added in there. And then after that, we defeated him. We now saved the 2nd-star spirit. I think her name is Mamar. After that, we have the Forever Forest. Now, this is another location that I got very lost in as a kid, because there are clues that tell you where to go, but if you're not paying attention, you can just get lost in the back of the gate. And it is full of like fuzzies and piranha plants that will constantly attack you and inflict poison. And the fuzzies are just annoying because again, you have to tap A to get them off. But if you didn't explore this part early in Toad Town, where I mentioned before, where you can like kind of go in there, but you'll just get stopped at some point by the werewolf because it's story driven. This will be your first time. So like every year in the game so far, it has its own unique ambience and sinister dark piano music. Werewolf howls, bats flapping, there's red eyes that watch you from the forest, and then there's like a constant eerie laugh coming from the bushes. So it really gives you that like, oh my god, this is kind of spooky kind of vibe. And I recommend playing it at night. It's not gonna really enhance the experience, but it's just more fun. Oh, and then there's booze, of course. The intro scene to this chapter is hilarious as well, because this guard is like standing watch, and he's like, "Did you see that boo behind me?" And then the boo disappears, and then it like keeps taunting him until it can scare him, because boos are tricksters. But there's also a bulb seed here. So they do recommend you go the right way, like look at the clues, but you also still want to look around because there are hidden things hidden in there. Just don't take the wrong exit, but there's a bulb seed here, and if you don't get it now, you're gonna have to backtrack. At this point, this should be the 3rd bulb seed you get, because you get 1 in Toad Town, 1 in Dry Station, and then one here. So make sure you get them so you can save yourself backtracking later. And if you are following the clues, it does mean you're on the right track, but it also means like a warning as well, like tomorrow, like, hey, turn back, you're going the right way, but obviously we want to go the right way. I say just keep your eyes peeled and your ears open, and you'll make it there no problem. I remember as a kid though, I don't know even how I even found the mansion. I just kind of got lucky because I was guessing at some point, but again, the clues are really obvious. Let's see. Oh, and then I mentioned that it's also like a major Zubat experience because if you don't go the right way, you're gonna battle a lot of fuzzies and a lot of piranha plants. Good for experiences, but you know, there's that. Next up, we have Boo's Mansion. Now, I love the atmosphere of the mansion. It gives me Luigi's Mansion vibes before Luigi Mansion was even a thing. And I know I bring up Luigi's Mansion a lot, but that was the selling point for GameCube. Or like its launch game, just like how like for Sony's PS5, it was Ratchet and Clank, you know, stuff like that. So I love that, like, it really feels like this was Luigi's Mansion that he inherited before the Boos took over. Either way, you'll see Boos in the background, and the chilling jump scares they try to do are hilarious. Like I said, again, it's probably for kids to get scared of, but like in a funny way. There's a section in the mansion where you can jump into a jar and become a 2-bit Mario from the classic game. It doesn't do anything as far as I can tell because I tried like exploring around as 2-bit Mario, but once you leave the room, you come back to normal anyway. So I think it was just like a cute thing that they threw in there. Also, when you first go into the mansion, you're gonna see this couch. And as a kid, this is what I love about this game, is that like it knows that kids are gonna explore and like notice these kind of things. So the couch is like green, and then one spot on the couch is orange. And the first thing I knew as a kid, I would jump on the couch and you spring up to like the ceiling and you come down. You spring up to the ceiling towards the chandelier, you grab it, and it reveals a trap door. And I remember like several times me and Tristan tried to like spin dash to it because spin dash works faster than running, because once you let go of the chandelier, the door starts closing because the chandelier is like a trigger trap. But you can't make it so we eventually figured out like, okay, it needs a weight. But I just loved like how creative the puzzles are because of stuff like that. Now, now what follows is more clever traps and boo gags that can hurt you. Like there's one point like this chandelier falls down in front of a treasure chest. The treasure chest is empty, but it's just so the boos can like taunt you. There's another one where like you open these dressers and one has the boos in them. It's the obvious one, but if you hit the open the wrong one, the chest will fall on you and like crush you, and you just like 1 damage. While your partner just steps back and they're fine. Again, your partners are like sadistic. They're just like, Mario, you okay? Cool. And then though I did find many of the games cute because like once the boos have like always have something that you want, like whether it's a record player or whether it's like the super boots that you can get in this level, and you have to like whack them. And once they get caught, they do their signature, like, and they cover their ass and they stick out their tongue. Is that, and it just reminds me of their trickster nature. So I thought that was fun. They don't engage you in combat. There's no battling the boos, but instead, you know, they just do their scare thing where they stick out their tongue. Doors you walk through can disappear after you pass through them, making you backtrack a little bit. It doesn't happen every time. I think it's mostly just in that basement area. And there is a Toad Town shop in here inside the mansion, but it's hosted by a Boo, and it has the life shroom, which can revive you if you died. And then I think it has the stopwatch. Those are the first 2 like items that are introduced in that level. After you're done with the puzzles though, we go to meet our 4th partner, Lady Bo. And she's the queen of the boos, and yes, she is that boo. Okay, not only is she the center of the green with bows in her ears, or where her ears would be, and a fan to smack her butler with whenever he gets sassy with her, but she's captured the 3rd star spirit. I think his name is Skolar, and that we're trying to save who we thought was captured by the invincible Temple Blubba, but the Skolar claims that he escaped, but he got captured by Lady Bo. So, okay, Lady Bo, just hand us this 3rd star spirit Skolar. We can just go about our business and keep going. We don't have to go fight the invincible Temple Blubba. Well, Lady Bo ain't having that, because the boos have been terrorized by the invincible Temple Blubba. They don't know what is about this giant clubber, but he cannot be hurt. And so Ladybug's like, I will give you this star spirit that I captured in exchange for you helping me defeat the invincible Tubba Blubba and finding out what his secret is. And it's not too bad of a fair deal. I mean, it's not too bad of a deal. I mean, she's even willing to come with us to face him herself. So I say it's a win-win. We have ghost powers now, and you're going to see that her ability is going to come in clutch in this next chapter, as well as throughout the rest of the game. So it's not a bad deal. Next up, we have Tubba Blubba's Castle. Now, there is something in between Boo's Mansion and Tubba Blubba Castle. It's like this deserted town of Boo's. I'll make sure I show like a little visual of it. But you don't really do anything here. You can talk to the Boos. You can counter monsters along the way. But other than that, like, you just can get some lore about like who Tubba Blubba is and stuff like that. Also, this is your first preview of him. So when you first get there, the ground starts shaking when Tubba Blubba's approaching, and it just gives you that vibe because the controller's shaking, so making you shake. And then we see Ladybug's ability in action for the first time. It's called Out of Sight. So basically, she covers Mario with her body, and he turns intangible and invisible to enemies. And we see Tubba Blubba for the first time. He like eats these Boos, but also you'll notice that he has like this like patch right here where his chest is. And again, it invites speculation for kids. It invites speculation to new players. As someone that beat this level with my brother, I knew what it was, what the secret was, but it still invites that speculation. Like, it has something to do with him having something removed. That's what kids would come up with. But yes. And so we get to see that Ladybug's ability in action, which I thought was great. Let me see. And then after that cutscene, we head directly to the castle. There are enemies to encounter along the way, but again, I just thought it was like a little bit of like nice world building, that little town they had. Now I assumed that the reason why it was a straight path to Tubba Blubba's castle with no puzzles was because they figured you probably got lost in the Forever Forest, or that you had got tired of the puzzles in Boo's Mansion, so this is kind of like a little break, just like a straight away to the castle. Now, the moment you enter the castle, there are these patroller things. You don't get into combat if they catch you, but basically they'll pick you up, like they'll start blaring a light, letting you know that you've been found, and they'll pick you up and they'll carry you outside the castle where they toss you out, like kind of like how in the Peach segments, like Bowser's minions, if they catch Peach, they'll just pick her up and throw her back out in her room. That's basically what happens. So what you do is you have to keep using Ladybug's out of sight ability once they see you, and then after that, either run, or if you want to go even faster, spin dash to the door that you need to get to. That way you can avoid constantly being thrown out. Let's see. Oh, also, the reason why it takes a little bit longer, Ladybug's out of sight ability, you can't move when you're using it, because the moment Mario moves, her ability is you're no longer intangible. So the moment you move, Ladybug's ability is gonna stop. So yeah, it has to be when Mario's stationary. But I love how it's incorporated like immediately after she joins our team. The guards here are cleverly called clubbas. They're usually sleeping and have snot bubbles coming out of their nose. And the funny thing about it is you can catch them off guard and get the first strike, or you can avoid battle completely. Like these guys, if you run up to them, they will snap awake and their snot bubble will pop, letting you know like they've seen you. But literally, you get either, I recommend the experience, but if you like low health, you just creep past them, they'll never wake up. And you can just take them out with the first move if you want to. I recommend first striking them every time, but it's up to you, however you want to play. There's also a partner power up in the castle. It's kind of well hidden behind a bookshelf, so again, like Goomba encouraged you in the beginning of the game, explore everything. When we finish the castle's puzzles, we make our way to this room of like all these sleeping clubbas, which I found it hilarious because I got kind of nervous because they're all like lined up and you're trying to make your way to a key, but I still battled all of them all the way there. Then we head to Tubba Blubba's room where we kind of learn about his secret. So once you get to Tubba Blubba's room, we open this chest and there's a key inside of it, and this key claims like it holds the secret to Tubba Blubba's invincibility inside of a windmill house. And it starts shouting like, "Hey, Tubba Blubba, I'm being kidnapped." And Tubba Blubba wakes up because he like walked in on us and he's on a bed. Now this begins a hilarious Scooby-Doo chase scene. Now you want to keep running because if you run into Tubba Bubba and you fight him, you can't do any damage to him. So the moment you get into combat, you want to flee immediately. Otherwise, you won't do any damage. But the best part about it is what makes it so like exciting and nerve-wracking is like, as I said, like when he's stomping, the controller's shaking, so you're shaking, and you can again spin dash or run. Running works fine. If he does get close, have Lady Bo use her out of sight ability, and like you'll vanish and he'll run past you, but then he'll run back because he's looking for you. But yeah, he's even after you go through the door, he's just out of sight on the screen, so it always invites that like, oh my god, he's so close. And like I said, he looks like a kaiju compared to Mario's size, so it's like a giant chasing Mario basically. I was gonna make a Beanstalk reference, but that's gonna be later. Jack and the Beanstalk, but it's gonna be Mario and the Beanstalk, so I'm gonna say that for later. But yeah, even as a grown-up man, I felt anxiety playing this chapter again. I was like, oh my god, he's so close. But just keep running. Eventually, you'll get to a story-driven part where you make it outside of Tubba Bubba's castle, and the boos will try to hold the door while you make it to the windmill. It's story-driven, so after you get past that part, don't worry about it. But to keep up the pace with the story, like the adrenaline, I just ran all the way there. Now, I have to mention this boss fight has 2 phases. There is like no heal block, I think, so you want to go back to either Boo's mansion to hit the heal block before going into combat, because once you go into this fight, there is no save block and there's no heal block for the 2 phases. And this boss fight is kind of hard. Now, the first boss fight is the heart. If you hadn't realized what Tubba Bubba's secret was, it is his heart. He cut out his heart, so he has no emotion, he's heartless, but he also takes no damage. Now, as a kid, I died here a lot, mostly because of the heart special ability when his body lights up, because what you're supposed to do in that moment is use Lady Bo's out-of-sight ability whenever he charges up. But it's actually kind of an easy fight when I played it this time. The heart does have that high damage move, but again, leaves Lady Bo's out of sight ability, you can dodge it. But other than that, like focusing on, if you focus throughout the game, upping your HP, FP, and BP at the same time, you can win pretty easily. Now we have boss fight number 2, like I said, or phase 2, because before you finish off the heart, it's gonna run away and flee combat, and it's gonna go straight to Tubba Bubba. Now you would think there's like a heal block or save block in between there, but there's not. But again, don't even worry about that. You probably will get anxiety if your health HP is low or something like that. But trust me, you can take out Tubba Bubba in like 1 turn, because once he fuses back with his heart, he only has 10 HP. So that's why the Invincible Tubba Bubba had that removed his heart in the first place, because he was a weak clubber. So when you get to the boss fight, literally just hit him with the strongest techniques. It only takes 1 turn, maybe 2 turns at most, but he'll go down. And I laughed hard when this happened, because I was like, this definitely felt harder as a kid, because I remember I just beat the heart barely, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna fight Tubba Bubba. I was so afraid. But also, you won't know that its HP is 10 unless you use Goombario's Tattle, or you have the Peekaboo badge attached. But with Tubba Bubba defeated, Lady Bo does keep her promise and releases a 3rd star spirit, Skolar. And we end the chapter. The 4th chapter, which I never made this to, I watched my brother Tristan beat it from here on as a kid, so I never got to this part, is Shy Guy's Toy Box. Now, all this was a brand new experience for me on my own. Everything from here on was a brand new experience for me. I knew most of the stuff, but I didn't ever experience it for myself. First off, I love all the bright colors. It truly helps each world feel different from one another that we've been to so far. There's also this playful xylophone music that plays before the chapter even begins, because we have to help the citizens of Toad Town. They're being harassed basically by all of these shy guys. These shy guys have stolen all their shit, and they run back to the toy box and taken it. Helping them get you some nice rewards. As I mentioned earlier, in Toad Town, there is this Toad Town shop that has a locked door behind it, and we didn't know what was behind it. One of the shy guys stole that, so we go get that. And I think it's his calculator, and he gives us or is it his calculator? No, the calculator was to the Rough and Puff guys. He had the storage room key. He's like, oh yeah, you can go open that storage room key if you want. And inside there is a toy train and there's some free items you can take. Now, the toy train is relevant because in a certain part of the game, or in a certain part of Shy Guy's toy box, they're separated by stations. It's blue station, pink station, red station, and I think green station. But you can't get to them because it's like we don't have a train. So if you do collect the train from the first area, or from after getting the train from the Toad Town shop, you can't immediately go. You can't jump into the toy box with it because nothing will happen. You have to go outside the toy box, throw the train in first, and then jump in there, and then the train appears, which I thought was a clever, cute little thing. Now, also, I mentioned that the Shy Guy's toy box feels like something out of a little kid's imagination because how creative and colorful it is. And I just thought they're making these worlds, they're putting so much effort into all these worlds and stuff like that. And the Shy Guys are showing off their mischievous nature, stealing all this stuff. So I thought it was really cool. Now, there is an optional boss fight in here. He's called Anti-Guy. This guy is extremely powerful. Kind of like Can't See Koopa. He warns you before you fight him. He's like, hey, you sure you want to fight me? Are you sure? And then once you actually go into a fight, he is on another level. Now, when I fought him, he does about 12 damage and 10 if you attack. But in this video, it's going to show 7 damage. So they probably have good badges attached. But that's it's only 10 if you block it with the action command. So I say bring some stone caps to buff up Mario and have your partner dwindle him down. But if you do manage to defeat him, you get the Power Plus badge. Well, I mean, for this game, it's good. It increases Mario's strength by 1. It's somewhat worth it, but at least the star points are definitely worth it. You get 30, 40 star points for this. But choosing to fight him or not is up to you. You don't have to. There's no consequence to not fighting him. You just don't get that badge. There are many variations of Shy Guys here, but I talked about them a bit in enemy subsection. So again, I'm not going to get too much into that. But here is a part where we meet Gourmet Guy. Now, I think I mentioned this in the Peach segment. I'm not sure the Peach segment... Yeah, the Peach segment came before this. But the Fat Shy Guy, we meet him here first. So, he is a Snorlax that's in Pallet Town that you can't get past because you need to use a Poke Flute to wake him up and then battle him or defeat him. Well, this guy, he ain't moving without some cake. He's like, I'm hungry and I'm too hungry to move. I can't function without some cake. And the only way to get the cake is to go either find Tasty Tea and have her bake it. Well, that's storage. And even if you have cake for some reason inside of your pocket, you can't do it until it wants you to do it the storage different way. So you go find one of the mischievous Shy Guys that stole Tasty Tea's frying pan, bring it back to her, and then all you need is cake mix, which one of the Shy Guys hold, and then maple syrup, which I believe you get in Dry Desert, or it's in Toad Town. But either one, she'll make you a cake. You take it back to that Fat Shy Guy, and he's like, delicious, and he runs really fast off the screen. It's pretty funny. I thought it was a pretty funny scene. But, after that, you're able to move on to the next area. Now, also in this level, you'll want to equip the Fire or Ice badge. I think it's the Fire badge. No. Well, I don't think you have that yet. But there are Fireball type enemies here as well. I don't know if I mentioned that before in enemy types, but they're not too hard. Also, actually, no, depending on your option. Yeah, depending on your options in the previous Peach segment, Bowser and Candy corner Peach and I ask her hey, what's Mario most afraid of? And you have 3 options. You can either choose a really powerful enemy, a weak enemy, or an item. If you choose the item, they'll still believe it, but Cammy will make some because they'll show up in Shy Guy's toy box as bosses you can face at the end of every station. But if you chose an item, Cammy will be like, is Mario really afraid of this power-up mushroom? I don't know. Bowser ordered it, so I guess I'm gonna go along with it. And I thought that was really funny because I was like, yeah, Cammy's not stupid, but she's like, oh, well, Bowser told me to do it, and if Mario's afraid of this, then whatever. But I did choose the items because I wanted that funny. I wanted to see that funny reaction. But you want to choose the enemies because, again, you're missing out on some great star points by not fighting the enemies, the strong enemies anyway. There is a partner power-up in the red block station and 2 upcoming boss fights. Now, the first boss fight is called Big Lantern Ghost. This guy loves to hide in darkness, and he fears being exposed in the light. You have two options in this battle. One is to attack him directly, or two is to attack the flashlight itself. Now, if you choose to attack him without exposing him in the light, you're just going to miss every time. You'll miss all of your attacks, and he'll always hit you. So what you want to do is you want to hit his lantern either with your partner or with Mario himself. But you don't want to expose too much light, because if you expose too much light or you expose him completely, he'll just blow it out and you'll miss your entire turn. Or if you expose him completely, then your partner can attack, and then, you know, he'll once again cover himself in darkness. So you just need enough to see his face. One hit's not gonna do it. I think maybe like use Lady Bo's smack ability just enough that it reveals it, and then you can attack him directly. Let's see. His attacks is he hits you with this light from his lantern, as well as like jumps on you and does damage. But other than that, he's pretty easy to beat. It's kind of story driven because this is where you're gonna get your 6 partner. Let me see. Goombario, Cooper, Bombette, Parakarry, Lady Bo, Watt. Yeah, this is where you get 6 partner Watt post his defeat. But yeah, just use your action commands and you'll take him down pretty fast. Pretty easy fight. After that, we have General Guy. Now, first off, this fight is pretty funny, but it's going to go on for a good minute. And this is one of the ones where I actually almost died for the first time in a boss fight. Like, even prepared. But I was here for it. So you don't get to just face General Guy off the rip. No, you have to battle his army first. The first thing he sends out is an army of Shy Guys, and it's just like a bunch of Shy Guys on the ground. They'll come up and attack you. I think they go down to like 2 turns. But they go down pretty fast, and the general then shows up in like a cute tank with like these 2 Shy Guys on stilts. And then you have to battle the Shy Guys on stilts. You take them down, and you're still not done. Because then you have 2 towers of Shy Guys, like the ones that we faced. Like when we fought the Koopa Bros, they're all stacked on top of each other. And then once you take them down, it's time to fight the general himself. Kind of. He locks himself inside of the tank, and then you have 2 options once again in this boss fight. You can either attack the tank itself or attack the light bulb. Now, I recommend attacking the light bulb first because you're going to have 2 things attacking you if you don't, which gives your boss 2 turns. And I think Watt is the best enemy because it does do damage to you and your partner. But since Watt is made of electricity, I don't think it does anything to him. Plus, I think Watt does high damage in this battle. Let me see what else notes I have for this. Yeah, surviving this battle will take some items. I had to like buff up Mario to take this guy down. But in the end, we defeat General Guy if you can hold out that long, and we save the 4-star spirit once and for all. And that's it for that. We'll move on to the next section. Next up, we have Yoshi's Island. So in order to get to Yoshi's Island, or Lava Lava Island as its nickname, we first had to go to Active Toad Town Port, where you could have essentially visited Club 64, as I mentioned briefly before in the Toad Town section, or you can talk to the fisherman who used to have his live bait next to him, which his name is Fuzzy Peed, but now he's gone and the fisherman's by himself, and he's like all sad. He's like, oh, I missed my live bait. I don't know where it went. Where, if you actually take a second to think about it, like his partner, his best friend, was live bait that he was using to fish with. Like, of course, that fucked up. Of course, that guy left you. So, I thought that was pretty funny. But you'll find out more about that in a second. However, yes, the fisherman is now alone by himself. And there's a giant whale docked at the dock where the ship should be at the port. And it talks about how it has a stomach ache. And so, of course, Mario and his partners decide to go inside the whale's mouth like Pinocchio and figure out what's wrong with it. And this isn't how we get to the next world like in Kingdom Hearts. No, instead we have a sub-boss fight. Boss fight, Fuzzy Peed. For this boss fight, Watt has to be in your company, otherwise you're going to be trapped in darkness once again. And this enemy is going to be way out of sight for Mario to reach with his regular boots, so you need a hammer throw, or you can just rely on Watt to shock it down. But yeah, if Watt's not in your party, you'll be trapped in darkness, and you and your partner can't do anything to Fuzzy Peed. We need Watt out to see our enemy to take him down. It's a fairly quick and easy fight, and it's narrative driven, so don't worry about losing. You just need Watt in your party. And nothing really stands out, but he talks about how he's tired of being the fisherman's bait and that he tried to escape, and he's not going back. He's going to start a life of his own. Which again, great world building for a game that doesn't have to do this much work, but it's doing that much work.
A fun note post this battle, there's a Dr. Mario reference, which I thought was pretty clever because, like I said, Luigi mentions like Mario Party, Mario Tennis, and Mario Kart, and then you have Fuzzy Pete referencing Dr. Mario, and there's a bunch of references to Luigi's Mansion. They really are sprinkled. I mean, Nintendo owns this property, so of course they're gonna reference their own games, but it's really creative how they do it. After that, we've cured the whale's stomach ache, and it offers us a ride back and forth to Lava Lava Island. It's like, that's the least I can do. You help cure my stomach ache, so why not? And the one thing I love about Yoshi's Island is the sound of the waves crashing against the beach and the colorful variation of the fuzzies, the piranha plants, and the Shy Guys. It feels like we're on vacation, even though, like, it feels like we're on vacation halfway through the game. Even though we're on an island with an active volcano that can explode at any moment. Now, I never made it to this level as a kid, so this was all brand new for me. Again, I watched Tristan beat the game past this because I never got past Shy Guy's toy box. But here you can find all kind of Yoshis and Kid Yoshis, and I love that the green Yoshi is the chief of the village. Like, I think that's just so fitting. In the village, though, you can find another Toad bed and breakfast. This one is the most unique of all of them so far that we've seen, as it's completely outside, it's out into the open, and the bed is made of wood, and then the sheet is made of leaves. And so I thought that was really cool aesthetic to add to that. You can also get a preview of our future partner, Sushi, who is babysitting the other Kid Yoshis, known as the Fearsome Five. And you can talk to them, and they will tell you about how they're working on a secret plan to escape into the dangerous forest and play hide and seek. So you can guess where this is headed. Oh, and I've already said it before. I'm gonna say it again. Sushi is the MVP in this whole game. You might not like Sushi like I did as a kid, but she is the MVP. Next up, we have Jade Jungle. Now there are a lot of variations of enemies here that can inflict poison. So again, leave feeling fine and Spike Shield equipped. You will save yourself so much, like mistake, heartache, illness, any kind of debuff thing from Mario if you have both of these equipped at all times. Traversal here is mostly done as water. It's not as bad as Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, which, take that back, I've only played Sapphire, and I know like Sapphire is mostly covered in water because that was a lot of gripe. A lot of people have gripes with Pokemon Sapphire because like it was mostly water. I mean, you are after Kyogre, and Team Aqua's plan is to like cover the water 80%, or like cover the entire world in water. So I feel like Team Ruby, since their plan is to create more land, I feel like you wouldn't have that in Ruby. I don't know. I've only bought like one Pokemon game each. I've never bought like the dual sets, but I can imagine it would make sense. It would not make sense for Pokemon Ruby to have a lot of water. But anyways, there's a lot of water on this level. And you'll need Sushi to reach a super block. You can use Sushi now to go reach the super block in the center of Toad Town, plus there's a super block here as well. She will be the MVP in the boss fight coming up. Oh, and this is where she also joins our team. Also, there's a bulb seed here. There's a bulb seed here. Go ahead and get that now because it'll be your fourth one if you've been collecting them along the way, and you don't have to backtrack because again, you're gonna save yourself so much heartache and so much pain if you just go ahead and do it now without having to backtrack. Also, hilariously, Colorado makes a reappearance here, so you won't have talked to him in Dry Desert. You won't have talked to his wife as well in Koopa Village, just to like get the full experience. But he joins up with us on part of the adventure, and he keeps running ahead of us like all the time. But the hilarious part about that is he's always getting attacked. And then at one point, he pretends. He fakes us out. He runs ahead and he's like screaming, "Help! Help!" And then we go there and he's completely fine. He's just like, "I want to see how fast you'd run." He's like, "You took your time getting here though." So I thought it was a pretty fun little thing they added in there. Eventually though, we head towards the volcano, but we need a way to cross it because we are unable to reach. We're unable to reach it ourselves. So we head back to the village, and that's when we find out the Fearsome Five have escaped, and they made it out into the forest, and their parents are freaking out. Like if you explore Yoshi's village, like all the parents are like crying and their hands are up and they're running back and forth. You don't have to talk to all of them, but I did again to get the reaction and the full experience of the game. But you didn't have to go to the J Jungle, find each of the kids. Some of them are cleverly hidden. Some of them out in the open and obvious, but after you save each one, if you return to the main village, you'll see like the parents have calmed down, or like the parent of that Yoshi has calmed down. You can talk to them, but the other parents are still freaking out. Again, it's just great work. You could have brought back one and all of them been calm, but it's creative that like each one you bring back just calms down that one particular Yoshi. Because again, it's just like detail that they added that they didn't have to. They could have all been freaking out till you brought back all 5, but like they all slowly calm down as you bring back each Yoshi. I thought it was pretty cool. And then, of course, Sushi teams up with us, and she's the reason why we're able to get around so much. But after that, after saving all the Yoshis, we unlock the path to Mount Lava Lava. So, Mount Lava Lava. Again, I love the change in music. I love the creativeness with the music. But the other great aesthetic here is the constant flowing of smoke above your head. There is always smoke coming because you're in a volcano. And I just can't stop gushing about like the aesthetics in this game. We get some more hilarious shenanigans from Colorado running ahead of us. He triggers some traps with like this like rolling giant spike ball coming at us like Indiana Jones. You won't be able to outrun this. You'll get crushed and die. What you have to do is you have to spin dash all the way down, otherwise you'll get crushed. Colorado gets crushed no matter what happens, so that's pretty funny. You can run past him and it's just like, whoa, wait up for me. Here we have the return of fireball enemies that were in Shy Guy's toy box. I don't think I made a thing for them in enemies, but they're just fireballs, like not much to say, like living fire. But there's upbeat panicking music that's always playing inside of the volcano. There are also 2 super blocks here. I repeat, 2 super blocks, and they are both cleverly hidden. You can also get the fire shield badge here, which you have to like cleverly drop down. It's like in this like, you'll see it as you're like going across the zip line, and you can also get the ultra hammer here, which you're gonna need, which is storage driven. You have to get the ultra at. The only one you don't have to get storage driven is the super ultra boots, but the ultra hammer is storage driven. Fire shield badge is useful on this island because you're dealing with a lot of fire types enemies, plus the fire, your boss is going to be made of fire. So I recommend equipping that the entire time it's on this island. I don't think fire shield is really good post later game. Maybe because Bowser breathes fire. Maybe because Bowser has a fire ability, but I think it just does like 1 less damage from fire attacks. But again, I don't think it's much needed past this. There are puzzles here, and I thought they were cute. It requires some critical thinking, but like not really too much. Oh, and also you're going to use the ultra hammer to go back to Toad Town tunnels to access another super block there, or ultra block there. Because again, there's 3 in Toad Town tunnels, and 1 in the beginning of Toad Town, which you can now access pretty much almost all of them with Sushi. This part of the level was also fairly quick, which was weird. I expect it to be longer, but heal before you fight the boss. Trust me. The boss fight is Lava Piranha Hydra. So this is a triple fight, but I'm going to tell you a trick to beat it fairly fast and without taking almost no damage at all. This battle has 2 phases, the main head, and then 2 additional sentient plants. Sentient piranha plant arms, or limbs, whatever you want to call them. You'll want to focus on the small heads first over the giant head. If you don't, they'll keep attacking you. It basically gives piranha plant like 2 or 3 attacks total, but the arms will spring back to life after a period of time. I mean, you probably take out the head, but I'm gonna tell you the fastest way to do that anyway. All of them basically shoot fireballs. If you don't have any, if you have items, go ahead and use them. But I'll tell you the fastest way to take it down. First, there is a snowman item. I think you get it on Lava Lava Island, or wherever you can find the snowman item, use it. This thing normally does like 4 damage to like all enemies, but for fire enemies specifically, they do 8 damage. So the arms immediately go down. And then I think the head piranha plant is even like, not frozen, but like paused or something. They all have like this pause thing. But it'll immediately take you to the second phase, like almost like that. You can also upgrade Sushi, get her to Tidal Wave ability, because her water ability will take out all the piranha plants as well and do double damage because again, it's a water-based attack against fire enemies. But when it first goes down, it has this fake out win music and star points. Like it'll slither into the ground, and you think you won. Like you'll get the star points on screen and everything, and it plays a sound. And before immediately they burst back out of the lava, and they're like on fire. And this will make it impossible for Mario to use Stomp normally unless you have the Fire Shield badge attached. So this is again why you want to have Fire Shield, so you're not using Hammer Throw, because you can't hit them with regular hammer. You have to use Hammer Throw. So having that Fire Shield and Stomp, great combo. Now, another great twist is, I thought it was a great twist because it literally made you think you won. It gave you the star points, it gave you the music, because normally at a 2-phase, there's no star points or nothing like that. There's no like sound that you won. This one actually faked it out, and it does it twice. But if you're not doing it the easy way with the snowman and Sushi's tidal wave, you're gonna have a longer battle, but just have you some whack-a-nuts, some arrive shrooms, and stone caps, just so Mario can survive. Also, before I forget, in the middle of like their second phase, Colorado makes another appearance. He's like, "I've come to save you," and he runs at the piranha plant, but he gets burned by the lava, and he's like, "Ah!" He's taken out immediately. Really funny. Post this fight, we then have to. We've given our second fake out that we won. This time we did win. We get the Star Spirit, but there's no time to celebrate because the volcano's about to erupt. So we literally have to take off running before we even get to the end of the chapter scene. I'm gonna make sure I play that clip too, because it's really funny how it happens. Well, we run as fast as we can, and the lava's threatening to burn us to death. And the whole time, Colorado's like, "Oh, there's an artifact here. I gotta get it." I'm like, "Colorado, you don't bring your ass on. We gotta get the fuck out of here. We gotta burn it down." And in the end, the 5th Star Spirit saves us, and with some luck and a rocky flat surface, we make it out, and we end the chapter finally. But I have to say, bravo Nintendo! 2 fake outs back to back was really good. Next, we have Flower Garden. We are almost through this thing. We've got a few areas left. Flower Garden, again, if you collected all 4 Bulb seeds along the way in Dry Desert, Toad Town, Forever Forest, and Lava Island, you won't have to backtrack. If you did not find all 4 seeds, you have to go backtrack a lot. If you defeated the bloopers, there is some like warp pipes that'll take you there faster, but again, backtracking, it's annoying. You need these seeds to access chapter 6. And chapter 6 is inside of Toad Town. It's in the where Minty is, the florist. You give her the seeds and she'll plant them immediately, and it opens up a doorway to this beautiful and unique world. Here, the creatures are sentient living plants that walk and talk, and a tree that talks and is our interest to this world. It kind of reminds me of that tree from Kirby. Well, no, not that one. Yeah, because this one's bigger. But there is a Super Smash Bros. Reference in the end. We're going to get to that later, but that just reminded me of Super Smash Bros. There's a Super Smash Bros. Reference in the end of this that is major important. I want to bring it up. Also note, there is no Toad Bed and Breakfast here. If you want to heal, there's no save blocks. You have to go back to Toad Town every time, heal yourself, and then come back to the Flower Garden, which isn't too big of a problem because Flower Garden only has 4 sections, and again, there'll be a lot. This one has the most backtracking out of all of them. But if you're weakened, you want to go back to Toad Town and heal yourself up. The new enemy types are Bazaps, Crazy Daisies, Ruffin Puffs, and Lakitus, which we mentioned in sub-enemies and enemy types. So, what's the story here? A villain named Hufflepuff brought dark clouds to the eternally sunny Flower Garden, and without the sunlight, the sentient plants and inhabitants are slowly dying. They took away their infinite water source, and they took away the sun. So again, very creative world building. Like, I love that. Like, you can find out this lore reading the dialogue and stuff like that. You won't read it. You won't hear it if you skip through, like, really fast. We also learned that Hufflepuff is in a castle in the sky, and the only way to reach him is by a giant beanstalk. So literally Mario and the beanstalk. We need 4 items to reach him. We need a magical seed, fertile soil, and miracle water, along with the sun. Now, we have our heading and we have 4 directions, but it's not as simple as it sounds because, again, there is a lot of backtracking coming up. For one, there are several flower gatekeepers. A red, a yellow, and a blue flower, and they all want a particular berry to be persuaded to open their gate. Fortunately enough, it's easy to figure out which one they want. There's a cherry, berry, and lemon berry that you need to find to let us pass through. And each gate will have one of the items we need. Now, there are some funny moments I noted. A literal well catches an attitude with you if you start throwing anything down it. And if you throw anything but a blueberry, it'll send out a new enemy. It'll send out a bazap at you. Which they're pretty easy to beat there. I've already mentioned that. But if you want to know what to feed it, it's a blueberry and it'll give you a badge in return for it. A second fun moment I noted is there's this ugly, hideous flower that thinks she's beautiful and better than the other flowers. And she has the water stone we need to get the miracle water. Only she doesn't want to give it up because it's the only thing that matches her beauty. Even though we told her friends will die and without it. And she's just like, that sucks for them. And I was like, you bitch. So we had to backtrack specifically for her to find her item that's even more beautiful than the water stone for her to give it up. Oh, and then the last thing I thought was funny is that there's this third flower stuck in a dried up well that she's waiting for a handsome prince to come save her. And she's like, oh, I got stuck with a fat, ugly plumber, so I guess you'll have to do. I was like, okay, all these plants are gonna die. You gonna die because you ain't getting no water because you want a handsome prince to come save you. You gonna die because you think you're the most beautiful plant here and you ugly as shit. I was like, all y'all can just die. So I was like, so y'all, cool, you've chosen death then. Not that they can hear me, but again, Mario's a silent protagonist, so you can say whatever you want for him. There is a second partner rank up here, surrounded by massive enemies. Don't be intimidated by this. They're fairly easy to take out with the first attack and action command. Plus, there in this area, there is a shiny Amazy that we brought up in sub enemies. You'll want to fight that Amazing Daisy because, again, you'll get a lot of star points, like 42 star points, which is a lot for this game. That's almost half. After we've gathered the 3 items we need, the miracle water, the magical bean, and the fertile soil, we should be ready to make the beanstalk, but we're not because we still need the sun. So we have to head towards this other direction that we could, out of the 4 directions, this is the last direction you can go. And you eventually reach the sun that's locked up in this well, it's not locked up. It's sitting on this pedestal, and it's all sad. It's impressed. It's like I want to go back up into the sky, but it's like the hover puff machine is making the clouds all dark and gloomy, and I can't live my best life with that up in the sky. So it asks for our help to destroy it, and that's when we get into. And we offer to help it. So that's when we get into our next sub-boss fight with our future partner, Spike. Now, the thing about Spike is, he doesn't want to fight us, but he feels like he has to because he got involved at Huff and Puff for a job. It's a fairly easy fight, and after that, you talk him into being your partner. And well, I mean, I already mentioned this in the partner section, but you talk him into being your partner. You get 1 of 4 options, and I would just say he'll join up with you. But I like his design and everything. That's my only note for him for that. Post his defeat, his girlfriend Lakitu races up to his defense, or his girlfriend Lakalulu races up to his defense, and we learn his real name is Lucky Lester, but he prefers to go by Spike because he thought it sounded cooler. And so now we have all of our team. We are officially the Straw Hats. We have Mario as Luffy, Goombario as Zoro, Bombette as Nami, Cooper as Usopp because he's my favorite, Spike as Sanji because clearly, Sushi is Jinbei because clearly, Parakarry is Frankie because nobody likes using him, Watt is Chopper because they're both babies and adorable, Bo is Brooke because Bo is dead and so is Brooke, and Peach is Robin even though she doesn't join our team, but if she was on our team, she would be Robin. Side note, after getting Spike, go back to Toad Town tunnels immediately. Now you can get the Ultra Boots, which is useful for fighting Lakitu enemies. You don't need the Ultra Boots for this because you already have high hitting enemies like Sushi, Watt, Parakarry, Spike, so you don't need the Ultra Boots to hit those, but if you want to have everything unlocked, go back to Toad Town tunnels and get that. We then go after the Cloud Machine and take it out after battling some of Bowser's minions, which is really just like an army of Magic Koopas. After which we then break the machine with Mario's hammers and the clouds disperse, allowing the sun to take its rightful place in the sky. All the flowers and the trees are super happy and grateful because, the sun's living his best life and now they're going to survive. So all that's left is to take down Huff and Puff himself. But before that, go back to Toad Town and save your health. Meanwhile, the magical beanstalk grows and we can now go up the beanstalk. Cloudy climb. All right, Mario, it's time to climb the beanstalk and fight a giant. Or a giant fart cloud is what I call it. So we ride a plant like elevator up to Cloudy Climb. There's not much to see, but it's like a cool aesthetic. It gives me Skypiea from One Piece vibes, even though this was way before Skypiea. And there's a badge hidden in the first area. It's easy enough to find, but you might skip it, and it's not really necessary, but it gives Mario a powerful jump when he's supercharged. While there isn't actually much to see or explore up to here, I do love the cloud aesthetic and the soft piano music. And then all the stuff to do is just face the boss. Nothing else to do up here. Boss fight, Huff and Puff. He looks like a massive brown fart cloud with fart arms and orange eyes. That's literally my first note. And you can't change my mind. A giant farted that cloud to life. Like, that happened. Anyways, when you attack Huff and Puff, the more damage you do, the more little clouds come out of his body. This is a problem because those clouds give Huff and Puff additional attacks. Like, they'll constantly attack you, and you have to press A to stop them from attacking you. So that's like major additional damage. So you want to take those out immediately. This is where Sushi comes in clutch. Her tidal wave ability will destroy all of those. Because let me not forget to mention, they don't just deal damage to you. Huff and Puff can reabsorb them and get all the health you did to him back. This can be a endless boss fight if you let it happen. Because the only way to kill Huff and Puff is to take him down to 0 health. But with you constantly attacking him and more Huff and Puff clouds coming out of it, or Rough and Puff clouds coming out of his body, he'll just reabsorb those. If you destroy them one at a time, again, you're just dragging out a battle. So take him out automatically. Use Scholar's ability, use Tidal Wave, use Paracarry's air shot, whatever. Use Bombette's Power Bomb or Mega Bomb. Anything that does crowd control. But again, Sushi works best for me. Because it's a fight that can go nowhere fast. And also, if he starts forming up lightning all around his body, brace yourself to like shield Mario with out of sight or something, because or no, I should do is I think attack him once and then he'll stop doing that. Because yeah, he will do major damage to Mario if you don't deal with that immediately. Now he does have a variety of moves. Let me not forget his blowing his fart breath attack, which can decrease the damage. You can decrease the damage with action commands, but yeah, he has quite a few attacks. But keep doing that until he's smaller and smaller, and then eventually we'll take him down. And you're welcome. You now save the 6-star spirit. After that, we have Shiver City. Now, you may be wondering how to get here because the game will not tell you how to get to Shiver City. This is where, in the beginning of the game, like I said, you get lost, you go to Merlin, pay 5 coins, and he'll tell you where to go. The game will not tell you to go visit Merlin. You just have to go there. Once you do, Merlin will be talking to somebody from Shiver City, and they'll be like, hey, we've been looking for you. Somebody, Merlin's son, who's called Merly, is looking for you in Shiver City. He needs you to go there. And the only way to access it, oh no, this is where you need these super boots. So you do have to get the ultra boots for this. So Merlin's son's looking for you, and you must find a special pipe in Toad Town tunnels to get there. Now, the special pipe is hidden behind a blue door that you can only access with the ultra boots. So you do need the ultra boots. I lied. You don't need the ultra boots in chapter 6, but you need them in chapter 7. And so, by this point, there is a super block right after you pass through the blue door. And if you've been collecting all the super blocks along the way, all your team should be just about fully powered. Like, there should be only one person that's not fully powered by now, or have their ultra rank. My first note is that there is snow everywhere, with snowman to boot, and I love it. Because in Louisiana as a kid, we didn't have snow big enough to like build a snowman or make snow angels. The one time we did, like, I had moved at Florida, and like they got hit by a massive snowstorm, and I had heard about it, but I wasn't here for that. Me and my sister were kids. We had snow like an inch off the ground, but never like nothing you can make a snow angel with. There's a Jingle Bell Christmas music on a xylophone that plays, and I thought it was really cute. All the villagers are sentient penguins, and I love that the unique Toad House in Lava Lava Island there's a unique toad house here, just like in Lava Lava Island. This one he wears snow muffs and like he has like snow clothes on. And this is where my Toad and breakfast joke is gonna make sense. So after sleeping a night in Toad's house, you wake up and you have like a snack on the table. He's like, "Oh, that snack's for you." And it's like a frozen meal. And there's like 5 HP or something like that, 5 health. And then one thing I noticed when exploring around the town is you'll notice a key under a frozen lake. So we know that's gonna be important at some point. When we arrive at the city, though, the city's under high alert because there was a stranger seen there recently screaming for Mario. They're like, there's some maniac running around screaming for Mario. I thought this would be a reference to Luigi. It also could have been a reference to Master Cooper Jr. because this is where we fight him for the 5th time. Because it's never revealed who the stranger was, but I'm imagining that it was Master Cooper Jr. But we're told that no one's allowed to leave town because of the stranger. Except us at first because of the warp pipe. Anyways, eventually you'll want to leave town, but first we're told we have to go get to the mayor's house to get permission. I recommend talking to everyone in town before going to see the mayor because the interaction that people will get, you're gonna get an interaction. You're gonna get a different interaction after what's about to happen. So I like the hilarious responses, but the differences. But when we arrive at the mayor's house, we're greeted by his friend and wife, who tells us her husband's in the back room. So upon entering the back room, we find the mayor's been killed. And the wife sees us over his dead body. And she runs out screaming for help. And she talks about how it's a penguin murder mystery. And she tracks down this detective penguin. And she tells her that we barged in and she tried to stop us. And she watched us kill her husband right before her very eyes. And in this moment, I remember thinking like, whoa, did y'all really just go dark? Like in Thosuand Year Door, there is another murder mystery thing, which is really funny. So I know that one was inspired from this one, but I did not expect them to like do this like in this one as well, because I never made it this far. But yeah, she says that we like killed her husband and she saw it. We barged in past her. So I thought like, okay, are we gonna have to like prove that she killed her husband? Like how dark would that be for a kid's game? Like we have to prove that like we're being framed for murder in a Paper Mario game. That'd be crazy. Either way, the detective gives us the benefit of the doubt, and he tasks us with proving our innocence before we get another Super Mario Sunshine incident. Because Mario's rap's already big. Like he got framed for like painting all over the Isle of Fino and Sunshine as well. I have to note how the music changes to this dramatic jazz murder music as well. Like, so I'm gonna play the 2 different tracks. Like, first is like that friendly track, and then it changes like this dramatic jazz detective music. The game is phenomenal. If I have not gushed about it enough yet. Now, when you talk to everyone in town the second time, no one wants to do anything with. No one wants to talk to you. The only clue that we have to prove our innocence is that there was a note found on the victim's body with a note called Herringway on it that the mayor died holding. And I was thinking like, well, could he be the killer? And there's only one way to find out. Now, if you try to talk to people, they'll tell you to go away. We don't talk to you. We don't talk to killers. And even the Toad Town shop that's hosted by Penguin, he won't sell you items. He's like, I don't sell items to murderers. So I thought that was really funny. Oh, and then the warp pipe you came on, a penguin's standing on us. You can't even escape by warp pipe. You have to solve who murders you in order to escape. Sorry about that. So here's what you gotta do. Break the ice holding the key. Open the warehouse door. Jump on the spring to the roof, slide across the roof into the second house, where you slide down a chimney like Santa Claus on Christmas Day, only we're not delivering presents, we're delivering justice. Find Herringway in the secret room and confront the killer. But did Herringway actually do it? No, he's a murder mystery novelist. Why would he act out a murder for one of his new books, to give him inspiration? That'd be way too obvious. No, he tells us that he wants to go back. He's going to go with us back to the mayor's house. He's going to solve this mystery himself. And I was like, okay. So we head back together. After some hilarious banter, the mayor wakes up on his own. And I was like, oh my God, he's a zombie. He's a ghost. He's a ghost zombie. Kill it with fire. I'm just kidding. It turns out the mayor slipped and hit his head while reaching for a package for his friend Herringway. No murder at all, and our name is cleared, and we're just allowed to leave the city and head to Starhaven. But first, I tried talking to the wife again, and she lasted off saying, she had an overactive imagination, including, and she's like, oh yeah, that was fun. So anyway, bye. I was like, you just trying to frame me for murder, and you're just gonna act like you didn't do that. But anyways, everybody in town is now relieved that the mayor's okay, and the shopkeeper will now talk to you like normal. Before we reach when you leave Shiver City, you're gonna head towards Star Haven. Before reaching Star Haven, we do get into a battle with Master Cooper Jr. for the fifth time, but we already talked about that. Post this fight, we come across 6 snowmen. 2 are missing an item, an orange scarf, and a black hat. So we can be sure this will be important later. Now, almost immediately post this fight, almost immediately past this fight, you go into a second boss fight. You can 100% win this depending on your health, but go back to Shiver City first, just in case Master Cooper Jr. did a lot of damage to you, because you just might need it. When you pass Master Cooper Jr. again, though, he's hilariously frozen in ice, which I thought was a funny, hilarious touch to add in there, which I already talked about too. So now we have another boss fight, the Shivertown Ghost boss fight. He's all bark and no bite. He's got a flashy technique that does 1 damage. Despite his bravado, unlike Kitsy Koopa, you can see that he's afraid to fight. So you do a lot of damage to him. But once he's down, he scatters into a child star spirits that flee from battle, and we can safely get to Star Haven. There we are greeted by Merlin's son, Merlee, who tells us that they just use that form to scare off Bowser's minions, which I thought was cute. Now, Starborn Valley. Or, sorry, not Star Haven, Starborn Valley is where we're heading to. Star Haven is a different place. Starborn Valley, like Goomba Village, is all in one location. But we officially now have met the entire Merlin family. Wait, no, that's wrong. I'm wrong about that. We're going to meet his ancestor later. But Star Haven is the place where stars are born, and they're raised before taking on their purpose in the sky and granting wishes. But with the star rod stolen, the young star spirits don't have the energy to rise up to the sky. We then get the scarf from Merlee, but we're told the black hat is held by the mayor in Shiver City. So once again, just some small backtracking, nothing too big. You'll run into some gold prints in this area. You'll run into some frozen piranha plants. But other than that, not much to see. After that, we have Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace. It's a place to honor the star spirits, but it was forgotten over time. The way to access it is by getting the scarf from Merlin's son Merlee, and the hat from the mayor. The snowman, like Frosty the Snowman, will spring to life and thank you, before revealing a door to Crystal Palace. A funny duplicate ghost gag will repeat throughout this section, where a duplicate ghost will pretend to be your partner, and you have to hit the imposter with your hammer to break the illusion, which is pretty funny. I mean, guys, it's so hard. I mean, it's obviously not the one insulting you and pretend to be your friend. There's nothing going to happen if you get it wrong besides a duplicate ghost thinking it outsmarted you, and your partner being briefly sad, but nothing else really. There were 2 standout moments. One is where Bombette is cloned 5 times, and where she said if you whack her, she will bomb you for that. I don't know if she does because I didn't get it wrong. I knew which one was the real Bombette, but she does thank you if you get it right. And the second is my favorite, where they imitate Koopa, but instead of looking like Cooper, they all look like Goomba. Well, it's the second time they imitate Koopa, because they do it twice. They imitate Koopa the first time, but we know that's a fake, because Koopa's right next to us. But the second time they do it, they look like Koopa Koot, Luigi, and I forgot who the last one was. But they all claim to be Cooper, and it's hilarious because when you whack them one by one, they're like, how did you manage to see through my disguise? It was perfect. It was foolproof. And I was like, yeah, only one of you like Cooper, though, so you guys are terrible at your job. In a hidden passageway, we can meet the spirit of Madame Merlius, which is the ancestor of the Merlin family. This is where we meet the last member of the Merlin family. So, correction from earlier. We've now met all of the Merlin family in Paper Mario 64. She begins a long tale with the hilarious gag of Mario falling asleep with a giant snot bubble, and post her tale we get the Star Stone, which is needed to enter deeper into the castle or the palace. And I love the animation of the star steps, ice steps forming. I'm going to play that because it was really cool to see that. The Crystal Palace is basically like a house of smoke and mirrors with some pretty creative puzzles and pretty fun battles. It has some slight backtracking, some switches. So just use your critical thinking. You'll get through it pretty easily. After that, we get to the boss fight. Now, this is the second boss fight since Huff and Puff and Shy Guy's boss battle that I was afraid I was going to die and lose. Let me preface this. This is the second time that Sushi became MVP for me, like officially, like permanently she's MVP. This guy has high HP. He can summon crystal bits that'll attack you up to the number of pieces there are, kind of like Huff and Puff. Which again, Sushi can take them all out with Tidal Wave. He can freeze Mario up to 2 turns, so Feeling Fine and the Ice Shield badge are going to be great. You get the Ice Shield badge here. Also, the Crystal King can heal himself up to 20 HP constantly. But worst of all, he has 2 additional illusions on himself that only disappear if you hit the correct one. And they do not fade. There's no shadow beneath them. There's no glimmering. They all look the same. So there's no smoke and mirrors that'll help you with that. So either use multi-attacking items like Scholar's ability, an item ability like Solar, Sushi's Tidal Wave, Paracarry's Air Shot ability, Bombet's Power Bomb, Spike's, infinite spike things, or Watts, whatever does crowd control to reveal the real one. And then post his defeat, we say the last and final Star Spirit. And I gotta tell you guys, I was on the edge of my seat the entire fight. Next up, we have Star Haven. We're almost done. So this is cool. To get here, you have to go back to Toad Town, travel up Shooting Star Summit, and by the power of the 7 Star Spirits, now fully free, they create an elevator in the stars. There's a twinkle little star jingle that plays, and it sounded really cute. And to the kid, the side of this world must look amazing. Along the way you're climbing up the stairs, you'll battle like frost enemies, frost embers. They're not too hard to deal with. They have some cute lampposts of moons with clouds resting on them that I thought was like a nice little touch and aesthetic. The trees are barren with stars for leaves and a greenish blue hue. And Star Haven, if you can't tell if it's morning or night because it's always covered in stars and there's a twilight feel to it. There used to be a lot more stars prior to the Star Rod being stolen, but there's another Toad bed and breakfast here that is unique with an open bed underneath the stars, and it's hosted by a star instead of a toad. There's also a shop here with some unique items as well. Ultimately, though, we end up in the shrine area where the 7 Star Spirits call home. And the Star Rod was once held and we obtained the ability Star Beam. Now, the Star Beam is only going to be used to override Bowser's Star Rod. It doesn't really do anything else in combat. And the last thing we get is a starship to take us up to Bowser's castle, so we can take the battle to him once and for all. So let's go. And as we fly, people mistake the ship for a shooting star to wish us luck and bring back Peach and defeat Bowser and, the safety of our friends. Though there was one hilarious Toad that just wished for a year's supply of shroom cake, which I thought was like a really hilarious and cute touch because I was like, again, great world building. Like some people are going to have that kind of like, no, I just want shroom cake. I ain't worried about the rest of the world. Just give me some shroom cake. Now we're going to combine Bowser and Peach's castle together. After parking our ride outside of the free valet area, we enter Bowser's castle that is resting just beneath Peach's own. Bowser's got this like cool, dark, beady drum music that makes you feel like you're doing something dangerous. And the sound of bubbling lava in the side of it makes it feel even more dangerous. You can explore the area and find Toads like behind bars. There's a funny gag with like a stone face of Bowser that tricks you into falling in a trapdoor. It's story driven. You can't fall. You have to do it. Trust me, even I was like, I'm not going to fall for this. I know it's a trapdoor, but again, it's story driven. But he does tell us if we somehow make it back up to the surface, he will let us go through. He's a man of his word. It's inescapable for some, he says. Or he says it's inescapable, but it's not inescapable for us, Mario and our partners. Because for one, we have a sentient bomb named Bombette. We end up making it out of the cell, and you can see we end up making it into the cell where the same Toads that if you explored earlier, you can you're not joining in there with them, and you can talk to them. And even after blowing it up, they don't escape. They're like, oh, there's a way out now, but we feel safer in here. Post our escape, though, we rely on Spike to get safely over the lava that surrounds the castle. I mean, what would Mario do without him? Like, Paracarry can't fly us over that lava that long. We'd instantly fall in. And so would Paracarry. Well, not probably not him. Even Bo's ability to phase through the lava are needed. So, like, again, it's a full team effort. All the Straw Hats are needed for this. Follow the path if you want to. You can ignore the items along the way because the lava's gonna. You'll see like these items like on like a safety plane. Just ignore them because the lava will turn to rock whenever you drop some water in there. So you can come back from them. Don't worry about trying to get them. Oh, I forgot to mention, when we first enter Bowser's castle, it's pitch black, and we need Watt's ability to illuminate the darkness around us. So you want to keep her as your partner again, because again, you can't see the enemies because everything's in darkness. It's not too hard though to get lost because most of the paths lead to like a short dead end or they hold an item. Hilariously though, when we do make it back to the room, the sentient door does keep his word. He's like, alright, you made it up here. I don't know how you did though, but I'll let you pass through. And I gotta say, it's an honorable door. There is a toad house here. It's in a prison cell, and it's in a prison cell with all these other trapped toads and bombs, which I thought was a cute and accurate touch because they are trapped inside of Bowser's castle. And I love the host line that it's not traditional house, but if you need a rest, go ahead. So Mar just hops on his bed, no blanket, no nothing, just out in the open, but the toad's watching over you. And I love how Bowser would have made it impossible to save Peach due to the traps of like raising water levels, hidden doors, and like just various things that you need your partners for. It's like a very creative world. There's also a Toad Town shop here, but it's actually like a warehouse, and a Goomba guard is like just trying to make some money for himself. He's like, hey, I got these items in this shed. You're welcome to take them for a pretty penny. And again, it's just a hilarious creative world building because like they couldn't put a Toad shop in Bowser's castle or a Toad bed and breakfast. So they made a prison cell bed for that, and then they made a warehouse shed with all these items that you can buy. The return of bullet bills are here that we haven't seen since chapter 1. They're now golden, just making them a little bit stronger, but not too much. Also, we have dry bones here and armored Koopas, which we mentioned in the enemy type section. As we solve more puzzles, some easy, some moderately easy, just like some critical thinking, we eventually arrive at a door and find Princess Peach. What's she doing here? She claims to have escaped Bowser's hole, and she's like, hey, we don't have to fight Bowser, we can just leave now. Don't worry about him. And I would kind of believe it because we did the Peach segments. We know she has a sneaky parasol, and we snuck around as Peach. So you'll start walking away, and you'll eventually notice like Peach is following you until she's not. And so you turn back, and then Peach turns to a Doopy Ghost, but she runs back, and then you see that she's Peach again. Whack her one time, and then she reveals herself as a Doopy Ghost, which again I thought was funny. That was really creative because we knew Peach had escaped before, but I didn't think it was weird. Like I was like, Peach, yeah, we could escape, but your castle's still in the sky. Bowser has all these toads trapped here, and he has a Star Rod. So even if we did want to leave with you, we made a promise to the Star Spirits that we'd save it. So that definitely wasn't Peach, but I like that was clever. Like she'll follow you until she doesn't, and then you have to go back and she'll be a Doopy Ghost. It was the best surprise since the Penguin Murder Mystery to me. Oh, no, actually, it's the third best. Because the best thing is the Koopa Bros came back. And I'm just kidding, you wish. So do I, because they're immediately taken out by Master Koopa Jr. for like our sixth and final fight. But it would have been fun to fight them. I love their reappearance and everything. I'm going to play that scene too. Post this battle, we arrived outside of Peach's castle. We made it out of Bowser's castle, and now we're outside of Peach's. And you played the Peach's segments previously, you can find like a Toad bed and breakfast here. It's the one where like Peach saves the Toad that was trapped in the closet. And there's no enemies here, none. They were all down in Bowser's castle. So once you're in Peach's castle, feel free to explore, find the badges, find items. If you didn't explore with Peach, now's the time to do it with Mario, because after that, you're just going to face the boss. But once you're done exploring, let's go face Bowser for the final battle. Boss battle. Bowser won. Let the final battle begin. Bowser can now inflict poison, so again, healing, find badge, keep it equipped. Also, when he uses the power of Star Rod, this is the time to immediately use Star Beam, otherwise he's invulnerable to your attacks. He can also heal himself up to 20 HP and use the Star Rod to blast your partner up to 3 turns. So Bowser has the ability to attack your partner. But again, never fear, just come prepared with like badged up, and high FP and HP, and you can take him down. Now, I thought to myself, is the final battle really that easy? Not yet. Remember, Cammy said she had a secret weapon in the previous Peach segment. So Bowser flies off the roof of Peach before he dares you to come after him. This is the true final battle, so make sure you go back to Toad House and heal up because there's no save, block, or heal between there. And again, you want to do that before. Do it before you go back up to the roof. Now we're going to fight Bowser Phase 2 in his superpowered Bowser form. So what was Cammy's secret weapon? Well, remember that platform from Super Smash Bros., the famous one, Final Destination? I think this is from Paper Mario. I think Final Destination came from Paper Mario because this is the same platform, and this came out before Smash Bros. 64. It's a weapon that increased Bowser's power and size into a kaiju. And I hope you bought Revive Shrooms, saved your game, and a full star bar because Mario's gonna need it. Bowser does Fire Breath, which does higher damage, so make sure you have Fire Shield equipped, and uses the Star Rod's power, and our Star Beam does nothing. Guys, I don't think we can win this. Wait, what's that over there? That's right. Peach cries out for help. Cammy threatens to hit her with magic when Twink shows up. I mean, Twink comes to her rescue. Not actual Twink comes. Twink comes to her rescue. He unties Peach and we go into a mini boss fight against Cammy. It's story driven, so don't worry about losing. Cammy Koopa boss fight. Twink has one move, dash, and it does no damage. Even when Cammy taunts him, but with the power of Peach's focus, Twink can now do 1 damage. Well, no worries, we just keep using focus, getting Twink stronger and stronger so he can defeat the old hag. With Peach's witches, Twink takes out Cammy all on his own. And once he does that, we now have the Star Beam even more powerful because it is now transformed into the Peach Beam. That's right. Twink has aided the Star Spears with Peach's power and transformed it into a whole new attack. So now it's time for Bowser round 3. Back to the battle we go. The Peach Beam is strong enough to depower Super Bowser. Bowser will stick to Fire Breath, clawing you with poison, or sometimes blasting your partner with a Star Rod. So, stuff we're already used to. But this time we can handle it. I beat Bowser pretty easy with just my Power Bounce, 2 Revive Shrooms, and the MVP Sushi. Which again, like I said, Sushi was clutch. Cooper's my favorite still, but Sushi is clutch. With Bowser now defeated, we attain the Star Rod. But we're not safe yet. Our battle with Bowser has sent Cammy's machine haywire. It implodes along with Bowser's castle and everyone is consumed in the explosion. Everyone but Mario, Peach, and the Star Spirits, that is. And the prisoners inside the castle. The 7 Star Spirits and Twink, aided by the Star Rod, keep them safe. And in a like star force field, and we float safely back down to Earth while Bowser and Cammy go blasting off again. A very happy end. We have now reached the end of the video. These are my closing thoughts. With Bowser defeated and the Star Rod returned to Star Haven, everyone parts ways. Twink has an odd message he's holding back from Peach, like he wants to tell her he loves her. Again, if you played Thosuand Year Door, that is a joke reference for that. I'm gonna say that for that review though. But it ends with Mario telling Luigi his story, and we get a glimpse of all of our friends returned home and on an adventure of their own. I thought this was a cute addition to add to the end of the game. They include getting us all re-invited to a party that's hosted by Peach with an invitation by Parakarry, who's actually doing his job for once, the right way. There's one cameo I love seeing, which is Cooper on his adventure with Colorado, as Colorado's wife shows up, and she basically calls him out. It's hilarious. She goes off at him like that scene from Harry Potter when Ron gets that letter from his mom, and she's screaming at him in front of Harry and Hermione and all the students, and she's like, "Oh, nice to see you, Harry. You're dead, Ron." I love it. And on the way to Peach's castle, we can once again talk to every character that we met on our adventure on the way to her castle. They're all great for you, and seeing them in Toad Town gives me joy. This is where specifically where you can see Chantrell singing again, the poet writing, Goomba, I think it's Goom Papa and Goombaria.
You can just see like everybody's here, and it all leads to like this speech that Princess Peach gives, which could have been better, but I thought it was really cute. And she honors all of our friends and Mario, and it's a cute scene with it ends with a cute scene of Luigi leading a marching band, and it goes on all the way to the credits. Some overall thoughts. I love the storybook opening. This world feels massive, the locations feel unique, and each characters are unique to their environment, and I fell in love with them. It reminds me why I love this game so much. Let's see. I love all the different kinds of toads, the variation of enemies. Even the smallest changes to their personalities made it feel so much more massive and world building, just like Thousand Year Door. But Super Paper Mario didn't. I didn't play Paper Jam. I didn't play the one with the paint, but I did play Origami King. They all felt lifeless compared to these first two games. I also love the world that feels like a pop-up book, like if you're reading a kid a bedtime story. Very cute. One thing I dislike, you can only hold 10 items at a time, but it's just so you don't be too OP. But the benefit is that the shopkeepers, no matter which one you leave it with, they can hold onto your excess items. You can get them for free anytime you need them later in the game. So that's a great touch. But yeah, you can only hold 10 items just so you don't be too overpowered. Exploring the world felt great, and talking to every character didn't feel daunting, because I was always curious about what they would say next, like what kind of lore I'd learn and stuff like that. Like a funny line talking about how Toad is full after I ate all this shroom cake, but then it's going to go back for more shroom cake to stuff his face. I thought it was pretty funny. The game heavily encourages exploration, checking every bush, hammering every tree, going back and looking through stuff. It literally isn't like a collectathon, but it's just telling you like there's secrets if you're looking for them. The bosses were unique, and I had never seen them before. And I love the feeling like your allies, they're not like your Pokemon. They don't just go into battle. They have their own personalities, their own feelings, their own thoughts and emotions. And I got drawn to them. I love them. That's how we love the partners in Thousand Year Door, and Paper Mario 64. We love the partners because they felt so they full of life. You always have access to the menu at any time to see like your stats, your health, flower points, badge points, how many star points you have, how much close you are to 100, how much money you have, how many star pieces you have, and the playtime overall. Like all in one screen. You don't have to go to separate screens like future games do. And badges, you can assign and remove badges at any time outside of battle. Items that are relevant to the story are in key items, and then you have access to your items that you can use outside of battle, like healing yourself with a mushroom or tasty tonic. Just if you want to just play around with your items and stuff like that. You can't lose like a stone cap or CB sheep out of battle, but other ones you can. Your party menu displays all your colorful cast of characters and what they can do. You can switch them out at any time, even without going into the main menu. My favorite one is Cooper, but Sushi is a close second. Like, she's the one I definitely walk around with. There's also the Star Spirits menu that shows you like all the Star Spirits you saved and what they can do in and out of combat. And lastly, the map shows you the world where it seems small, but like I said, once you play this game, the world feels massive. And I love that. And especially once you like the Toad Tunnel's warp pipes, so much easier to get around. Mario is a silent antagonist, which we can insert ourselves into any way we want. And I love that because, like I said, me and my brother would pretend to like clean glasses in Club 64 like we had a job to do. Stay away from Chet Repo and Reap Cheeto. That's one of my notes I have for overall. There is a colorful warm guide that will randomly pop up and quiz you throughout the game, Quizmo. It's not required, but it's a fun gimmick. You are timed, but I never really timed it out to see what would happen, but you win star pieces. I also love the gimmick that if you fall from a really great height, you only like float down because I made a paper. Just, again, great world building. If you ever feel lost, visit Merlin for 5 coins. I'll tell you where to go. Visiting Reference Plus shops was cool, but he is expensive. But again, if you don't have to buy every single one. Some of them are tad pricey. Some of them don't really do anything. I love that Luigi references Mario Kart, Mario Tennis, Mario Party, and like there's references to Luigi's Mansion, which are great fourth wall breaks. Because again, like I said, Luigi's Mansion was a selling point for GameCube. I love the design of each partner and how vital they are to aiding Mario. Like, they're not just there. You don't just have partners to have partners. They all have a vital role to play throughout the game. Visiting Luigi after each chapter was fun and had great dialogue surprises.
I'm going to give you some overall thoughts on chapters. The prologue, I thought was a great way to introduce us to this fascinating world. The gimmicks, the power system, seeing how creative the character designs are, Bowser's plan, the Star Spirit's plight, the Star Rod's power. It's all really easy to follow. I love the humor throughout. It made me laugh. The cleverness of the enemies' names. The bosses you do face are hilarious and great. Nothing too challenging for an opening chapter, but you get what you are going to experience later, like through their fight. Chapter 1, storming the Cooper Bros. 2, storming the Cooper Bros fortress. Y'all know I love the Cooper Bros. Cooper Bros are like my heart and soul for this game. Upon beating the Cooper Bros and saving the first Star Spirit, I had fond memories. The Cooper Bros were my most treasured memory of this game. As I've seen online, many people love them. Not just me. Like, I've seen a lot of fan art of the Cooper Bros. Like, not inappropriate fan art, like regular fan art. And they're not the most powerful or super intimidating, but I just found them really fun and unique. Probably because I like Ninja Turtles a lot, but, you know, and their signature pose is cute. And we get my favorite ally Cooper in that arc. Plus, there's just a lot light backtracking and puzzles, which is pretty fun. Mystery of Dry Desert, Chapter 2. It was shorter than I remember. Chapter 2, Mystery of the Dry Desert. Shorter than I remembered, which isn't a bad thing. I think it just feels longer as a kid, or maybe I just got lost. Dry Desert doesn't feel as huge and long puzzles, but the desert is aesthetically pleasing. Creative and spooky, love the lore, the new enemies in the boss battle, and again, great designs, and really loved the replay. Chapter 3, The Invincible Tub of Blubba. I found this chapter very entertaining. From the spook factor of the Forever Forest and potential to be lost and swarmed by enemies, the fun trickster games by the booze, and the everlasting fear of the everlasting fear of Temple footsteps as he's chasing me, and always being just off screen will always stick with me. Like, I was always afraid that he was going to catch me. Chapter 4, Trials in the Toy Box. Shy Guy's Toy Box felt very cute. It also gave me the first boss fight I almost lost to. And I love the design of this world and how you find it, the mischievous of the Shy Guy's nature, and some hilarious banter throughout. This all felt new to me because I guess I never really got to Chapter 4 by myself. I just watched Tristan beat it. Chapter 5, Hot Times on Lava Island. Yoshi's Island. Oh my god, all the Yoshis are so cute. I once had this game on 64 called Yoshi's Island, and I never beat it. But it was always sad when you lost because it was this dramatic ending. I'm going to make sure I play it too. When you would die with a Yoshi, it would play this scene of like a Yoshi being carried up by a Shy Guy towards a factory, and you just assumed that Yoshi died. And I was like, why is it so dark? Like, what the fuck? It was with Nintendo early 64. Like, I'm going to play that so y'all can see it. It's very dark. But I do love the cute song they always sang at the end of the game, the Yoshi game. It just sounds like Yoshi singing. That stuck with me too. Anyways, I love this entire island and the fact that the volcano is about to break when Mario and his friends first get there. And I love the aesthetic of the Toad's house. I love that I met my MVP partner Sushi here, so that's a high bonus for this chapter. The boss fight with the second fake out was clever. Also unexpected because they do it again, like I said, post beating the chapter. So that was great, making you think the chapter was over, but like if you put the controller down, you're about to die. You had to leave that controller in your hand, beating Chapter 5. The ending was hilarious and a must-see, so once again, I played earlier. Chapter 6, Dark Days and Flower Fields. A lot of laughs, creative narrative, and sentient characters here. Some annoying backtracking, but the world feels small, so I don't mind it too much. Shout out to Spike's design, love the green. Super special shout out to Sushi again. Sorry. And I couldn't be huff and puff about it. Chapter 7, A Star on Ice. I love the penguin murder mystery because it caught me off guard. I did not expect to solve a murder mystery in Paper Mario. I love the snowman, the snow, and the penguin villagers. The puzzles were creative and funny. The Crystal King was strong and a great penultimate battle before the last showdown. And Chapter 8, lastly, a star-powered showdown. The Cooper Bros came back, which gave me life. Love them, love their pose. Cooper Bros DLC for Smash. I'm holding that. I'm holding to that. Bowser was an impressive opponent, and I love the ending of the overall chapter. The Peach segments, overall great segue between chapters, fun dialogue, and creative stealth. So I'm gonna do a separate ending without all of this, and then we'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that video. I had a great time reliving this memory.
replaying this game for the first time and beating it by myself, because I only made it up to chapter 4 by myself and I got lost in the beginning. I watched my brother Tristan play. It reminds me of Kingdom Hearts, which is a game review coming up. We're doing Kingdom Hearts, but we'll get there. I don't want to mix this video up. But ironically, did you know Thosuand Year Door got announced the same year I was planning to do the Paper Mario review? It was not a coincidence, I promise. The moment I found out Thosuand Year Door was coming out on Switch, I said, guys, we have to do the Paper Mario video now, because I want people to know what made Paper Mario walked. So Thosuand Year Door could run. I need people to understand that. The partners, the greatness, the storytelling, the world building, all of it started with Paper Mario 64. But I'm sure you guys learned that from this video. Anyways, we'll move on to the sponsor. I don't want this outro to be too long. Hope you guys have a great New Year's and New Year's Eve. And I'll see you guys in 2024 with our first Kingdom Hearts video. Coming right up.